Section 1 of the Talking Handkerchief and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Michael Plueger, San Antonio, Texas.
The Talking Handkerchief by Wallace KNOX. Chapter 1. The Talking Handkerchief.
Whoever has lived any length of time in China and given attention to the manners and customs of the pirates that infest the navigable waters along the coast has a wholesome dread of falling into their hands. To be taken by Chinese pirates is nearly always equivalent to a death warrant, and not infrequently to death by torture. The Chinese freebooters hate the European as cordially as they are despised by him, and when he falls into their power, they are not slow to make their feelings manifest. In the early part of the present century, there were more than 500 piratical junks on the coast of Kwangtung alone. Not only did they capture vessels on the water, but they extended their operations to the land and plundered towns and villages in great number. As long as the coolie trade flourished, the pirates were encouraged to continue their enterprises, since they found a market at Macau for many of the prisoners taken in their excursions on shore or among the junks afloat. The suppression of the coolie traffic destroyed one of the sources of piratical revenue, and since the purchase or construction of steam gunboats by the Chinese government, the marauders are at a disadvantage owing to the ease with which they can be pursued and overtaken. But though greatly reduced in numbers, the piratical junks are yet sufficiently numerous to render the navigation of the bays and channels on the coast of Kwangtung and adjacent provinces far from safe. One of the tales that was told me in China I will here repeat. For convenience of narration, I will give it in the first person singular, and singular enough it is to the American who has never seen Asia. Familiarity with the manners and customs of Chinese sailors during a residence of several years in the southern province had naturally made me reluctant to travel on native vessels, however peaceful might be the appearance of things in general. Judge, then, of my feelings when the chief of our house at Swatow called me into the private office one afternoon and said he wished me to leave in an hour for Hong Kong. "Certainly," I replied. "I can be ready in half that time." "But how am I to go? There is no steamer for a week at least." "Quite right," he answered. "I'm sorry there is none, as the business demands immediate attention. I wish there was a steamer to carry you down the coast, and the whole work could be finished in a day or two." After a slight pause, he added, "I sent our comprador to find a junk and make arrangements for your passage. He came back a few minutes ago and said he had settled it with the lowdow, or captain, of a junk that was just getting up anchor for Hong Kong. It will take them an hour at least to hoist the anchor, and so you have that time to get on board with your servant and baggage." Then he gave me my instructions relative to the business I was to look after. As they have no bearing upon my adventures with the pirates, I shall not say what they were. It is about 150 miles from Swatow to Hong Kong, and as the northeast monsoon was blowing down the coast, it was then the middle of October, the junk could run steadily before the wind, and ought to make Hong Kong by the second morning after her departure. If all went well, she would be through the Lai Moon Pass by daylight, and at anchor in the harbor an hour later. By 9 o'clock I should be at breakfast with some old friends on Queen's Road, within stone's throw of the clock tower, and at 10 o'clock would present myself at the office of Jardine, Matheson and Company for the transaction of the business which carried me away from Swatow. I sent for John, my servant. John was not his Christian name. In fact, he was a heathen Chinese, and there was nothing Christian about him in name or anything else. I always made it a rule to name my servant John, without the least regard to the outlandish appellation he bore on entering my service. It saved an effort of the memory, and efforts of that sort are worth something in China, where you have half a world between you and your native land. "John," I said, "my go Hong Kong side pati," meaning I'm going to Hong Kong immediately. "Can do," he responded. "My makey allo palpa." Can do is the general reply, meaning yes or all right, and the rest of the answer was to the effect that he would attend to the preparations for departure. It seemed that he had already been informed of the intended journey by the comprador, and had my baggage almost ready when I summoned him. Your Chinese or Japanese servant is one of the most systematic beings in the world. When you have once shown him what you wish to carry on a journey, he never forgets, and on the next occasion he will put up precisely the same articles, unless you instruct him to the contrary. He carries his system to absurdity sometimes, and consequently must be watched. If you make a trip of a couple of days this week and tell him what you want, he will put everything in place according to instructions. Next week you may be starting for London or New York, and when you inform him of your intention, he will provide exactly the same things that he did for the absence of 48 hours. To him, London and Ningpo, New York and Foochow are ali sami, and the only thought in his mind is that you are going on a journey, and want a proper supply of under and outer clothing for the daily adornment of your person. A sampan, or native rowboat, carried us to the junk, which was slowly dropping down with the tide, and getting her mat sails into position for catching the wind. She forged through the water like a chip in a basin of molasses, and her bluff bows were in marked contrast to the sharp prow of an American tea-ship that was moored in the harbor, and busily occupied with the reception of a cargo destined for consumption on the tables of Yankee Land. We came up to the junk directly under her bows, and I thought her great staring eye winked at me as though it knew I was a stranger to be taken in. As the lowdah saw us coming, he ordered a ladder thrown over the side, and we scrambled on board. My baggage, which included 2 boxes of silver I was to deliver in Hong Kong, was passed up from the sampan and carefully watched by John, till it was safe in the roomy cabin reserved for me at the stern of the junk. Comprador had accompanied us, and as soon as I was safe on board, he cast off the line that held the sampan to the side of the junk, and with the wave of his hand in the direction of Hong Kong, ejaculated, "Good wind, good water," the pidgin English equivalent of "Bon voyage," or "Good luck to you." I said the captain ordered a ladder thrown to me, a politeness that was hardly necessary, as the sides of the junk amidships were only a few feet above the water, and there were several ropes trailing over the side in the confusion consequent upon departure from port. As soon as I reached the deck, I looked around to see if there were any more captains than the one I have mentioned. I found that the junk had 2 other commanders, or, at all events, 2 men whose rights were nearly equal to those of the lowdah. It happened in this way. A Chinese ship is divided into compartments, and it seems that the plan of building ships in a manner greatly vaunted by modern navigators was invented in China centuries ago. Marco Polo describes the compartment ships of the inhabitants of Cathay as he found them about A.D. 1250, but it was not until nearly the middle of the present century that the idea was adopted by European shipwrights. The compartments in a Chinese junk, when she is on a peaceful voyage, are let out to individuals in the same way that rooms on a passenger ship are reserved for those who have hired them. But there is this difference in the condition of things, that while the passenger on the European steamship has nothing to do with the management of the craft, the merchant who has hired a compartment on a Chinese junk has a voice in her navigation. The junk on which I had embarked was built in 6 compartments. 2 of these had been let out to one man and 2 to another, while the remainder were full of emptiness, as a Hibernian might say. consequence was that there were 2 taipan, or bosses, in addition to the lowdah, or regular captain, and my servant soon found out that the taipans and lowdah were old acquaintances and friends, and there was a strong suspicion that the taipans were part owners, but they seemed to leave the management of the craft to the lowdah, as they stood idly about and made no interference with his orders. The open harbor of Swatow favored our departure, and in less than 2 hours after leaving our anchorage we were feeling the influence of the monsoon, though it was a good deal broken by the islands of Namoa and Tongyung. Our course was for Breaker Point, a notable headland on this part of the coast, and known to the Chinese as Tong Lei. Turning this headland in safety, we should have nearly a straight road to Hong Kong, as the general trend of the coast is to the southwest, and almost in the track of the monsoon, which blows down the coast from September till March. Even a Chinese junk may do some very fair sailing with the monsoon at her heels, at least fair for a junk. When all the reefs were shaken out of our sails, we dashed gallantly along at nearly 5 miles an hour. Left to myself and my cigar, I took stock of things around me, and tried to be comfortable. John was a good cook, as well as boy of all work, and I knew he would attend to my dinner without special instructions. The deck was covered with bales of merchandise, boxes, tubs, and other odds and ends. There were rollers or windlasses for hoisting purposes, and there were coils and heaps of ropes that appeared in the most inextricable confusion. The junk carried 4 brass guns, resembling the sort we call carronades more than anything else. Their carriages were hewn from single blocks of wood, and mounted on clumsy trucks, and so many things were piled about the guns that their use in an emergency would be impossible. But as soon as we were fairly out of the harbor, and their services were not needed for manipulating the sails, the men were set to work at cleaning up the rubbish and bringing order out of the confusion. The boxes and their kindred soon disappeared into the holds, the ropes were coiled away, and the rubbish around the guns was removed. Custom is the same in many things the world over, and as I looked at the process of cleaning up on board this Chinese junk, I was forcibly reminded of similar performances on ships in European or American waters. The people of the junk attended to their own affairs, and I looked after mine. John held conference with the marine cook, and in due time the result of their joint labors appeared in my room at the stern. For the emergencies of sudden journeys, we always kept the box filled with canned meats and vegetables, a plum pudding or 2, various spices, peppers, sauces, and a service of tableware. Another case contained wines and stronger beverages. And if the journey was at all likely to be prolonged and provisions scarce, the boxes were doubled or multiplied. The provision and wine chest had not been forgotten. With the boiled rice supplied by the junk's cook, added to the contents of a tin can of American origin, I had a capital curry of chicken which made the basis of my dinner. Blessings on the inventor of canned provisions. They have softened the asperities of travel in outlandish countries more than any of you stay-at-homers can imagine. Dinner was served in my cabin, a room about 10 feet square, directly under the position occupied by the man who steered the junk. It was entered by a door from the deck, and at the rear there was a good-sized window which looked upon the water. The window was unusually wide for China, but destitute of glass, its place being supplied by a roll of matting, and with an outside protection of lattice blinds. The door was of solid plank, at least 2 inches thick, and hung upon wooden hinges. It could be fastened by bolts, also of wood, and altogether my lodging-place was by no means uncomfortable. My baggage was piled close to the door, and filled the space on each side of it, and after dinner I ordered John to sling my hammock by the window so that I could enjoy my cigar in the breeze that was blowing the junk along to her destination. It was rather cool for comfort, but my overcoat and blanket soon made everything all right, and I had nothing to complain of. Until we rounded Breaker Point, I had a view of the receding coast, but as soon as we turned the headland, there was only the sea within the range of my vision. There were a few junks in sight, one of them sailing in our direction. A foreign bark, showing no flag, so that I could only conjecture her nationality, was beating northward, evidently bound for Amoy. I watched her for some time, indulging in fantasies of the far-off land whence she came, and recalling the days of my youth and early manhood. By and by night came upon us, and after a second cigar and a cup of tea, I told John to close the window and get my bed ready. I slept fairly well through the night, in spite of the occasional rattling of the rigging and its attachments, the noise of the steersman over my head, and the creaking of the great rudder as it swung on its ponderous bearings. My bed was made on a Canton chair, a sort of sofa or lounge of rattan, much affected by the foreigner in Cathay. John saw me safely in bed, and was about to hunt a sleeping place elsewhere, when it occurred to me that I might want him during the night, and I wouldn't know where to find him. So I told him to spread his mat and quilt on the floor of the room close to the door, and he would thus save us from intrusion, and be handy in case his services were required. He obeyed somewhat reluctantly, as he probably had expectations of gossip and probably an hour or two of gambling with the crew of the junk. The Chinese are inveterate gamblers, and my servant was not one of the exceptions that are said to prove a rule. Whether he was asleep before me or not, I cannot say, as he did not move a muscle after lying down, and his breath was as noiseless as that of a mouse. I called him once in the night for a glass of water. I'm not quite sure as to the exact nature of the liquid, and he was at my side in a moment to fill my order and glass. He soon lay down again as quietly as before, and I heard no more of him till daylight. He was the type of a good servant, with the ear of a fox, the eye of a hawk, and the foot of a cat. It was just fairly daybreak when I was wakened by a commotion on deck. There was a running to and fro, considerable shouting in the native lingo, which I couldn't understand, a pulling at the ropes, and more than usual creaking of the rudder, as though the junk's course was being changed. For a few minutes I thought nothing of it, and then it occurred to me that after passing Breaker Point, we had almost a straight course for Hong Kong, and there was no occasion for deviation from it. The monsoon was a sure thing at this time of the year, and there was no likelihood that the wind had changed enough to require the junk to go about. I wondered what it meant, and as I did so I heard a slight rustling near the door. Looking around, I perceived by the dim light which struggled through the mat curtain that John was on his knees, peering through a crack in the door casing, and apparently a good deal interested in what was going on outside. "John," said I gently, but without eliciting a reply. I repeated the call in a louder voice. To my surprise, he gave a low hiss, and motioned with his hand in my direction, without offering to move. I was on my feet in an instant, and as I rose he again motioned me to silence. Convinced that something unusual was going on, and with a sense of impending danger, I obeyed the mandate and sat down on the edge of the chair. Perhaps 5 minutes passed in this way. It seemed 100 times as long, when John left his place and came toward me. "Massa no makee bubbly," said he in a low whisper, which meant that I was to keep still, and I answered, "Can do." Then, wishing to know what was the matter on deck, I asked, "What for makee too much bubbly that side?" John's answer, rendered from pidgin English to plain language, was to the effect that we were pursuing a junk with the evident intention of capturing her. He had caught enough of the conversation on deck to ascertain this for a fact, and he said that the two taipans had been referring to my cabin and wondering if the Fan Kui, foreign devil, was asleep or not. Whether I turned pale or not at this information I never inquired. There was very little light then, and even if I did change color, John was too well trained to mention the circumstance. I certainly felt pale enough for a dozen ghosts, and would have given all my prospects of advancement in the commercial world to be safe on shore. The whole situation was plain. For reasons best known to themselves, the officers and crew of the junk had turned pirates and were in pursuit of a prize. They had probably made up their minds to murder me as soon as I showed myself, since my testimony against them would be decidedly inconvenient. The only chance of my escape was that they would make an easy capture and plunder their prize without rousing me or my servant. In such event they might possibly continue their voyage to Hong Kong and land me safely. But it was by no means unlikely that they would put me out of the way on general principles. John returned to his post of observation and auscultation, and I sat still to wait the course of events. Hardly was he at the door when there was a slight noise outside, and somebody spoke to him, of course in Chinese. The voice was little more than a whisper, and John made no response. The door of the room opened inward. We had barred it securely, or rather John had done so, before retiring, or, at any rate, secure enough to prevent ordinary intrusion. But in case they wanted to open it, a few blows with any of the heavy sticks about the deck would have finished the business for us in a very short time. I crept to John's side and peered through the crevice. Two men approached with a piece of wood about the size of a handspike. It was hardly large enough for a battering ram, but it would answer. Why they should wish to break down the door without first trying to persuade us to open, I could not understand. I was not long in doubt as to their intentions. Instead of breaking down the door, they barred it so it could not be opened. A projecting cleat at the top held the fastening bar in place, and the two men put it in this position so gently that they made no noise. I was very thankful to the scoundrels for their forbearance, and while I bore no ill will to the occupants of the strange junk, I could not do otherwise than hope they would offer no resistance, but allow themselves to be captured without making any fuss about it. Through my peephole, the crevice, I could see that we were gaining on her, and if all went well, for our junk, the whole business might be over within an hour. One man remained on watch at the door, and John said he was instructed to report any noise inside our temporary prison. He tried to look in through the crevice, but in this we had the advantage, as the flood of light outside prevented his discerning anything, while we could easily see all that went on within range of our eyes. We were now pretty sure of being undisturbed for at least half an hour, and I determined to make as good use as possible of the time. I had in my trunk a pair of revolvers and a box of cartridges, and my first thought was to get them out. Very quietly, so as not to be heard by the man on guard, John opened the trunk and brought out the weapons. The revolvers had not been charged for some time, and one of them was so rusty that I feared it might misfire in case of an attempt to use it. Removing the cylinder, I lubricated it as well as I could with some salad oil and shook a few drops into the mechanism of the lock. The same precaution was taken with its fellow, and the copper cartridges were thrust into their places. "Now, my fine fellows," I said to myself, "unless you have some new style of warfare, I think some of you will lose the number of your mess before you throw me overboard. I'm familiar with these things and can make them talk to some purpose." Next, we cleared the deck for action by stowing everything in the corners of the room, as there was not enough to make a good barricade with. I peered cautiously under the edge of the matting at the window, but dared not raise it for fear the sudden influx of light might be discovered by our guard, and reveal the fact that we were awake. There was nothing in sight, not so much as a fishing boat, and as far as we could make out ahead there was nothing visible save the junk we were pursuing. We gained rapidly, and though a steam chase is proverbially a long chase, it was little over an hour from the time we were roused by the commotion that our junk lay alongside the victim. Ours was much the larger craft, and far better handled, and she carried more sail in proportion to her size. The result was we came up to her side with more grace than you might expect from one of these clumsy vessels. Our men threw grappling hooks over the rail of their prize, and her people had the good sense to make no opposition. There was a short parley, which was followed by the transfer of several boxes of Sicily silver and Mexican dollars from her deck to ours, altogether with half a dozen bales of silk and 3 or 4 chests of opium. I felt relieved on finding that no one's throat had been cut. Not a shot was fired on either side, but our fellows were quite ready for business, as they had loaded their guns and stood with lighted matches ready to blaze away if necessary. It began to look as though I would have no occasion for my revolvers, and I expected every minute the men would come to unbar the door and restore things to their former condition. The vessels separated, and our junk resumed her course. The stolen property was placed in the hold, and everything appeared to be moving in the direction of peace, when John startled me with the information that the rascals were discussing the propriety of murdering us. "Lalilung muchi talki, one PC man delvo sabe, no can," he remarked, which is equivalent to, "The thieves are saying that a dead man doesn't know anything." No one will dispute it, and the phrase is not unknown to the languages of the Western world. It seemed that they had some doubt as to whether we had been playing possum during the little act of piracy on their part, and it was urged that they could remove all question on that subject by throwing us overboard. In favor of the later proposition was the value of the 2 boxes of silver and other portable property to which they would fall heirs if we were not present to claim it. While discussing the question of what to do with us, the worthy trio moved so far forward that they were out of earshot, and we were obliged to conjecture the result, for a time at least. Presently they came aft again, and from the few words John could catch, he referred that the decision was against us, and we were to be disposed of. The guard at the door was ordered to remove the bar. As he obeyed the command, I saw several knives flashing in the hands of the worst-visaged rascals of the crew. There could be no mistake as to their intentions, and I determined to make the most of the situation. I had already formed my plan, which was to shoot the lowdah and his 2 fellow plotters, and then use the rest of my cartridges on the crew. If I could only take them unaware, I thought I could finish the 3 head villains in about as many seconds, and would be quite likely to create a panic among the crew if I succeeded. But how to get at them in the right way? If they would only fall into the air of letting us come out on deck before attacking us, I would have the odds far less against me than while restricted to my cabin. The lowdah said something in a low tone which John could not hear, and the men with their knives concealed behind them dispersed along the sides of the junk. Then the cook came to our door, and after pounding on it, asked John if he wanted my boiled rice for the Fanquee's breakfast. John answered in the affirmative, but the Fanquee was not yet up, and he would come for the rice as soon as it was wanted. Then the men put away their knives, and it was evident that they would do nothing until I appeared. Of course, there was no longer any occasion to be cautious about opening the window, and I told John to roll up the matting and open the lattice. I drew a good long breath, and as I did so, scanned the horizon. The air was just a little murky, not exactly a haze, but rather the suggestion of it, and the horizon was not clearly defined, though enough of it for all practical purposes. As I looked astern, I thought I saw a streak darker than the rest of the sky. I looked again and was convinced. Then I called for my glass, a powerful binocular which I brought from London, and adjusted it on the streak that had caught my eye. I uttered an exclamation of delight that caused John to turn and ask, "What ting massa makey look see?" "My makey look see Ping Chuan, gunboat," I answered. "He makey come this side Fati. It is coming this way rapidly." John ejaculated the equivalent for "all right," boldly opened the door and walked out to the deck, but took the precaution to close the entrance immediately. Going leisurely forward, he told the cook he would come for the rice in a little while, and then returned with some hot water with which he was to perform the office of barber. This imaginary service occupied nearly half an hour, and then he went for the rice. When he came back with it, there was a commotion on deck, as the approach of the steamer had been discovered, and the lowdah was on the stem of the junk endeavoring to make her out. I felt sure it was all right now, or would be in a short time, and I could turn the tables on the pirates. They held a hurried conference, and it needed no words to tell us they had agreed to let us alone till the steamer had passed, and then it would be all up with us. In order to gain time, I told John to go back with the rice and say it was not properly cooked. The Fanqui wanted it freshly boiled, and would not get up till a new lot had been prepared. This gave me an excuse for keeping the door closed and for observing the approaching steamer. When I first saw her and replied to my servant that it was a gunboat, I could only guess as to its character, but I felt in my bones that it was one of those craft which the Chinese government had put in commission, under foreign officers, with native crews for the purpose of suppressing piracy. As she came nearer, I found that my guess was correct, and she proved to be the boat whose duty it was to patrol the part of the coast from Canton to Amoy. Luckily, she was coming directly on our course. Our rascal lowdah ordered everything to be made as innocent as possible in appearance. The plundered junk was considerably off the course, and there was little likelihood that she would make trouble. The gunboat would soon pass us, and then would come my turn to be dealt with. During the Civil War in America, it was my fortune to serve on the staff of one of the prominent generals on the Union side, and while in that service I was detailed to signal duty. I had become an expert in the work of signaling, so much so that I was unwilling to admit I had any superiors in manipulating the flags. Though the system had not been adopted by the Chinese Navy, there were several officers on the gunboats who were familiar with it. The captain of this very boat that was approaching us had served, like myself, in the American Signal Corps on the Confederate side, and I had recently made his acquaintance. Just a fortnight before that very morning I had stood on the shore at Swatow and waved my handkerchief in a manner all mysterious to the wondering natives. It said to the captain on the deck of a steamer, "Come and lunch with me at noon," an invitation which he promptly accepted. When the gunboat was a mile away, I stood in front of the window, and with my handkerchief, handkerchief in pidgin English, spelled out the words, "Am in great peril. Don't reply." I was fearful that if anything like the waving of a signal on the steamer was seen by the pirates, they would suspect something and murder me before the gunboat could reach us. Again I spelled the words and added, "Hoist flag at 4." I stood well inside the window so as not to be seen by the steersman or anyone else who might be on the platform above me, and John kept watch at the door. The whole crowd of rascals were too busy with watching the gunboat to give us any attention, and I was half inclined to rush out and shoot down the head scoundrels before they could recover from their surprise. I was beginning to fear that my signal had not been seen, when a ball went creeping up the foremast, and on reaching the truck it spread out onto a flag. I wanted to shout and turn a handspring or two, but prudence forbade. Then I told in a few words what had happened, and kept the handkerchief steadily in motion as long as it could be seen. On came the steamer and ranged up within 100 yards of the junk, and as she was fairly abreast of us she slowed, and then backed her engines. Then she forged ahead, and by a few of those movements best known to steamship men, adapted her speed to that of the unwieldy craft from which she was not now 50 yards away. The Chinese Tyndall or boatswain of the gunboat hailed the lowdah, and ordered him to drop his sails. He did not comply on the instant, but his movements were quickened by a cocked rifle bearing upon him. Then the whole crowd of pirates were ordered forward. A boat's crew, headed by the first officer of the gunboat, came on board, and not till then did I deem it safe to come out of my cabin. There never was a more astonished Chinaman than that lowdah, when, before I had spoken a word, they were told what they had been doing, how they had robbed the junk, and made preparations to kill me and my servant. Down to the moment when his head was removed from his shoulders at the execution ground in Canton, the week after his capture, the old rascal was puzzled to know how the captain of the gunboat found out the facts of the case. Whether he was since ascertained, I cannot say. John has told the story many times since that eventful day, and his explanation always is, Masa meki talking handkerchief. While the first officer was securing the pirates and becoming autocrat of the situation, my friend the captain stood on the bridge of the gunboat, and with his handkerchief spelled out, "I shall expect you to dine with me." I was too excited to make any other reply than raise my hat and nod in acceptance of the invitation. Until I stood on his deck and felt the grasp of his warm hand in mine, my heart was away up in my throat, and I couldn't say a word. And then, well, my heart came up a little further than before, and I fled to the cabin as fast as my feet would carry me. I didn't want the Chinese sailors to know what babies we foreigners are. The end of Section 1. Recorded by Michael Plueger, San Antonio, Texas.
Section 2 of the Talking Handkerchief and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michael Plueger, San Antonio, Texas. The Talking Handkerchief and Other Stories by Wallace KNOX. Section 2, Frozen to an Ice-Floe. In spite of its many perils and hardships, there is a fascination about Arctic exploration that causes nearly all who have engaged in it to wish to go again to the polar regions. Contrary to the general impression, the loss of life in Arctic exploration is not large. The hardships are very great, and the wonder is that so many who have sought the North Pole have ever returned to tell the story of their experiences. As you hear this story, ask anyone who may be near you what proportion of those engaged in Arctic exploration have perished within the polar circle. If a guess is hazarded, it will probably be anywhere from 20 to 50%, and very few will place the figures lower than 10%. The fact is, the loss of life has been less than 2% of all who have ever gone in search of the pole or the Northwest Passage, or engaged in any other enterprises having for their object a better knowledge of the region of perpetual ice and snow. The first expeditions to the Arctic regions were made by John and Sebastian Cabot in 1497, and by Corte Real, a Portuguese navigator, in the year 1500. Their object being to find a northwest passage from the Atlantic to the Pacific Ocean. Since their time, nearly 300 explanations of one kind and another have been sent out, some at the expense of governments and others at private cost. The Northwest Passage has been found to exist, but it is of no practical use. And as for the Pole, it has thus far defied all the attempts of man to reach it. Out of all the expeditions, large and small, only 2 have perished altogether. That of Sir Hugh Willoughby, which sailed in 1553, and that of Sir John Franklin, sailing in 1845. Willoughby's men starved to death within 20 miles of a Lapland village, where there were thousands of reindeer. I have not the space for even a limited history of Arctic exploration, but will come at once to the incident indicated by the title, Frozen to an Ice-Floe. Years ago, in northeastern Siberia, I made the acquaintance of a Russian who had been a member of an expedition sent out by a commercial company to collect the tusks of mammoths from the Lykov Islands in the Arctic Ocean. The Lykov Islands lie off the north coast of Siberia, and are so far in the Arctic regions that they are destitute of vegetation, with the exception of a few lichens and mosses. In ages gone by, they must have been much warmer than at present, as they were covered with forests in which the mammoth roamed at will. He was in such numbers that the recollection of his tusks has been a profitable industry for a long time past. The tusks are found embedded in the frozen earth, or are cast up from the depths of the ocean by the waves during severe storms in summer. We reached the islands without much difficulty, said my Russian friend, and gathered a good stock of ivory that had been cast up by the sea. In a cliff of frozen earth that had broken off since the previous season, I found a tusk solidly embedded, and it took me 2 or 3 hours to chop it free. There was great satisfaction in discovering it, not only because it was a valuable find from a commercial point of view, but because I was bringing to light something that had been concealed for a period variously estimated from 10,000 to 21,000 years. The ivory is not as good as that from Africa, where it is taken from the elephant killed on the spot. It is whiter and more brittle from its long exposure to frost, but is a very good article for many purposes. When we were ready to go back again to the mainland, we found that a storm had broken up the ice for a considerable part of the way, where we had found a firm road only a little while before. There were many lanes of open water where we would need boats to ferry us over, if no other means of transit could be found. The sea was full of great hummocks and floes. In fact, there was a great deal of ice to a small quantity of water, as one looked at it from the shore. As the passage under such circumstances would be very dangerous for our dog sledges, we decided to wait until the frost had closed the lanes of water and restored the route to a passable condition. So we returned to the work of hunting for ivory and found 3 or 4 tusks. As we already had as much as we could undertake to carry with safely, we concealed our latest finds where we thought they would be safe until the following year. The islands are visited very rarely, and there was little likelihood that our ivory would be disturbed. The weather grew much colder in a few days, and the frost closed the open water as we had hoped and expected. One of our men went out several miles on the ice, and, as his report was favorable, we started on our return to the coast. We could not travel fast, except on the young ice, as the old ice was very rough, and much of the way we were obliged to chop down the hummocks and otherwise smooth the way for the dogs and sledges. A mile an hour was a good average for us as long as we were in the hummocky ice. When we found young ice, recently frozen, we went along at the best speed of the dogs, as they seemed to enjoy getting over the road rapidly whenever they could do so. The days were long and the nights short. In fact, there was very little night, and had it been earlier in the season, we should have found the daylight continuous. We halted occasionally to rest ourselves and the dogs, and of course we halted during the nights, or from 10 o'clock until 2, when the sun arose. Unfortunately for us, on the second day the wind rose with the sun, and very soon it blew a gale. The effect of the wind upon the ice was alarming. We were tossed almost as though we had been in boats on the water, and the cracking and crashing of the ice was deafening. Great fissures opened in all directions, and we found ourselves on a cake perhaps 1/4 of a mile long by 1/2 that width. As long as the cake held together, we were in no immediate danger. But if the wind continued, it was very likely that our refuge would be destroyed. Far as we could see was a mass of mingled ice and water, tossing and heaving with the effect of the high wind. While we were considering what we should do, there was a crash almost at our feet, and the ice-floe on which we stood was broken into a dozen cakes. We had 3 dog teams, and a driver to each team, and when the crash came 2 of the teams were on one cake of ice, while the third was upon another. The drivers were Tungusian natives, and had passed their whole lives in the Arctic Circle, and all had previously made the trip to the Lykov Islands. Though they had passed through many adventures and perils, they had never been in a place of such great danger as they now found themselves. You may think they deserted their teams and tried to find safety for themselves. They did nothing of the kind, but stuck manfully to the animals, though it is possible they did so through a belief that the dogs would be a help rather than an encumbrance in bringing them to a place of safety. There were 3 of us Russians, and each of us accompanied one of the dog teams and directed its movements, though the control of the dogs was left to the drivers. When the ice-floe broke up, I found myself alone with my team and its driver, and the cake on which my friends were was drifting rapidly away from us, through the influence of the wind and the currents that prevail in all parts of the Arctic Ocean. To the south of us was some ice that seemed to be quite firm and of considerable extent, and I shouted to my friends to try to reach it. We decided that the only way to do so was to swim the dogs through the water, first throwing away all the ivory which we could not hope to save. The sledge, relieved of the weight of the ivory, would easily float, and we could cling to it, and thus have something to support us. We threw off the ivory from the sledges, and just as we were getting ready to take to the water, I observed that the course of our floes had changed, and they were drifting the way we wanted to go. The wind had chopped around to the north and was acting in our favor, and what was also noticeable, it was less violent than before, though considerably colder. While I was shouting to my friends and telling them what to do, the ice gave way beneath me, and I was thrown into the water. A fragment was broken away from my floe in some way that I could not understand, and it was on this fragment that I was standing at the time. With the help of my driver, I clambered out, but had much difficulty in doing so, as the ice at the edge of the floe was very slippery, and both the driver and myself were encumbered with the thick clothing that is necessary in those high latitudes. Quite exhausted with my exertions, I sat down to rest with my back against a small hummock, as one stops by the wayside and leans against a milestone or a friendly wall. I was chilled almost to freezing. The north wind was very cold, and I knew that I must remain only a moment, for I was lest the lower temperature should render me insensible. Meantime, the water was draining from my clothing, and I was getting breath after my severe exertion. The edge of the floe struck against the larger body of solid ice. The dogs seemed to realize the necessity of taking advantage of the situation, as they darted at full speed from the smaller floe to the firm ice with the first word of their driver. I had often admired their intelligence. They would cross thin ice at a full gallop, not giving it time to yield beneath them, where a slower rate of speed would have certainly caused them to break through. And I had seen them jump over fissures 2 or 3 feet in width and drag the sledge after them, as though dogs and sledge were but one. In the present instance, they made a single bound in clearing the space that separated them from the firm ice, and when they reached the place of safety, they stopped as though at the word of command. I sat leaning against the hummock, watching the dogs and drivers at their work. While my team was getting to the firm ice, my friends were following its example, their ice-floe having taken the same course as my own. When all were over, they shouted for me to join them, and I tried to rise. I made the effort and found that I could not move, but for the moment was not aware of the cause. Again my friends called to me and added the alarming information that the floe had been caught by an undercurrent and was drifting away from the firm ice. "Run for your life," said one of the party. "The floe is drifting away." Again I tried to rise, but could not. My strength had fairly returned, and I knew it was not weakness that held me back. Another effort, and I realized my situation. I was frozen fast to the floe. I tried to shout the cause of my remaining where I was, but the words stuck in my throat. I could hear the voices of my companions growing more and more faint in the distance as I drifted away. Suddenly it was dark, and then I remembered nothing more, save an effort to undo the clothing that held me fast. But it was impossible to turn or move so as to secure my release. My hands lay at my side as my limbs were held fast in the icy bonds. It was impossible even to make a signal. A statue could not have been more immovable than I was, nor less capable of making known its conditions. The darkness that came over me was the darkness of a swoon from which I did not wake for hours. Two of our faithful Tungusians came to my relief, ferrying themselves across the open water upon a cake of ice. They cut me loose from the ice that held me, and then, as no time was to be lost, they ferried my insensible body over with them to where my anxious friends were standing. They stripped me and rubbed my body with spirits and oil, which we always carry on the sledges for just such emergencies. For an hour and more I gave little signs of life, but finally I was able to speak, and some of the spirits was poured down my throat. This helped to revive me, and in a few hours I was all right again, though terribly stiff and sore from my immersion in the water. They wanted to place me on one of the sledges, but I insisted upon walking, as I knew the exertion would prevent the return of a chill. In a few hours we reached the shore, and fell in with a band of wandering Tungusians, who supplied me with dry clothing and plenty of food. We told them about our adventure and where we had left the ivory. Several of them started to find it, and by great good luck they secured 2 of the tusks and brought them away. End of Section 2. Recorded by Michael Plueger, San Antonio, Texas. Section 3 of the Talking Handkerchief and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michael Plueger, San Antonio, Texas. The Talking Handkerchief and Other Stories by Thomas Wallace KNOX. Section 3, Captured by Cannibals. In many ways the world is rapidly becoming prosaic. The age of chivalry has gone long ago, if we may believe a celebrated writer. Steam has destroyed the romance of the sea. The mystery of the unexplored regions of Africa exists no longer. The maelstrom is a myth. The sources of the Nile have been visited and described, and even the sea serpent has fallen before the searching gaze of star-eyed science. The car of Juggernaut, which once crushed hundreds of victims in its annual processions, now remains harmless in its temple. The cremation of living widows at the sides of their dead husbands is rigidly prohibited through the length and breadth of India. And the kings of Uganda can today receive a distinguished visitor without slaughtering a dozen courtiers in his honor. The horrible fascination that clings to the cannibal in the story of his performances is greatly circumscribed, as the labors of missionaries and the spread of commerce have demonstrated that man can be put to better uses than to be served up for provisions. But the cannibal still lingers in some parts of the world, though he is only to be found by those who seek him with great diligence. Within the memory of those of us who have not yet passed beyond middle life, the inhabitants of the Fiji Islands were noted for their habit of devouring bodies of their enemies, and also, under certain circumstances, those of their friends. Since missionaries and merchants were established there, and the island became subject to Great Britain, the British prejudices have prevailed, and the practice is now confined to a few benighted tribes of the interior. When the missionaries began their teachings, the natives gave ready approval to the scriptural injunction, "Love your neighbors," but they were disappointed to learn that it had no reference to the love of a gourmet for a canvas-backed duck. Tanoa, the old ruler of the Fijis and father of the late King Tangkambau, had a palate so delicate that he could distinguish between the English sailor or the French one when served at the table, and he could even name the people of the different islands of the Fijian group when a slice of each was placed before him. An acquaintance of mine claims to have had a narrow escape from being the piece de resistance at one of Tanoa's banquets, and of being taken to and into the royal bosom. He told me the story one day when we were sailing over the Pacific, and wondering if the good old times of the Cannibals would ever come again. "I was on a whale ship," said he, "that was cruising in the South Pacific and had put into the Fijis for water. The ship was old and leaky, the captain was a tyrant, and his first mate a brute, and every sailor on the ship was ready to desert at the first opportunity. We had a chance to go into one of the groups where there were no cannibals, but the captain knew that if he did, there wouldn't be a man of us left. His only hope of holding on to a crew was by having them choose between the ship and the natives who would eat them up." The most frightful stories were told about the practices of the people, and not one of us would venture a yard from the beach where we landed to get water. We kept the natives at a distance, and made them understand that while we would leave plenty of trinkets and old hoops on the shore to pay for the water, we wouldn't go near the little creek on the beach unless they stayed a good way off from it. They had no canoes there, and so they didn't bother us by trying to get on board. One afternoon a party of us had gone ashore to fill the last of the casks. The mate was with us, and it was one of his ugliest days, for he kicked us about as though we had no more feeling than the boat or the ground we stood on. Because I didn't please him about something, he struck me with an oar, and then I struck back with my fist and downed him. The rest of the men pulled me off, but they didn't pull very hard, as they were all right glad to see the fellow pounded at last. When they got us apart, I saw what I had done, and knew the mate would have his revenge on me as soon as we got to sea again. I thought it all over in a second, and in my frenzy concluded I might as well be eaten by the savages as beaten to death by the mate and thrown over for the sharks before we made another port. I turned and went straight for the bushes, where I knew the natives were watching us. I just said goodbye to my shipmates and nothing more. They yelled for me to come back, but I didn't turn nor stop. The mate started after me, but he thought better of it and wheeled around before going 20 yards. In 5 or 10 minutes I was in the middle of a group of natives who were armed with spears and clubs and had their bodies streaked and painted in a hideous way. They wore no clothing except a strip around the waist, and more than half of them could not boast as much as that. They tore off my clothes, and then examined my limbs exactly as a butcher examines an ox to ascertain his condition. One old fellow, who seemed to have some sort of authority over the rest, pinched my arm till I almost screamed with pain. The fact that I didn't scream seemed to impress him favorably, and at word from him I was less rudely treated after that. I wasn't a particularly good prize, as the hard fare on the ship had made me pretty thin, and my ribs fairly stuck out so you might count 'em. I saw they disapproved of me, but probably they reasoned that half a loaf was better than no bread, and so they took me along. 3 of the natives escorted me through the tropical forest while the rest remained, probably with a view to making more captures if opportunity offered, or to gather up whatever the ship's crew should leave behind in payment for the privilege of taking water. We did not stop till we had gone a couple of miles back from the shore and ascended a hill. Through a rift in the trees I saw the boat return to the ship with the water casks, and in a little while the anchor was raised and the old craft sailed out of the bay and stood away to sea. I was alone with the cannibals. We waited for the men who had stayed behind, and as soon as they joined us, the march was resumed. A little before sunset we came to a village of thatched huts, perhaps 20 or 30 in all, in a sort of irregular circle surrounding an open space. In the center of the space was a raised platform, over which was a thatched roof elevated on posts about 10 feet high. This was the council hall, where all public business was transacted. It served as a lounging place by day and also as a hotel where strangers could be lodged at night. The sides of the structure were entirely open when we arrived, but in less than a quarter of an hour the building was completely enclosed by strips of wide matting stretched between the posts. I was made to understand that I must remain in, and to make sure that I did not run away, 2 of the natives were constantly at my side, or rather, one was constantly at each side of me. They brought me some roasted breadfruit and raw coconuts, gave me a mat to lie on and another for covering, and while never relaxing their vigilance toward me, they treated me with kindness and respect. I didn't sleep well, you may be sure, and what sleep I had was disturbed by unpleasant dreams which seemed to foreshadow my fate. But when waking I consoled myself with the reflection that I should have been no better off had I stayed on the whale ship and been subject to the mate's cruelties. In the morning they fed me again with breadfruit and coconut, to which was added a fish which had been roasted over the coals and was really very good. The whole population, men, women, and children, came to look at me, and after a good deal of jabbering of which I could not understand a word, but which evidently referred to me, 2 of the men started through the forest in a direction opposite to the one whence we came. Then the conference broke up, but for the rest of the day I was an object of curiosity. For 3 days I was kept a close prisoner, and on the morning of the 4th was taken through the woods by a winding path, perhaps 20 miles, to a large village, where hundreds of natives were assembled as if for a grand festival. The village surrounded an open space of at least an acre in extent. At one end of this space was a mound or platform, perhaps 8 feet high, and in front of the platform was a stone that looked like a large gate-post. Old Tanoa and his principal officers were sitting on the mound just behind the stone. The natives, armed with their clubs and spears, were scattered over the level ground and waiting for the terrible ceremonies to begin. I was led to the foot of the mound, where 6 other prisoners, their hands and feet securely tied with cords, were lying on the ground, and at a word from the king I was similarly bound and placed by their side. The crowd opened so as to make a lane from the stone to the end of the plaza, and then began the terrible ceremonies which preceded the cannibal feast. Fires were burning at the rear of the mound, and I could see the smoke rising in feathery curls from at least 12 places. Tanoa waved his hand as a signal that all was ready, and immediately several athletic fellows stepped from the crowd. 2 of them seized each prisoner and carried him about 50 yards away from the front of the mound, and then placed him on the ground again. All my fellow victims were natives, and as I learned afterward, were captured in a foray upon a neighboring island. It was the custom among the Fijians in cannibal days to devour their prisoners of war and those killed in battle. Tribes often went on the warpath solely for the purpose of obtaining victims to be served up as food, very much as in other land expeditions are organized for hunting deer or other wild animals whose flesh is edible. The crews of wrecked ships or boats were often killed and eaten. They were regarded as the gifts of Providence, and the people often besought their gods to send them a wreck that they might be provided with food. This superstition regarding those who were unfortunate enough to be cast on the shores was more firmly fixed in the mind of the cannibals than any other, and they clung to it after relinquishing their claim to make war in order to eat those whom they captured. A conch shell was blown as a signal for beginning the slaughter. One of the prisoners was seized by his 2 custodians, who each grasped an arm and a leg, and then ran rapidly along the lane till they dashed their victim's head against the great stone I have described. Then another and another was disposed of in the same way, and carried off to the rear of the mound, and my turn had arrived. Horrible as this mode of death, it was after all a merciful one, as it was unaccompanied by torture. A single blow against the stone, and all was over. I had been lying on my back, my head turned to one side during the dispatching of my companions in captivity, and, with my experience as a sailor, had managed to work loose the knots that bound my hands, but I did not move the cord. My executioners seized me in the customary manner and started on their deadly mission. As they did so, they doubled my legs under me, so that the knot around my ankles touched my hands. Instantly I unfastened the cord, but still held hands and feet as closely together as though the lashings were secure. And now for the grand stroke which should save me. Suddenly I gave a violent spring with hands and feet that threw my bearers to the ground, as they were totally unprepared for anything of the kind. I went to the ground with them, but was up in an instant. We were not 6 feet away from the foot of the execution stone, and the head of one of my late bearers touched it. With the agility of a cat, for I was a great deal younger then than now, I sprang to the top of the mound and right in front of old Tanoa. I flung my arms wildly about, and then dropped on the ground at his feet. I afterward learned that he thought I was invoking the vengeance of heaven upon him for the great peril I had passed through, and my prostration was to indicate that he was the greatest of terrestrial sovereigns. I really had no thought further than to ask that he would spare my life, though I had counted on the dramatic effect of my having released myself from my bonds and stood before him. A wild shout went up from the crowd, and the king sat as though he had never been more surprised in his life. If I had been down by the stone, I should have been finished off in a minute, but at the feet of the king I was safe until he ordered otherwise, as it would be highly improper for the warriors to mount the platform while his majesty was there. The seconds seemed like hours, while I waited for the king's decision, which he finally gave. The dead are dead and shall be eaten. The white man shall live. The bodies of those who had been killed were cooked and devoured. I was allowed to go about wherever I pleased, but was always accompanied by 2 warriors. They offered to show me the ovens, but I had no liking for the horrible sight and indicated my desire to get as far from it as I could. Besides my ineffable disgust, I was fearful that the king might change his mind, or that some of his subjects would take upon themselves the task of executioner and dispatch me without the royal leave. But I must do them the justice to say that from that time on they never manifested the least desire to harm me. I was sent back to the village, where I was first taken after my capture, and became the slave of the chief, but my slavery was of the lightest sort. I was treated more like a companion than a servant, possibly for the reason that as the Fijians can practically live without work, there was very little work to do. I learned a good deal of their language, went with them in the forest and in pursuit of fish, and loitered around the council hall when there was nothing else to do. I lived there nearly a year, and if I could have been assured that there was no danger of being slaughtered and eaten, I should have been perfectly willing to stay among those people the rest of my life. They were unwilling to have me leave them, and twice when ships came in for water they hurried me away from the coast to make sure that I did not escape. Whether they desired my society or were actuated by the fear that I should tell about their customs, I never knew, but certainly they tried by every means in their power to prevent my leaving them. In the course of time they grew less watchful, and I occasionally went off by myself for a few hours without exciting suspicion. I always went toward the coast, but invariably took a circuitous route. When sight of the sea, I scanned it carefully for a sail, and if none was in sight, immediately retraced my steps to the village. Toward the end of the year I did this every day or two, or as often as I thought it safe. I'd generally return with a bunch of bananas or a cluster of breadfruit, so that my absence was ostensibly in search of food. One day my heart came into my mouth. As I looked through a rift in the trees, a ship was standing into the little bay, where our old whaler had anchored at the time I had my fight with the mate and threw myself into the arms of the cannibals. Away I went down the path, as fast as I could run. Luckily I didn't meet anyone, and went at such a pace that no pursuer could have overtaken me. Out I came on the beach just as the anchor went down to the sandy bottom. I looked back and thought some of the village people were coming. I didn't wait to make sure of it, but plunged in and swam off to the ship. It was a long swim, and I was near drowning, but I got there all right and was hauled on board. The captain heard my story, then ordered me to be dressed and set to work, and I went to work with a will. He was rough, blunt, good-hearted man from New Bedford. His mate was pretty severe with the men, but a vast improvement on my old one. All's well that ends well, and I had nothing particularly in regret in that eventful residence in Fiji. I afterward learned that my former ship went down with all on board a few weeks after I deserted her, and so my escape to the man-eaters was my salvation. End of Section 3. Recording by Michael Plueger, San Antonio, Texas.
Section 4 of the Talking Handkerchief and Other Stories. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recording by DannyHauger, www.DannyHauger.com. The Talking Handkerchief and Other Stories by Thomas Wallace KNOX. In a Shark's Mouth. The shark has a wide range all over the globe, principally in the tropics, where he reaches his greatest size. His family has a goodly number of members. The greatest is known as the basking shark, and he attains a length of 40 feet and upward, but is not by any means the most ferocious of the family. The next to him in size, and by far the most dangerous, is the white shark, which is found in all tropics all around the world, but most numerously in the West Indies, on the coast of Africa, and in the Malay archipelago. A great many stories have been told about the white shark, or man-eater as he is often called, and he may be set down as one of the creatures most dreaded and hated by those who go down to the sea in ships. Sailors are the sworn enemies of the man-eating shark, and never fail to kill him whenever they have the opportunity. He follows ships for the sake of what is thrown overboard. The sailors have a superstitious idea that when he does so, his presence foretells a death on board, and therefore they get rid of him as soon as possible. As he is voracious, he is caught with a hook with comparative ease, and if the line is sufficiently strong, he can be hoisted on board as soon as hooked. More commonly, a rope is secured around his body for hoisting purposes, and as he comes up to the vessel's side, his tail is severed with an axe to prevent his doing damage with it. Then he is swung in on the deck and killed, or, if the sailors are in a sportive mood, they free him again and enjoy his contortions in the water in his attempts to swim without a tail. The shark is pitiless toward them when they are within his reach, and they reciprocate by showing no pity or mercy for the shark. The writer was once on board a ship that was becalmed at sea and surrounded by a dozen or more sharks. One was caught and killed in the manner just described. A second was allowed to go after his tail had been severed, and a third was marked for a still more painful fate. A large brick was heated to a red heat in the galley fire, and then a piece of asbestos packing was wrapped around it as quickly as possible. The brick with its covering was encased in a piece of pork that was tossed overboard, along with several other morsels which the sharks were ready to devour, and it had no sooner touched the water than it was swallowed. It took a few minutes for the heat to come through its covering of asbestos and pork, and during these few minutes the shark swam along his companions and attracted no special attention. But very soon his movement showed the pain he was feeling. He darted violently about, sprang out of the water, dove, rose again, and was evidently suffering intensely. This continued for perhaps half an hour, and ended with the creature turning on his back and dying in the most horrible contortions. The other sharks showed their tender feelings by attacking him before he was fairly dead. They had no compunctions about eating him, or at any rate, they displayed none, for he was devoured before our eyes to the great delight of the sailors. The mouth of the shark is situated on the lower side of his head, in such a position that it is necessary for him to whirl over on his back to seize anything. This necessity of turning over is taken advantage of by pearl divers and others who have occasion to go into the water where sharks abound, and it gives a skillful swimmer a chance to get out of his way while he is performing his somersault. Pearl divers in the waters of Ceylon and the Persian Gulf often kill the shark by means of the large knife which they always carry to aid them in detaching the pearl oysters from the bottom. They dive beneath him and plunge the knife into his body, and whenever he turns to seize the dart to one side and make ready for another blow. Of course, this can only be done by an expert swimmer who is not encumbered with clothing of any sort. These divers work without any garments, and, as they are accustomed to the water from their infancy, they are almost as quick as fish in their movements. One of their methods of fighting the shark is to take a stout stick, about 2 feet long. Knife and stick are in a belt around the man's waist, and thus equipped, he swims confidently toward his adversary. The shark turns on his back to seize the tempting prey. Quick as a flash, the man places the stick upright between the jaws of the monster, and as the ends are pointed, they pierce both the upper and lower jaw when the shark attempts to close upon the obstacle. He cannot get rid of the encumbrance, and he is powerless to bite. The diver may attack and kill him as leisurely as he likes, for with his mouth thus fixed in an open position, the creature cannot even make his escape by swimming away, for the simple reason that he cannot swim. A man must be very skillful in the water to be able to kill a shark after this method, as it requires the most perfect self-possession to put the stick in its proper position and at the right moment. On a steamer which I was once a passenger, there was a man who had lost his right foot and went around with a pair of crutches. He was a Frenchman who had gone to the East Indies in his younger days and was said to be a wealthy merchant in one of the principal ports of Asia. Naturally, the other passengers were curious to know how he had lost his foot, and their curiosity was all the greater when, in answer to a question on the subject, he briefly said, "It was bitten off." He showed no intention of gratifying their desire to learn more on the subject until one afternoon, when the conversation had become interesting through the narration of adventures of travel and hunting in various parts of the world. Something was said about sharks, and it led to several stories, some of which were certainly a good deal exaggerated. They seemed to rouse the Frenchman, and when the last narrator had paused, our friend of the crutches and a single foot said, "I'll tell you a story about a shark I had a fight with, and he's the one that bit off my foot." Of course, we were all silent at once, as everybody wanted to know how he had suffered his mutilation. He allowed us to remain so for a minute or two, and then he began. About 10 years ago, I went up to the Persian Gulf on a pearl speculation along with a countryman from Bombay. We had a schooner loaded with an assorted cargo of the kind of goods suited to the trade, and as we were considerably in advance of the other spectators, we did a good business as long as it lasted. The divers bring up the oysters that contain the pearls, and then heap them on the shore to rot. and such a stench as these rotting oysters make it would not be easy to match in other part of the world. When the oysters are turned into a decaying, or rather a decayed mass, they are dumped into a trough and washed through men's fingers, and great care must be taken to save all the small pearls. But that hasn't anything to do with the scoundrel that bit off my foot. The sharks hung about the oyster beds, and hardly a day passed without one being seen, and sometimes every diver that went down reported one or more. Several of the man-eaters were killed, and we began to think the beds were free from them, as none had been reported for 2 or 3 days. Our schooner was anchored a mile or more from shore, as the water where we were was very shallow, and, besides, we were more convenient to the fishermen than if we had been nearer to the land. We went back and forth in a native boat, as we found it much cheaper to hire one of these crafts than to keep a part of a crew waiting to row us about. It was not always easy to find a boat when we wanted it, but on the whole we got along very well. One afternoon, my partner and I were coming ashore, and I had got about midway from the schooner to the land, when one of the boatmen suddenly called out that an enormous shark was right ahead of us. He pointed in the creature's direction, and my eyes followed the motion of his finger. The shark evidently saw the boat and concluded that he would get beneath it, on the chance that something edible might be dropped overboard. My curiosity got the better of my caution. I was so anxious to see the great monster that I forgot that the boat was very cranky, and the least motion from one side to the other made an upset quite possible. I lost my balance in leaning over the side, and almost before I was aware of it, was in the water, and right below me was that enormous shark. My head was covered with a sola tope, or sun hat, one of those pith and cloth contrivances worn by nearly every European in Asia, and by no means unknown in other parts of the world. It came off my head as I touched the water, or possibly fell off just before I tumbled. Anyway, it must have caught the shark's eye before anything else, as he went for it without a moment's hesitation. He whirled on his back and crunched the innocent hat between the great jaws, as you have seen a dog crunch a chicken bone. He was not long in discovering what a poor article of food it was, as he quickly turned his attention from the hat to its owner. I thought my last moment had come. I was not an expert swimmer, and besides was encumbered by my garments, though the latter really made no difference to a man who could not move more quickly than I in the water. I made only 1 or 2 strokes with my hands before the shark seized me by the foot and dragged me beneath the surface. 100 pounds to the man who saves him, my partner shouted to the boatmen in their own language, in which he was proficient. 100 pounds to one of those boatmen would be like 10,000 to anybody in England or America. It was enough to take great risks to get it. Amodau, the chief of the boatmen, was a skillful pearl fisher and boasted that he had killed many a shark while pursuing his occupation. The offer of 100 pounds was a stimulus that set him in motion instantly, and hardly were the words out of my partner's mouth before the honest Amodau was over the side of the boat with his knife gripped between his teeth. In the clear water of the Gulf he could see a long distance, and a dozen vigorous strokes brought him to the side of the shark that was dragging me away. They not only brought him at the side of, but under the shark, and the next instant the knife was plunged to the hilt in the creature's vitals, making him release his hold on my foot. 2 or 3 times, and very quickly too, the knife was plunged, and then Amodau turned his attention to me. I was more dead than alive, and when he brought me to the surface I fainted, so that he was obliged to support all of my weight. Had another shark happened along at that moment, one of us would certainly have become his prey. I was lifted into the boat. The water I had taken into my lungs was expelled by the customary expedients used upon persons in a drowning condition, and after a while I recovered. My foot was crushed into a shapeless mass and could not be saved. It was amputated by a young doctor on board an English ship, then in the Gulf, and in course of time I was restored, as you now see me. "How long were you under water?" one of the listeners asked. "I don't think it was over 2 minutes," was the reply. "From the time the shark pulled me down until Amodau had me at the surface, the whole thing was done so quickly that it would have seemed very much like a dream had it not been for the terrible reality of the loss of my foot and the sensation of being in the grasp of a shark. That is something nobody could ever forget. Certainly I can never forget it if I live to be 100 years old." Then the Frenchman excused himself and hobbled away to his room. Another of the party told how he had seen a shark blown up with gunpowder, very much in the same way that his fellow was killed with red-hot brick. A small can of powder with a lighted slow match attached to it was embedded in a piece of pork and thrown over a ship, which was followed by a large shark. He swallowed the pork with its explosive cargo, and the rest of the story tells itself. End of Section 4. Recorded by DannyHauger, www.DannyHauger.com.
Section 5 of the Talking Handkerchief and Other Stories. Now, this is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Talking Handkerchief and Other Stories by Thomas Wallace KNOX. Beset by Chinese Pirates. In the harbor of Hong Kong, the attention of a stranger is arrested by the number of Chinese junks, armed with cannon and otherwise presenting a warlike appearance. On inquiring their character, he is told that they are peaceful traders, and their armaments are intended for defense against the pirates that infest the waters of the Flowery Kingdom. The cannon are clumsy affairs and seem to have been made hundreds of years ago. The carriages are as clumsy as the guns they support, and the crew of the junk do not suggest anything of the man-of-war style when one contemplates them with an eye toward naval operations. The junk is a tub whose best sailing cannot exceed 4 or 5 miles an hour, and it is very evident that a modern gunboat from an Occidental Navy yard could destroy a whole fleet of these unwieldy craft inside of an hour or two. But the junks and their means of defense are exactly like the junks and the offensive weapons of the pirates, and so the honors are easy. It is whispered about Hong Kong, and in no low tones, that these apparently peaceful traders do a little piracy on their own account. Let an armed trader meet a defenseless or weaker one where no spectators are about. It is quite possible that the enterprising captain of the stouter vessel will be unable to resist temptation. Perhaps he will be satisfied with plundering the craft without harming anybody, merely threatening to show no mercy next time, in case his victim should mention the present occurrence to the authorities. If he is of adamantine heart, he will not be content with such mild measures. He slaughters the crew and burns the unfortunate junk after removing everything of value, and then continues peacefully on his voyage. His crew is bribed to silence with a portion of the stolen property, and also through the dread of losing their heads in case of discovery. The victim of the exploit forms an addition to the missing list, and nobody troubles himself about the matter except the few persons directly interested. And they, of course, can learn nothing, and the affair is soon buried in oblivion. Another form of piracy in Chinese waters is conducted from the shore, and not from sailing crafts at sea. The pirates have places of rendezvous along the coast, whence they come out with swift boats, propelled by a large number of rowers, and pounce upon any sailing vessel that may be becalmed or drifting with light winds within their reach. Once in possession, they kill without mercy every human being they can find. "Dead men tell no tales" is the motto of the Chinese pirates, as it used to be of the corsairs of the West Indies and the Spanish Main. If the ship is European, she is invariably burned after the removal of her cargo or its most valuable portions. If she is native, she generally meets the same fate. But sometimes the captured junks are taken to the piratical rendezvous, where they are refitted and changed so that their mothers wouldn't know them, and afterwards taken to Hong Kong or to one of the Chinese ports and sold. Of late years, piracy in Chinese waters has been greatly reduced by means of the fleet of steam gunboats, built in Chinese navy yards or bought abroad. They are swift and of light draught, generally commanded by Europeans and manned by Chinese, carry a few small but very efficient guns, have well-drilled crews, and altogether can knock to pieces in a few minutes any pirate craft that comes within their range. These gunboats cruise along the shore, visit all the bays where pirates are suspected of having their rendezvous, and occasionally come upon the rascals in the midst of their work. But you cannot change the ways of a people all at once, and even with its fleet of gunboats, its constant service, the Chinese government is still annoyed by the pirates, and will doubtless be further annoyed by them for years to come. Latterly, the pirates have been much more chary of attacking foreign ships than they were 30 or 40 years ago, partly on account of the stubborn resistance that is generally made, and partly because they know they are liable to be followed up by foreign warships as soon as their misdeeds are known. In attacking a foreign ship, a favorite weapon of the pirates is the stink pot, more elegantly known as the asphyxiating vase. It is an earthen pot or vase filled with a most villainous and evil-smelling compound. The vase breaks when it is thrown on the deck of a ship, and the stuff scatters about and puts in its fine work immediately. The European nose cannot endure it, but the Chinese nose is not specially disturbed. Europeans are driven from the neighborhood of this odor-laden shell, and thus the pirates obtain the opportunity of mounting to the deck. 2 or 3 years ago, an English steamer, lying peacefully at anchor in a bay in the Lin Chau Peninsula, was captured in this way. The pirates came alongside unsuspected. A few of them mounted to the deck and threw a stink pot where it would do the most good, and then the rest followed, and the steamer was captured without the shedding of a single drop of blood. The fact was the steamer was on a smuggling expedition, and in a place where she had no legitimate business. As the crew had made no resistance, the pirate captain was kindly disposed, and permitted them to retain their heads. He gave them a small junk in exchange for the steamer, and started them on their way to Hong Kong. The steamer was plundered, but not burned. Notice was sent to the Chinese authorities at Canton, and a gunboat went down and took final possession. There was no attempt to pursue the pirates, as their offense was greatly mitigated by the illegal business of the steamer. Probably the Chinese government would be willing to condone all similar piracies, and thus break up the operations of the foreign contrabandists. Hong Kong is a nest of English and other smugglers, and the British authorities at that point throw all possible protection around those who violate the revenue laws of China. In the eyes of the officials of Hong Kong, there are no revenue laws worthy of respect other than those of the United Kingdom. A friend of the writer had a narrow escape from death at the hands of Chinese pirates. Like the crew of the steamer mentioned above, he was engaged in smuggling at the time of his adventure, and was therefore not in a position to invoke the full protection of the authorities. The ship to which he was attached was anchored off the coast not far from Macao, and under the shelter of the Sun Chow Islands. In the daytime operations were suspended, and nearly everybody slept, but at night there was activity from one end of the ship to the other, and many chests of opium were transported to the shore. The officials in the neighborhood had been properly bribed, and everything went along smoothly. My friend was second mate of the ship, and accompanied half the boatloads to the point where the opium was delivered to the comprador of the Chinese house to which it was consigned, while the first mate attended to the other half. The captain, third mate, and supercargo looked after matters on shipboard during the absence of the first and second officers. The rest of the incident is best told in his own words. "It was about 5 miles from the ship," said he, to a place where we landed the opium and turned it over to the comprador. Each of the boats had a Chinese crew of rowers under charge of a Malay tyndal or boatswain, and the only white man of the party was the mate in charge. Between sunset and sunrise each boat made 2 round trips, and for the first 2 nights there was no trouble of any kind. On the 3rd night each of us had made 1 trip. The first mate's boat went ahead of mine, and it was our rule to get one party clear off from the ship before beginning to load up for the other. You see, we were liable to a visit any time from some of the customs officials who hadn't been squared, or more especially from the foreign employees of the government who were on the lookout for a capture out of which they could bag a good reward. Only 1 chest of opium was brought on deck at a time, and not until it was safe in the boat was another one hoisted up. In case of a sudden visit, the boat had orders to pull off at once into the darkness, and at the same time the hatch would be closed and everything made ship shape. By the time the officers could get on the deck, there wouldn't be a chance for suspicion that we were doing anything else than lying at anchor. Of course, it would require lying of another sort to convince them that our presence there was entirely innocent, but we were ready with an abundance of that kind of the article. Just as the first mate was ready to pull off on his 2nd trip for that night, one of our sharp-eared fellows detected the sound of oars in the water. Everybody was ordered to keep still and listen, and sure enough we could distinctly hear the splash that indicated the movement of a boat. It was a slow and cautious sound, and indicated very plainly that the men who were making it wanted to get as near as possible before they were discovered. There was no time to unload the opium from the mate's boat. He dropped astern with the slight current that was running and was soon out of sight. The tackle was passed down to my boat, and in half a minute we had her swinging by the davits where she belonged, and everybody out of her. The Chinamen were ordered below, and as they went down the hatch one of them said to me, waving his hand in the direction of the approaching boat, "Plenty piecey, lally long belonging this side." Good many thieves around here. I caught his suggestion on the instant, and immediately told the captain what the man had said. The captain was at first inclined to laugh at the idea, as no pirates had been heard of there for a long time, but a moment after said it was just as well to be on the watch for mischief. To confirm the suggestion that there might be something wrong, the approaching boat stopped rowing, which it would not have been likely to do if its mission was an honest one. Everything was still on the ship, and we had hoisted in the boat so quietly that the little noise we made was drowned to their ears by the sound of their own rowing. The half-dozen European sailors of our crew were on deck with us. The captain sent 2 of them below with me to bring up some rifles, which were kept ready in the cabin, and also a box of hand grenades that were intended for the kind of fighting which might be going on in the next quarter of an hour. I carried a revolver at my waist, and so did the captain. I buckled on an extra one and brought up another for the captain, and in less than 3 minutes from the time I went below I was on deck again, and everybody was armed and at his post. Of course you understand that the Chinese part of the crew is of no use. Chinamen make good soldiers when properly drilled and disciplined, but in their civilian condition they cannot be relied upon. The best thing to do with them is to keep them below where they had been sent. After resting a few minutes and hearing no sound from the ship, the rowers bent to their work again, and very soon the boat was at our side. It was a long and low craft of the kind called a snake boat, partly from its shape and partly because of its superior speed. We hailed her, and the only reply we received was, "Flynn, friend." A moment later a stink pot was flung upon the deck. The missile was well aimed in one respect, but badly in another. Instead of striking the deck and breaking to pieces, as was intended, it fell into a tub of boiled rice, which the cook had set out for the breakfast of our Chinese boatmen. The soft rice received it tenderly, and the odoriferous weapon was harmlessly embedded where it could do no great injury to those for whom it was intended. The pirates endeavored to follow their opening shot and take advantage of the confusion it might have created. They sprang at the sides of the ship under her forechains. We saw what they were up to, and as fast as a head showed above the rail in the dim light, it received a bullet from rifle or revolver at very close quarters. While several grenades were flung at the boat, 2 of the sailors dropped their rifles and armed themselves with handspikes. One of them said afterward that he could shoot much faster with a handspike than with a gun, as he lost no time in stopping to reload. 2 of the scoundrels got over the rail. One of them had me by the throat when a sailor laid him out with a blow across the back, and finished the job by flinging the man overboard. He struck just in time, as the man was unusually powerful and had me pinned in such a way that I could not use my revolver. In 5 minutes the fight was over. The pirates, as many as were left of them, paddled off as fast as their snake boat could carry them, and in a direction opposite to that whence they came. Hardly were they gone before the mate came rowing through the darkness. He had found it no easy matter to get his crew to return to the ship, as they knew very well that we had been attacked by pirates, and they had no liking for the company of those fellows. All of the mate's threats to shoot them unless they bent to the oars were of no avail. They would not pull a stroke until they heard our shout of victory and the sound of the oars as our assailants pulled away. We hadn't a man hurt, although we had a very narrow escape from capture and consequent death, and the unhappiest man of all our party was the first mate, because he didn't have a hand in the fight. End of section 5. Section 6 of the Talking Handkerchief and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Talking Handkerchief and Other Stories by Thomas Wallace Knox. Jugglers of the Orient. From time immemorial, the Far East has been famous for the performance of its jugglers. Anciently, they were supposed to have supernatural aid, and even at the present time, a large part of the native population regards them as something more than ordinary mortals. The travellers of 2 or 3 centuries ago gave the most wonderful accounts of what they saw the jugglers accomplish. The performances they described are so marvellous that they severely tax our credulity and lead us to speculate as to the reliability of the narrators. One traveller says that he saw a necromancer throw a coil of rope upward into the air. The rope stretched out as it ascended and remained fixed as though fastened to an invisible beam. The spectators could not see the upper end of the rope, as it was beyond the range of vision, and none of them was provided with an opera glass. Then the conjurer ordered a boy, who assisted him, to mount the rope, and he did so until he disappeared from sight. The conjurer called out to the boy several times, and receiving no reply, pretended to be very angry. Grasping a knife and holding it between his teeth, he climbed the rope, and in a little while there were sounds of voices, as though there was a quarrel. Then a hand of the boy fell to the ground, followed by the other hand, and then a foot, and the other foot, and then the head, and finally the trunk, all covered and dripping with blood. A moment later the conjurer slid down the rope. Blood was upon his garments, and he was panting as though much exhausted. The dismembered boy was gathered together and laid upon the ground, each limb in its proper place. And then the conjurer said something in a low tone, which was supposed to be an incantation of some sort. He waved a wand 2 or 3 times, and there was a movement of the juvenile fragments, and then the boy rose to his feet and ran about, being apparently as well as ever. The emir, before whom the performance was given, sat quite unconcerned. The visitor felt disturbed about the stomach and heart, but was relieved by a cordial which was brought to him by the Emir's servants. He regarded the affair as something dreadful, but the Emir expressed the belief that there had never been no going up or down the rope, neither marring nor mending of the boy. It is said that this identical trick, or a modification of it, has been performed in modern times, but though I made diligent inquiry in China and India, and offered to pay a good price to witness it, I was unable to find a conjurer who would undertake it. Whenever I inquired, I was told it could be seen somewhere else. In Madras, I was told it was performed in Delhi or Bombay, and in each of those places I was referred to the other, or to Madras or Calcutta. Ibn Battuta, the Arab traveller who gives the foregoing account, must have been something that is unknown to the conjurers of today, if he saw anything at all, and the same must be said of other tales of travellers of former days. But the fact remains that some of the performances of the conjurers or jugglers of today are nearly as marvellous as this, and have never been satisfactorily explained. Prominent among these is the boy and basket trick, which I had the pleasure of seeing soon after landing in India. Just after luncheon one day a servant came and said there was a juggler outside who could do something remarkable, and begged the permission of our party to honour us with a performance. As we had nothing to occupy us for an hour or more, and besides desired to see what the fellow could do, we consented at once. He was admitted to the courtyard of the hotel, where there were several reclining chairs, and thither we went at once. Seated on the chairs, we formed a circle of perhaps 20 feet in diameter. Behind us stood our native servants, and a goodly number of the attachés of the hotel. For them the performance was free, as the foreign spectators were expected to pay all the bills of the performer. The fellow began by displaying a quantity of puzzles, which were for sale, with the understanding that whoever purchased anything would be shown how to work it. There were rings curiously put together, buttons upon strings with complicated knots, and several other things of the same kind. We bought a few of the articles more to encourage the trade than because we wanted them, as they were in no way superior to the tricks that may be bought in London or New York. After a while we hinted, through one of the servants, that it was time for the performance to begin, and that we should buy nothing more until it was over. The courtyard of the hotel was paved with stone, and one of us examined the place very closely to see there was no trap-door in the centre where the conjurer took up his position. He was dressed in the ordinary costume of a native, and was a thin and rather oldish man, with a complexion like that of a dark mulatto. The tools of his trade were carried in a bag, and this bag was in a basket. The latter was shaped something like an inverted saucer, and measured about 30 inches from one side to the other. The basket was an ordinary affair, and we had an opportunity to examine it carefully. The mouth was 10 or 12 inches across, and it had no other opening. It was placed on the ground by the side of where the conjurer squatted, the bag of implements having been first taken out, and the contents spread on the ground. There were a short sword, a few balls, 2 or 3 knives, and some of the tricks and puzzles such as we had just purchased, and there was also a flute, and this the performer picked up and placed to his mouth. He played a weird sort of tune, and while he was playing, the boy crept into the basket and coiled himself out of sight. There was just room enough for him and no more, and just as he had disappeared, the conjurer called out to him as though giving a command. There was no response, and then the conjurer called again. Still no response. And then the conjurer called in a louder tone. He then became very angry, at least he appeared to, and springing to his feet, bent over the basket and talked rapidly and violently as though in a state of frenzy. The boy responded in the same tones, and there was every indication of a quarrel between master and servant, and a quarrel, too, of no ordinary character. What was said on either side we did not know, as none of us were familiar with the language, and there was no time to give attention to interpreters. The man became wrought up to such a pitch of excitement that he seemed ready for any violent deed. Suddenly he seized the short sword which lay near him, and plunged it into the basket. Some of the spectators gave a slight cry of horror, but most of them realized they were watching a conjurer, and had no occasion for alarm. But think as we might, the spectacle was fearful, and it seemed impossible that the boy could be otherwise than killed. The master was apparently frantic with rage. He gave lunge after lunge at the basket, driving the sword through it and down to the floor of the courtyard. Here, there, and everywhere he drove it, and we could see all over the surface of the basket the great gashes made by the weapon. At the first blow the boy shrieked in a way that made all the listeners shudder. It was a shriek exactly like what might be expected under the circumstances. Each blow was followed by a similar sound until several blows had been given, and then the sound grew fainter and fainter, and at last there was no response. How could there be any when the boy was certainly pierced by a dozen wounds, any one of which must be fatal? From sheer exhaustion the conjurer stopped and sat down on the ground. He wiped the blood-covered sword and placed it with the other utensils of his trade, and then he turned to the basket and looked into it. In apparent astonishment he held it up before us and found that it was empty. And then he gave it to one of the servants, who passed it around the circle that we might see for ourselves how much it had suffered from the blows of the knife. Certainly as a basket it was of no further use. What had become of the boy? We all saw him enter the basket, heard the altercation between him and his master, heard his shrieks as the sword was thrust into the frail piece of wickerwork, and heard, to make an Irish bull, his silence afterward. But nobody had seen him come out of the basket, and every one of us had kept his eyes glued to it from the moment he crept inside. Even if he had left the basket, there was no way for him to get out of our circle without being perceived, as we were seated so closely that our chairs almost touched each other, and he could not possibly escape unseen. And we were further satisfied that there was no trap-door by which he could descend. While we were speculating as to his disappearance, the boy suddenly reappeared behind my chair and pressed forward to enter the circle. He came from somewhere, but from where nobody in our party knew, and the secret of how he escaped none of us could guess. But there he was, and no mistake, and he was as free from scar or wound as when he entered the basket. We might examine him as closely as we liked, and satisfy ourselves that he was quite unharmed. It is not at all difficult to explain everything except the escape of the boy from the basket and outside the ring. The conjurer, when using the sword, made his thrusts in such a way as to avoid touching the boy. I afterwards saw this trick performed by a bungler, and observed that he thrust the sword straight down in the center of the basket, or else directed the weapon so that it passed over the youth. In this second instance, the latter part of the trick, the escape was not given, and this is the part for which nobody has yet found a satisfactory explanation. Another remarkable trick of the Indian jugglers is that of the mango, a fruit not altogether unlike the banana, though vastly superior in flavor. The mango tree is cultivated from the seed, and the performer who undertakes this trick has no other paraphernalia than a pot of earth and a few seeds of the luscious fruit. He usually has an assistant, although not always, and whenever he has one of the duties of the latter are confined to playing the flute or some other musical instrument. The East is a land where one must be patient, and the rule applies to jugglery as well as to everything else. I was told that I must sit quietly in my chair during the entire performance, which would take at least an hour, and I must not be surprised if it required 2 hours. Bear in mind, said my informant, that it takes several years for the mango tree to reach the fruit-bearing stage, and you ought to be satisfied when you see it come to maturity in a couple of hours. So I prepared to be patient, and patience was easy enough just after the luncheon hour, when the temperature was altogether too hot to permit one to do anything out of doors. The performance took place on the paved courtyard of the hotel, and the surroundings were practically the same as in the trick of the boy and the basket. Even had there been a trapdoor, it would have availed nothing, as it could have been of no advantage in producing a tree. In the presence of all the spectators, the conjurer took a mango seed in his fingers and planted it in a pot or tub of earth. We were permitted to examine the earth and to stir it with a stick to make sure there was nothing else there. The seed was planted, the earth was watered, and then the performer and his assistant played upon their instruments some of the music for which the East is noted. It was weird and melancholy, and one of the spectators remarked that it was enough to make any respectable tree get out of the ground and go away as soon as possible. For 10 minutes or more there was no change in the appearance of the earth where the seed was planted, but at the end of that time it was seen to swell, and the shoot of the young plant made its appearance. It rose slowly with a steady motion, requiring what seemed to be 2 or 3 minutes for every inch of growth. A few inches from the ground the shoot separated into branches, then the leaves appeared, and then the trunk took the shape of a veritable tree trunk. And every spectator familiar with the appearance of the mango tree could recognize it at a glance. The leaves grew to their natural size, and in the center of each cluster of leaves there came a panicle of reddish-white flowers peculiar to this tree. The flowers withered, and the fruit appeared, grew to its natural size, and was ready to be gathered. The mango tree varies from 20 to 40 feet in height, and its branches spread as widely as those of an apple tree in the northern states of America. It affords a grateful shade, and would be highly valued for this reason alone, even if it did not afford the fruit which is so greatly prized. It is proper to say that the mango trees produced by the Oriental conjurers are not of full size. They are limited to a height of a few feet, but to all appearance they are perfect in shape. The last act of the performance is to cut off the fruit and hand it around to be eaten. No, the last act is to collect from the spectators the amount that each chooses to pay for having witnessed such a wonderful manifestation of the necromancer's skill. The conjurers do not confine themselves to producing the mango tree alone. They will bring forth several of the well-known trees of India, but the mango is their favorite. The Chinese jugglers have a trick which is a combination of the two, which we have just described. The juggler has a boy to aid him, and the boy is supposed to be, and generally is, his own son. He quarrels with the boy and kills him, having previously planted a melon seed on the spot where the boy falls. He dismembers the boy, throws the pieces together, and covers them with a blanket. In a little while the blanket is raised, and it is found that the boy has quite disappeared. In his place is a melon, which has grown from the seed that was planted in the ground, though sometimes the planting is done in a flower pot filled with loose earth. Then one of the bystanders, possibly a confederate, asks that the melon shall be made to disappear as the boy did. The blanket is again thrown on the ground and raised after an interval of a few minutes. The melon has disappeared, and there is absolutely nothing under the blanket. It is again dropped and raised, and there is the boy, safe and unharmed, and ready to accept the coin which is thrown into the ring. Many of the tricks of the Chinese jugglers have been seen in America, as the Chinese have no great objections to traveling and will readily negotiate for foreign tours. But the ease is different with the jugglers of India. No good performer can by any means be induced to cross the black water, as the sea is called. and though the most liberal offers have been made to them, they have steadily refused. Neither will they sell the secret of their tricks to foreigners, and it is for this reason that no one has yet found an explanation of the basket trick or that of the mango. The common performers are ready enough to dispose of what is not worth the purchase, but those of the higher class are entirely different. It is said that the best tricks of the conjurers have descended from father to son through many generations and are kept with the greatest care. Jugglery was practiced among the ancient Egyptians and has continued in the land of the pharaohs down to the present time. Among the ancients it was associated with sorcery, and this has been the case in all countries and in all ages amongst the most ignorant class of the people. A favorite trick of the Egyptian jugglers at the present time is to be tied naked in a bag that is apparently empty when they enter it. After a time they emerge with garments covering them and bearing plates and baskets of food in their hands. During my first visit to Egypt, I saw a juggler that would produce live chickens, rabbits, and snakes from an apparently empty shell into which he blew before each production. He squatted on the ground and had nothing in sight but the shell. 2 boys assisted him, but they were not once detected in passing anything into his hands. And then he caused an apparently empty box to become filled with pancakes, which he told his boys to eat. They refused to eat the cakes without honey, whereupon he picked up a jar which was empty, as was evident from his holding it bottom upward. As soon as he had reversed it, the jar was full of honey, and the boys then had their sauce for their cakes. When they had finished eating, they called for water to wash their hands, whereupon he caused the jar to be filled with pure water in the same way that it was filled with honey. Many of the so-called miracles of the priests of ancient Egypt, Greece, and other countries are now known to have been nothing else than sleight-of-hand tricks, and some of them were of a very clumsy character. The statues that spoke oracles were hollow, and the spirit voice, which was so highly revered, was simply that of a priest who was concealed in the figure. The vocal Memnon that greeted the first rays of the rising sun stands today where it stood 3,000 years ago, but in these modern times there is none so poor to do it reverence. Kings and princes travelled far and waited long that they might hear the supernatural sounds which are today evoked for ordinary mortals by the Arab guides, who gladly, for a trifling fee, climb to the lap of the sitting colossus and, quite concealed in its lap, repeat the tricks of the ancient priests of Isis. End of section 6. Section 7 of the Talking Handkerchief and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Talking Handkerchief and Other Stories by Thomas Wallace KNOX. The Serf's Revenge. During the revolution in Poland in 1830-31, there were many Russians living near the Polish frontier who became more or less involved in the movement. Many of them sympathized with the Poles, and where they could not publicly take part in the revolution, they did so privately. Some gave money to the insurgent cause, and while they would not inform the government officials of any plans of the conspirators, they were ever ready to tell the latter what the government was doing against them. Their houses frequently gave concealment to the messengers of the Poles when pursued by the government scouts, and furnished convenient hiding places for refugees who found their own homes too hot to hold them. A great many proprietors of landed estates were suspected of disloyalty, though it was often difficult to prove it against them. They were able to conceal their true character in much the same way that some of the residents of the border states during our late war used to pretend to be on both sides of the political fence at the same moment, and favored the Union or the rebellion as best served their purpose. The government made a great many arrests among these frontier residents and held investigations over their conduct. Some were discharged on giving proof of their loyalty or on no evidence being found against them. Others were imprisoned on account of the suspicions against them, and when there was proof of their disloyalty, they were banished to Siberia. The banishment was in proportion to the extent of their offense, and varied all the way from a few years up to the duration of the natural life of the offender. Some were marched in chains over the long road into northern Asia, and frequently their journey lasted more than 2 years before they reached their destination. More distinguished prisoners were entitled to ride, and went forward day and night with great rapidity. Thus they travelled in a few weeks the road that the pedestrian prisoners were many months in passing to the end. Among the residents on the Russian frontier at that time was a nobleman named Doloff, who had served in his youth at the court of the emperor at St. Petersburg. The atmosphere of the court did not suit him, and so after a few years he left the service and retired to his estate, where he hoped to live in peace. He formed an acquaintance with a few noblemen living near him, and made occasional visits to Warsaw whenever the solitude of his country place began to weary him. By and by the insurrection broke out, and speedily assumed the proportions of a revolution. Most of the Poles espoused the cause, some of the Russians living on the frontier declared in their favour, and others against them, while still others, as before stated, remained or professed to remain neutral. Of this last number was Doloff. He argued that as he had served in the army and had always been thoroughly loyal to his emperor, the latter could need no special proof of his adhesion to the government cause. On the other hand, his estate was so near the frontier that if he pronounced emphatically in opposition to the rebellion, his life and property would be in great danger from the hostility of the Poles. He remained quietly at home in attendance upon his affairs, and hoped to escape all troubles. Among the serfs on Doloff's estate, the master was not particularly popular. He was imperious and often cruel, and in the collection of the obrok, or annual dues, from such as had control of their own time, he was never merciful. He demanded always the last kopeck upon an agreement, and no plea of sickness, bad harvests, or low markets had any weight with him. Occasionally a serf was severely beaten at his order for some trifling offence, and he was never backward in demanding on all occasions the exercise of his full seigneurial rights. Masters of this class were in about the same proportion among Russian noblemen under the system of serfdom as were men of the Legree stamp in the days of American slavery. No one, whatever his political faith, will deny that the world would be better off if it contained fewer of these petty tyrants. Ivan Stepanov was one of the most intelligent serfs on the estate, and often assisted his fellow labourers in getting out of difficulties with each other or with their master. Doloff regarded him very favourably, and generally showed him more kindness than was his wont towards others. Ivan was prosperous in a worldly point of view, and on 2 or 3 occasions had relieved Doloff from financial embarrassments. But one day, after a heavy loss at cards, Doloff sent for Ivan, and asked him for a sum of money greater than he could command. Ivan protested that he had not the amount, and could not raise it. Doloff, in a fit of anger, struck his serf a blow that felled him to the ground, and then, kicking him in the side, he turned away, and just as he was getting out of earshot, he heard Ivan mutter, "I will have my revenge for this." A week later, Doloff was arrested on a charge of aiding the insurrection. It was shown that several rebels had been concealed in his house at different times, and that one, with whom he was particularly intimate, was the chief of a gang of conspirators whose place of meeting was at Warsaw. He was taken to the nearest government town, and in due time tried, found guilty, and sentenced to Siberia for life. Ivan was not to be found at the time of the arrest, and the master naturally attributed it to the revenge that his servant had promised to obtain for the blow and kick he received. Doloff was ordered to be taken to Siberia as rapidly as possible. He was kept a day or two in prison after his sentence, and then placed in a telyaga, or common country wagon, and started on his long journey eastward. By his side was a soldier to whom he was chained, while a postilion sat on the box with the driver and allowed the latter to waste no time. They halted at the stations only long enough to change horses and obtain food. Occasionally the postilion and the soldier exchanged places so as to allow the former to obtain the sleep he could not easily get while sitting bolt upright on the box. The telyaga is an ordinary wagon mounted on wooden springs which have very little elasticity, and where the roads are rough, the jolting is very uncomfortable. To ease the motion a little, the traveller generally fills the vehicle with straw or hay, and lies half sitting and half reclining upon it. The horses are driven at the best of their speed, if the postilion demands it, as he generally does. Most travellers are anxious to proceed as rapidly as possible, in order that the journey may be ended at the earliest moment. Whether they are on pleasure or business, or going into exile, they are quite willing that their time on the road shall be brief. The exiles who go on foot rest every third day, but those who ride make no delay. Very often the pedestrian prisoners ask to be allowed to go forward without these third days of rest. But the request is not allowed on account of the confusion it would make among the convoys of prisoners on the road. It is quite desirable that proper distances should be maintained between the travelling parties, so that no two of them shall be at the same station at once. The stations are strong buildings surrounded with palisaded fences, and generally a little distance from the villages. They are not very neatly kept, and in summer the prisoners prefer to camp on the ground and sleep in the open air, either in the station yard or outside of it. Doloff's guard showed him every attention consistent with his duties, but as the guard is held to a strict responsibility in case of the escape of a prisoner, he could not allow him many privileges, or relax his vigilance towards him. Sometimes at the station he prolonged the halts more than was necessary for refreshment and the change of horses, but he could not allow many delays of this kind, lest the increase of time over the usual length of the journey should attract attention. The postilion looked upon the journey much as his prisoner did, and often bemoaned his fate in being assigned to that duty. "Poor wretch that I am," said he, "I am going to Siberia as well as you, and it may be months before I am able to return. What if I should be forgotten and allowed to stay there for years?" Day by day and night by night they rolled along. They passed Moscow, the holy Moscow, beloved by every true Russian, and venerated by the subjects of the Tsar, with a feeling akin to that which every true Moslem regards the birthplace of Mohammed. They skirted the banks of the Volga, and despite his mental depression at the thought that every step was bearing him further from home and nearer exile, Doloff grew enraptured at the picturesque scenery which each turn of the road and river unfolded to his eye. Rough and huge bearded ferrymen carried them over its waters, just as the domes and towers of Kazan glittered in the sunlight above the battlemented walls where 300 years ago the Tartar power was dominant, and only expelled after a long and bloody conflict and the loss of many Russian lives. They followed the lovely valley of the Kama till the peaks of the Ural Mountains rose into view like a wall built between European and Asiatic world. Climbing the wooded slopes, they passed the boundary and entered northern Asia. 2 hours later they halted at Ekaterinburg, the first city on the eastern slope of the mountains, and nestled in a charming position on the banks of the little river Iset. On and on they went among the foothills that every hour grew smaller until they reached the great Barabinsky steppe, which seemed to stretch away, limitless as the ocean, and apparently as trackless. Along the level steppe they galloped, with little to vary the monotony of their journey. Ferrying the Irtish and the Ob, those great rivers of western Siberia, passing town after town and village after village, they came at length to Irkutsk, the capital of eastern Siberia, when Dolaeff was delivered into the hands of the official and his weary postilion released from further care. The prisoner, after a few days' rest, was appointed to settle as a colonist 1,000 miles to the northward, and once more his journey was resumed. When this destination was reached, his duties were assigned to him. With a fellow prisoner sentenced for the same cause and to a similar period of exile, he was assigned to the hard duties of a farmer in a new country. A quantity of land equal to about 50 acres was given to them in the valley of a small river, and they were at liberty to cut as much wood and timber as they pleased from the public domain that surrounded them. They were supplied with axes and all the other tools necessary for clearing their ground, building a house, and tilling the soil. The government gave them food and clothing, seed for planting their fields, and everything absolutely necessary to their subsistence for the first 2 years of their residence. At the end of that time they were expected to take care of themselves. Once a week the 2 prisoners were required to report to the starost, or headman of the village, 4 miles away. They endeavored to plan an escape, but could see no possibility of leaving the country. The road was long, and it was more than 3,000 miles to European Russia, and at almost every step there were difficulties to be encountered. They had no passports, and without them no one can travel in Siberia. They could not pass in the disguise of peasants, as their language would betray them. They had no money for their expenses on the road, and would be certain of detection and severe punishment. So after canvassing the possibilities of escape, and finding the chances altogether against them, Dolaeff and his companion abandoned hope, and in the sadness of despair pursued their dreary labours as colonists in Siberia. After the arrest of his master, Ivan was drafted into the Russian service and assigned to a battalion of the army about to move upon Warsaw. Dolaeff's estate, like all the property of men convicted of treason, passed into the possession of the government and was managed in the interest of the crown. Ivan's battalion was not long in finding active service, and took part in the battles that had for their objective the capture of Warsaw. In the last attack upon the fortified capital in September of 1831, he distinguished himself by his skill and bravery, and was mentioned in the reports of his regimental commander as worthy of an officer's commission. The gulf between the Russian soldier and the Russian officer is a wide one. It cannot be easily crossed, but when a man has once left the ranks and passed that gulf, his promotion is comparatively easy. Ivan devoted his whole time and attention to his duties, and won the admiration of his superiors. Step by step he advanced. The battalion was ordered to St. Petersburg, and 4 years after his entry into the service, Ivan found himself on duty at the palace, and frequently under the eye of the emperor. Nicholas was pleased with him, and one day said to Ivan that he would grant any favor he might ask, provided it were not too great. Ivan busied himself a day or 2 in preparation of a paper, and then tremblingly presented it to the emperor. The latter glanced a moment at the document, frowned, and turned away. That evening a courier left the palace and hastened away eastward as fast as his horses could carry him. 4 months later he returned, and with him Dolaeff. They waited in the ante-room until Nicholas was ready to see them, and were summoned to his presence. "Your Majesty," said the courier, "I have brought the man for whom you sent me. This is Paul Dolaeff." "Send for the lieutenant of the guard," was the only response from the emperor. A messenger left the room, and in a few moments Ivan was brought before the Tsar and into the presence of his old master. "You are pardoned," said Nicholas to Dolaeff, "and your estates, titles, and civil rights are restored to you. This meritorious officer, whom I promised to grant any favor he would ask, instead of seeking promotion, interceded in your behalf, and to him you owe your release." This was the revenge of Ivan Stepanov. End of section 7. Section 8 of the Talking Handkerchief and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Talking Handkerchief and Other Stories by Thomas Wallace Knox. The Head-Hunters of Borneo. One of the odd customs of the island of Borneo in the Malay archipelago is that of head-hunting. The settlement and permanent occupation of Borneo by Europeans have put an end to the practice in some quarters, especially along the sea-coast, but a long time must elapse before it is entirely out of fashion among the savage tribes. The aboriginal inhabitants of Borneo are called Dyaks. They are scattered in towns and villages all over the island, those on the coast living chiefly by fishing, while those of the interior are engaged in agriculture, gold digging, camphor collecting, and other industries peculiar to the land. They belong to the Malay race and are divided into tribes which differ considerably from each other, though there can be no doubt as to their common origin. Morally considered, they are superior to most of the Malays, and their principal vices are those they have obtained from intercourse with the Chinese and other foreigners. The coast Dyaks were formerly much given to piracy, which they followed as a regular industry, but it was long ago broken up by foreign ships of war. When a chief wished to engage in a piratical venture, he gathered his fighting men together, and then proceeded with his proas, or boats, to an island in some channel where native and other vessels were likely to pass. A camp would be established at the mouth of a river, or in a bay that afforded shelter, and whenever a vessel came within reach, the proas would dart out and capture her. If the crew were European, everybody was killed at once. If they were Malays, they were sold into slavery or held for ransom. Men who were otherwise honest and respectable indulged in piracy, and could not understand the prejudices of Europeans against it. Sometimes the heads of prisoners were cut off, and this was generally the case if the captors belonged to the head-hunting tribes. Even if they had no use for the heads on their own account, they found them useful as articles of trade with the interior Dyaks, generally called hill tribes, as the latter were nearly all head-hunters, and it is among them that the practice survives today. Head-hunting was a pursuit just as legitimate as that of slave trading or piracy among the Dyaks, or that of collecting books or autographs among civilized people. Every man was taught from his infancy that the owner of every head which he cut off would be his servant in the next world, and the larger the number he could obtain, the greater would be his importance. No man could marry until he had obtained a human head. It was not absolutely necessary for him to secure it with his own hand, and therefore, when a man became of marriageable age, his friends often came to his aid and went on a hunting expedition on his behalf. It was necessary that the head should come from the body of someone of another tribe, and therefore the hunting party went stealthily to the neighborhood of another village than their own, and lay in wait by the side of the path till someone happened along whom they could decapitate. The head being obtained, they hurried home with the prize, which was as important in the Dyak wedding ceremonial as the ring is in a Christian one. When a man of importance died, he could not be buried until a head had been obtained, so as to ensure his having a servant to wait on him in the next world. When two tribes that have been at war had agreed upon terms of peace, each of them delivered to the other a victim, whose head was immediately cut off and kept as a souvenir of the treaty, serving in fact the same purpose as a written document. Sometimes the chiefs used to start out on raiding excursions solely for the purpose of obtaining a supply of heads. With a large force of fighting men, they surrounded villages, remained perfectly quiet for hours, and suddenly, at an early hour in the morning, set fire to the thatched huts and speared or cut down the people as fast as they came in sight. Not one of the inhabitants would be allowed to escape. The heads of the men were cut off, and so were those of some of the women and children. Some of the latter, as were saved from death, were carried into slavery. The heads were dried and used for household ornaments, and the teeth were usually knocked out and strung into necklaces. None of the Dyaks could tell where the custom arose. It was mentioned in all the traditions of the tribes, and that was all they knew about it. One of my friends, who once made an excursion into the interior of Borneo, had an experience with the Dyak headhunters which I will endeavour to tell as nearly as possible in his own words. He told it to me one afternoon in Singapore, while we were watching a group of Malays engaged in relieving a native boat of its curious cargo of birds, beeswax, camphor, and other products of the archipelago. "It happened a great many years ago," said he, "when I was much younger and far less cautious than I am now. I did not believe half of the stories that had been told me of the headhunters, and when cautioned about venturing among them, I laughed at the suggestion. I was on a schooner that traded along the coast, and was very favourably impressed with the Dyaks that we met. They were far more honest than most other of the Malay race, and also more robust and vigorous. The men were finely formed, and the women were prettier than most of the Orientals. There was one Dyak lady, the wife of a Chinese merchant at Singkawan, who would have taken the prize at a beauty show, beyond a doubt. She was much lighter in colour than most of the Malays, and had long eyelashes and a complexion like a peach. The Dyak women have a habit of keeping their eyes half closed, and this adds to their beauty, at least to most Europeans. Many of the Chinese in Borneo are married to Dyak wives, and they told me that a Dyak woman prefers a Chinese husband to one of her own race, for the reason that the Chinese husband will work to support her, while a Dyak will not. At Singkawan I met some Dyaks from the interior who had brought down a quantity of fine gold dust, which they readily sold to the Chinese traders. I had a fancy for going into the hill country, as I thought it would be a novel sort of adventure, and perhaps I might pick up some of the dust that had been the object of man's cupidity ever since the world began, or at any rate ever since the value of gold became known. A young English sailor, whom I met at Singkawan, offered to go with me, and we soon patched up a partnership. The schooner was to go to another port, and then return to Singkawan, and I thought I should have ample time for the journey. Part of the way we were to go in boats on a river, and the rest by walking overland. Jack, my sailor friend, knew something of the language of the Dyaks, and I could speak a few words. We engaged 2 Chinese to go with us, and then made terms with the Dyaks who were to accompany us to their home and show us where the gold was found. We promised that if they did so, we would give them a liberal quantity of the goods that they most desired, provided, of course, we were brought safely back to the coast. The ordinary incidents of the journey you will not care about. Everything went well so far as the attentions of our escort were concerned, but we found it very tough work to travel in the native paths. These people all go barefooted, and they put one foot in front of the other, so that the paths in course of time are worn into channels 5 or 6 inches deep and just the width of one's foot. Our shoes were so wide and inelastic that they stuck in the channels, and we had not gone many miles before the soles had been quite torn from the uppers. Then we wrapped our feet in cloths like moccasins, but they did not afford much protection, and we were very soon a weary and footsore pair. But we trudged on, determined to get to the gold mines, though more than once we were on the point of turning back in despair. When we stopped at night, the Dyaks made little huts in which we all slept, 2 in a hut, and we had the sides closed in very tight to keep out the snakes, which were numerous in that part of the island. We lived on rice, which was carried by every member of the party, excepting Jack and myself, and it seemed like magic the way the Dyaks and Chinese prepared their rice whenever we came to a halt. They steamed it over a fire instead of boiling it as we do, and they made it so light that every grain was separate by itself. The third night after leaving the river, we went to sleep as usual, but along after midnight Jack was waked by something crawling over him. He yelled, "Snake!" and jumped up, and as he did so he almost upset our little shelter. By the time he got to his feet, he found that the supposed snake was only one of the green twigs that held the hut together, and after swearing a while about it, he lay down again. Of course, he had waked me up completely, so that I couldn't get to sleep again. I lay awake an hour or more, and as the place was rather stuffy, I opened the top a little and peeped out through the chinks, and then opened the entrance, thinking to go outside. The moon was in its last quarter, and the stars were in the sky, but moon and stars could only very dimly light the dense forest where we were. I thought I saw something moving among the trees, but concluded it was only a shadow. And then I saw it again, and felt more certain, and very soon I made out the form of a man creeping up toward one of the Dyak shelters. And then I knew what it was. We were surrounded by a party of head-hunters, and they were bent on taking our lives. Jack hadn't got fairly to sleep, and I whispered to him and said, "The head-hunters were after us." We had chaffed each other so much about them that he thought I was joking. It was the old story of the boy that cried wolf when no wolf was about. Jack said all the fellows wanted was our heads, and they wouldn't trouble us afterward, provided we gave up our skulls without making a fuss. And then I spoke to him a second time in a low but very earnest whisper, and I not only spoke, but I grabbed him by the arm. He knew by this that I was in earnest, and was on his feet very quickly. Each of us had a revolver, and knew how to use it, but in the dim light it was impossible to take good aim, and we didn't want to throw away any shots. There were a dozen or more of the rascals creeping up to the huts, and each of them had a coal with which to set fire to our shelters. But these shelters are not dry like the huts in the villages, being made principally of green stuff, and it wasn't likely they would burn very fast. The fellow that came up to our hut stooped down to light a fire as near the ground as possible, and luckily he was on the side away from the entrance. Jack was a powerful young chap, and he sneaked around outside and jumped on the scoundrel, clutching him by the throat at the same time so that he never made a sound. He strangled him in less than 2 seconds, or more likely broke his neck. At the same time I trampled out the fire, and then we were ready to attend to some of our other visitors. We drew our pistols and went for them, and we made lively work, you may believe. We shot down 5 of our assailants before they could rise to their feet, and then we got 2 more of them before they knew what we were about. The sound of the firearms scared all that we did not hit, and they made the best possible time into the forest, though not until one of them gave Jack a very ugly cut with a knife. The Dyaks had no firearms, and at that time they had an idea that there was no limit to the distance a bullet would go. The fight was over in less time than I'm telling about it, and our people came out of their huts almost crazy with fright. There was no more sleeping that night. The next morning our Dyak friends cut off the heads of the men that had fallen under our bullets, and also the head of the one that Jack choked to death. Jack's wound and our sore feet made it unadvisable for us to go further. The Dyaks were so grateful to us for our double service, saving their own heads and supplying them with such a good stock to carry home, that they escorted us back to the coast, and would take nothing for their compensation. They gave each of us a knife or sword of Dyak manufacture, to keep as a memento of the trip. Mine is one of the finest bits of steel you ever saw, and has a blade about 2 feet long. I have cut a large nail in two with it, and the edge was not harmed in the least. And I have heard that these knives will cut through the barrel of a musket when wielded by a strong man. Come around to my lodgings, and I'll show you my souvenir of that trip. New York Ledger. End of Chapter 8.
Section 9 of the Talking Handkerchief and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by DannyHauger, DannyHauger.com. The Talking Handkerchief and Other Stories by Wallace KNOX. A fight with a tiger. Apt Evans invited me to go to his tea plantation up country and stay as long as I liked, and by way of allurement he promised me a tiger hunt. "You can have it any way that suits you," said he, "from a Mai-Chan to a battue with elephants, but in the latter case you will have to stand the expense, as my purse won't afford it, and a tidy bit of expense it will be. Just before I came down to Calcutta, I heard of a man-eater about 50 miles from my place, and if you say the word, we'll try for his hide and the government reward." "You will be safe enough if you hunt from a Mai-Chan," said the captain, "a mode of entertainment that is practiced more by the native princes than by Europeans. They have stands, or stone towers, Mai-Chans, erected along a valley where a tiger is likely to run when driven out of the jungle. The hunters get into those stands and then send the beaters to drive the game out of its place of concealment. As the tigers run along the valley, they are shot, and the men who shoot them, or at them, are perfectly safe from attack. I never tried this form of hunting but once, and then it was at the invitation of a native prince. I killed the tiger as he was trotting leisurely along the valley, and not 50 yards in front of me, killed him at the first shot. When satisfied that he was dead, I went out with the attendants to bring him in, and I found that the beast had a collar around his neck with my host's name on it. The polite prince had let the tiger loose so that our hunt should not be without result. The captain was just starting to give an account of the battue with elephants and also of a hunt on foot when his friend the major interrupted him. "Tell us more about your 10 minutes with the tiger in Mysore," said the major. "There's a story of a creature that was very famous in his day." "Yes, he was," replied the captain, "but I must have a fresh cigar before I tell about him." Suiting the action to the word, he lighted a Havana, which the major preferred, settled back onto his chair, was silent for a few moments, and then began his narration. "I was serving in the Fusiliers, and my detachment had been 2 or 3 months in Mysore, the capital of the district of the same name, when word came that there was a man-eater at work about 100 miles to the east of the city, supposed to be at the same time that had been in the southern part of the district for a year or more. I obtained leave to go for him. Thompson asked for leave at the same time and got it, and away we went together. Poor old Thompson. Little did he think it was to be his last hunt. We took along our favorite shikari huntsman, who had been with us in several hunts and knew his business. He gathered a party of about 40 beaters, and while getting them together, he made diligent inquiries as to where the tiger had last been seen. He hadn't been heard of anywhere for several days, and so we determined to wait for fresh news before starting out. We hadn't long to wait, for the very evening that Shikari had finished organizing his party, this tiger carried off a young woman who was walking along a path not 50 yards from the village where she lived. 2 men were not more than a dozen yards behind her when the beast sprang out from under a Kalynda bush, seized the woman by the neck, and carried her off as easily as though she had been a partridge or a rabbit. By daylight the next morning we were on his track and followed it for half a mile to where, at the side of a great rock, he had devoured all he cared to of the body of his victim. Poor girl! She was to have been married that day week. At any rate, That's what the headman at the village told us. Half a mile further on, there was a patch of jungle, and the shikaree tracked the beast quite near its edge and was satisfied that our game was concealed somewhere in the thicket. Our party was not large enough to surround the jungle, and we sent to the neighboring villages and obtained as many men as we could to act as beaters and frighten the animal out so that we could get a shot at him. I was about to ask why they did not go directly into the jungle and shoot him in his lair. The captain anticipated my inquiry as he immediately continued. If we had wanted to commit suicide, we would have gone into the jungle and hunted the fellow out. It is a very unsafe thing to do, as the tiger sees you long before you can possibly see him, and if he has no good way of escape, he will turn the tables on you without asking your leave. Almost from under your feet he will rise and make a spring at you, and there is rarely time to use your rifle as he comes in. Many a hunter has left his bones in India by following a tiger into the jungle, and especially by going there in pursuit of one that he has wounded. In little more than an hour, we had the jungle surrounded by the beaters. Thompson and I selected our stands about 50 yards apart, where he thought the beast would try to escape, and then the signal was given for the beaters to begin. They made a great noise with drums and tom-toms. They threw stones into the thicket, and every little while they fired off their old muskets to add to the tumult. On the side where Thompson and I were stationed, there were no noise, as we wanted the tiger to believe that all the danger lay where the racket was being made, and so he would run in our direction. The man-eater came out of the jungle, not creeping stealthily as we had expected, but making great bounds into the air at the top of his speed. Thompson fired, and so did I, but neither of our shots were fatal, though both took effect. With a roar that seemed to shake the ground, the brute turned and sprang at Thompson, sprang upon him and threw him to the ground, and then grasped him by the throat and shook him as a cat shakes a mouse. I dared not fire for fear of hitting my friend, but I stood with my rifle ready for a shot the moment the tiger should drop his victim. Thompson made no movement. Quite likely he was killed by the first blow of the tiger or stunned by the fall, and if not then stunned, he was certain to have been rendered insensible by the shaking he received. The habit of all animals of the cat species to shake their prey is really a merciful one, as it stupefies them and so renders death painless. Several hunters who have been rescued from the jaws of the tiger have said that they were without sensation after the beast had shaken them in the way I have told you. The tiger dropped Thompson and raised its head, and then I fired in the hope of making a deadly shot. Then the beast turned on me, and I got in another shot which stopped it for a moment, just long enough for me to spring into the branches of a small tree under which I was standing. In springing there, I dropped my rifle, and so found myself without a weapon other than the knife at my belt. The tiger tried to reach me in the tree. He might have done so had not one of his forelegs been shattered by a bullet, probably the last one I fired. There was a great gash across his head, but it was only a skin wound, the thick skull having glanced away the bullet like the side of a gunboat. Then there was a wound across his back, but I could easily see that it was not serious. A tiger will stand a great deal of lead in him, and, on the other hand, he is easily killed if you can only touch certain parts. He crouched at the foot of the tree when he found he could not reach me, and there he lay growling, lashing his tail from side to side, and every few moments giving a roar that could be heard for a long distance. If I had not lost my rifle, I could have settled him very quickly, but to attack him with a knife would have been madness, and my only hope was in the shikaree hearing the roar and coming out to my aid. I knew none of the other natives would venture in the vicinity, and already most of them had quite likely taken to their heels and fled to their villages. The shikaree came as I hoped and expected. As he approached, I indicated by signs for him to take Thompson's rifle, which was more effective than his own, and finish the beast. He nodded compliance, took the rifle from the ground where it lay, filled the magazine from the pouch of cartridges on the body of my dead comrade, and then, while I held the attention of the tiger by making menacing motions and pretending that I was about to descend to the ground, The hunter crept within 20 yards of the tree and stretched the animal lifeless with a bullet through his heart. Another bullet followed, and also another to make sure work, and then I came to the ground to measure my late antagonist. From tip to tip, he was 11 feet, 7.5 inches in length, the longest tiger by more than 12 inches that I have ever secured. It was fully 10 minutes from the time I sprang into the tree until the shikaree came in sight, and the longest 10 minutes I ever had in my life. End of section 9. Recording by DannyHauger. www.DannyHauger.com.
Section 10 of the Talking Handkerchief and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paezra Utrecht. The Talking Handkerchief and Other Stories by Wallace KNOX. Caught in a typhoon. We were running down the coast of China from Shanghai to Hong Kong. It was in the month of August, and the southwest monsoon was blowing strong against us, so that our headway was slow. The passengers in the saloon were less than a dozen, but they represented 4 nationalities: English, French, German and American. And as all had seen a fair share of the world, we got along admirably together. The captain was a ruddy Englishman who had been in Asiatic waters for several years. The accommodations of the steamer were excellent, and altogether the voyage until we were off the port of Amoy and some 50 miles from land was a delightful one. I had been on deck, conning with a glass the coast of the Flowery Kingdom, the junks and other craft that studded the waters, and the play of light and wind on the sea, where the monsoon was exerting its force. Something in the appearance of one of the junks attracted my attention, and I strolled in the direction of the chart room to ask the captain about it. He came out of the chart room as I neared the door. The look of anxiety on his face told me that questions would not then be in order, and I refrained. He hurried along without noticing my presence, and went straight to the bridge, whence he shouted some kind of an order through the speaking tube that led to the engineer's room. Then he called for the first and second officers, and they speedily went to the bridge and reported for duty. "What's the matter?" I asked of the third officer, who was superintending the relashing of one of the boats on the starboard side of the ship. "Matter enough. You'll find out for yourself in an hour or two. We'll have a typhoon on us before long, unless the signs are wrong." Then he turned his attention to the work before him, and I went below to observe the aneroid barometer hanging in the saloon. I had looked at it within 2 hours and mentally noted how it then stood. It had fallen rapidly since my observation, and as I tapped gently on the glass front, the dial descended perceptibly. In the regions and season of the typhoons, one of these fearful storms is foretold by a rapid fall of the barometer, and a careful mariner keeps a sharp watch on that instrument from beginning to end of the nautical day. Soon I was on deck again, and found the wind had increased and its direction changed several points. The course of the steamer was altered so as to bring the wind on the port beam, and thus carry the vessel away from the center of the storm. In the northern hemisphere, the typhoon whirls in a direction opposite to that of the hands of a clock, from right to left, while in the southern hemisphere it turns from left to right. Typhoon, great wind, is only the Oriental name for a cyclone or hurricane. It is a circular storm from 50 to 500 miles in diameter, and has a motion over the surface of the earth or water in addition to its whirling motion. Spin a top rapidly, and while it is spinning let it move along the floor or pavement. This is an exact illustration of the 2 motions of a typhoon. The nearer you get to the center, the more violent is the wind, and hence the effort of a ship caught in a typhoon to sail toward the circumference. There is a general, though not universal, belief that the typhoon has a calm center a few miles in diameter. This belief is earnestly supported by some mariners, and as earnestly opposed by others. So, too, is the theory that if a ship is once caught in the center of a typhoon, she can never get out of it. Steadily, the wind increased and the clouds became more and more dense. Everything about the ship was made as fast as possible, but in spite of all the lashings, several articles were torn away and carried off into the seething waters. I had expected to see the waves run mountain high, but they did nothing of the kind. The force of the wind was so great that waves could not form other than in that broken shape which we call a choppy sea. Even the choppy sea disappeared after a time, and the waters were blown flat, just as you may see them on a small lake or pond swept by a gust of wind. The wind was blowing fully 80 miles an hour. Fortunate indeed is it that the sea is smooth in a typhoon, as no ship that was ever built could withstand the force of such a high wind and a high sea at the same time. The sky darkened, the air was hot and stifling in spite of the rate at which the wind was blowing, and soon the rain fell in torrents. Everybody on deck was lashed to something, or clung with all his strength to prevent being blown overboard, and it occurred to me that the passengers would be safer below than above. Just as the thought came around, the captain gave the order for us to descend, and the cabin doors were soon closed upon us and securely lashed. Then we watched for a time through the bull's-eye windows the effect of the wind upon the waters, but the spray and rain were so dense that very little could be seen. After a while we gathered about the saloon table. The vessel was rolling and pitching so fearfully that we had to cling to the table and chairs in order to retain our places. We could hear the roaring of the wind, the swishing of the waters, the patter of the rain on the deck, and every few moments the steamer was tossed upward, as though in a blanket in the hands of 1,000 giants. One sound was most grateful to our ears, and that was the throb of the engine, which told that our machinery was intact. Nay, it was feeling rather than sound. The roar of the wind was so great, the chuk-chuk of the engine was drowned, and the pulsation was only perceptible through the trembling of our chairs and of the floor on which our feet rested. Half the time the screw seemed to be out of the water, and then it raced fearfully. As it plunged again, it slowed almost to stopping, and made our hearts rise in our throats, lest it might not start again. Cards were proposed by one of the party, but nobody else eared to play, and evidently that individual was not at all sorry that his proposal was rejected. Then we fell to telling stories of adventure. We had done a good deal of that hitherto during the voyage, and some of the narrations had bordered on the miraculous. No one had ventured to suggest that affidavits should be attached to each of the anecdotes detailed, but I am bound to say that it needed a stomach of the very highest capacity to swallow them all. But here in the Typhoon there was a tendency to tone them, so our party in the cabin developed a regard for truthfulness, when the chances were so many that we should be at the bottom of the China Sea before sunset. In our party was a German, a handsome, vigorous man who had taken little part in the conversation thus far in the voyage. Consequently, the rest of us were a trifle surprised when he was the first to speak after the one whose adventure had just been narrated had paused. "I've been overboard in a typhoon," said he, "and with no land in sight." "Tell us about it," said half a dozen of us, almost in the same breath. "It was 10 years ago," he continued, "between Bangkok and Hong Kong. I was on a German schooner that had been trading in the Gulf of Siam and was on her way to Hong Kong. We were caught in a typhoon about 100 miles off Hong Kong, and were in the worst of it. All our yard sails were carried away, our masts went by the board, and the wind finally turned us on our beam ends. Everybody who wasn't lashed fast was carried into the sea and swept away in an instant. I was one of those who went overboard, and with me went a hencoop, which I managed to seize as it drifted past me. The wind carried it so rapidly that it fairly dragged me as a boat is towed at the stern of a steamboat. If I had not clutched it at the instant I did, it would have gone so fast that I could not have reached it by swimming. In a minute or so after going over the rail, I could see nothing of the schooner, neither could I see any of my companions who were with me in the water. The rope by which the hencoop had been lashed was still fastened to it, and I managed to pass it under my arm so that it gave me some support. And all the time the wind was blowing fearfully. I was blinded by the spray and the torrents of rain, and really I did not expect to live an hour where I was. Half the time my head was under water, and it was very difficult to get breath. But I clung with desperation, as a drowning man always clings to any sort of support. The water was warm, so that I was in no danger of being chilled and benumbed, at least not for a while. By and by the wind fell a little, then a little more, and then I tightened the rope under my arms and lifted myself further out of the water. A terrible thirst came upon me, but I managed to assuage it a little by catching in my mouth some of the raindrops as they fell. Then my strength began to fail. I felt like fainting, and well knew that if I became insensible I should certainly drown. As I was making a great effort to rouse myself, I caught sight of a steamer coming through the mist almost directly toward me. The lookout forward saw the hencoop. Then he made out that a man was fast to it. Then the steamer slacked her speed so as to bring me close alongside. It was still too rough for lowering a boat. A Malay sailor came down the rope like a cat, passed the bight of it around me, and then, after casting off the hencoop, he scrambled back again and I was hauled on board. I fainted then, but that did no harm. I was on the steamer Danube, and her captain Clancy took good care of me and landed me safe in Hong Kong. The schooner and all the rest belonging to her were never heard from. End of section 10. Recording by Paezra, Utrecht.
Section 11 of the Talking Handkerchief and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Matthew Thompson from www.scribblings.blog. The Talking Handkerchief and Other Stories by Wallace KNOX. Chapter 11. Chased by Wolves. One of the sports of certain parts of Russia during the winter season is that of hunting wolves. The amusement is conducted in a variety of ways. Sometimes, when the party of hunters is a large one, a grand battue is arranged and a wide extent of territory is surrounded. The circle may be miles in diameter and require a day or two to form it. The territory enclosed is generally one where wolves are known to abound, and when the lines are shut and the animals driven to the centre, they frequently number 100 or more. At a hunt in Lithuania, one of the western provinces of Russia, some years ago, nearly 300 wolves were killed and half as many escaped before the lines were closed. Near St. Petersburg, wolves are more scarce, and sometimes the hunters return without any trophies. A funny story is told of an imperial wolf hunt during the reign of Nicholas. A German prince of considerable importance was visiting the court of the emperor and received many attentions. He was shown all the curiosities of the capital and its surroundings, and as a climax, the emperor determined to treat him to a wolf hunt. The guest had some reputation as a Nimrod, and consequently his host did not wish to disappoint him in finding game. The superintendent of the forest said that there was a scarcity of wolves, and so His Majesty ordered a dozen or more tame ones to be let loose. Of course the chase was successful, and the game was so driven that the prince was able to bring back a couple of wolfskins on the return to the city. The emperor complimented the prince on his success, and the latter replied, "You have a strange race of wolves in Russia. One of those I killed today wore a collar, and the other one had hair rubbed from his neck, as if by a chain." All through Russia, from the Baltic to Bering Sea, the wolf can be found. He is the ordinary grey wolf of Europe and America, and only dangerous when hunger has made him fierce. In Siberia, he rarely attacks man, and during a sleigh ride of 3,600 miles through Siberia and the eastern portion of European Russia, I encountered but a few of them. One afternoon, just at sunset, a group of them looked over a snowy ridge near the road and set up a howl as if they proposed pursuing us. We drove along as rapidly as we could, and I kept my eyes fixed on the ridge until the grey coats of those brutes were altogether lost to sight. While tossing that night through my first slumber, as the sleigh was steadily dashing to the westward, I dreamed of wolves, and awoke with a feeling of great relief at my escape from being eaten up to satisfy the hungry pack of 100 or so of the most unpleasant beasts it was ever a man's misfortune to encounter. Siberia is so thinly settled and game is so abundant that a wolf can make an honest living much easier than in western Russia. Even in the worst winters, he is rarely driven to the necessity of pursuing travellers to obtain a meal, as there is usually a sufficient quantity of deer, antelope, and the like to be had for the hunting. In the regions of the Altai Mountains and the level country beyond them, the wolves are numerous and often seen hunting in packs or droves. A Russian officer who travelled there told me that he one day came across a pack of wolves that had surrounded a wild bull they had evidently been pursuing for some time. They had succeeded in hamstringing him, and he was certain to yield before long. My friend watched the wolves for nearly an hour, and saw that they regularly relieved each other in dangerous positions, and while some rested, the others continued to worry about their prey. The bull fought with desperation, though he seemed quite conscious of his impending fate. The gentleman shot 2 of the wolves and drove away the rest. He then put the bull out of his misery, and as he moved away, he saw the pack returning to enjoy their expected feast. Wolf hunts are most popular in the western provinces of Russia, where the population is more dense than in Siberia, and the wolves consequently grow more desperate in severe winters. The wolves pursue travellers only after severe and long continued storms that cover or drive away most of the game in the forests. The object of their pursuit are the horses that draw the sleigh rather than the persons within it, but when they have overtaken a vehicle, they are not apt to make nice distinctions between horses and men. They generally make their attacks upon the horses first, and sometimes, where a party has 4 or 5 horses, it cuts one loose from the team and then kills him, so that while the wolves are feeding upon his carcass, the chase will be delayed. I heard in Russia a story of a party near Vilna that was once pursued by wolves and in great danger of capture. There was a young woman and her lover in the sleigh, and as the wolves came close upon them, the lover proposed to jump from the sleigh and sacrifice himself in order that his affianced might escape. She refused his offer and declared that she would die with him. He finally succeeded in extorting from her a promise that she would remain in the sleigh under the guidance of the driver and endeavour, in the case of her escape, to comfort his parents in their old age. As the wolves came nearer and almost touched the sleigh, the young man sprang out among them and was instantly torn into pieces. The woman remained in obedience to her promise, and with a mingled feeling of fright and grief, cowered beneath the robes. But as the wolves again approached, she raised her head, and pronouncing the name of her lover, stood erect in the vehicle. The driver, busy with his horses, gave her no attention until she leaped among the pursuing beasts and followed the fate of the man who claimed her affection as his own. The ordinary mode of hunting wolves in Russia is to go out with a sleigh drawn by 3 horses abreast and make a circuit through the forest where the game is known to abound. Great care is taken to have the harness and everything else about the concern in good condition so that no accident may occur at a critical moment. The team of 3 horses is called a troika, and the term is applied to the animals exclusive or inclusive of the sleigh, exactly as the word team is used in America. There are usually 2 hunters in the sleigh, while the driver is perched on the seat at the forward end and has no duties beyond attending to his horses, and the hunters are armed with guns that admit of being loaded and fired rapidly, and for this purpose, some of the new breech-loading weapons of the present day are found very serviceable. An important, though unwilling member of the hunting party is a pig. He is taken into the sleigh and carefully wrapped up in the furs and the straw at the bottom, while on the way to the happy hunting ground. But when arrived there, his treatment becomes very unpleasant. He is then thrown overboard, and as the vehicle moves along, he is towed astern, very much as a patent log is made to follow a ship at sea. Of course he squeals, as any other pig would do under the circumstances, and his scream on the still night air can be heard a long distance. A wolf is no Muslim or Jew, so far as the matter of eating and drinking goes. On the contrary, he is very fond of pork, and never omits an opportunity to obtain it. As he hears the scream of the pig, he is sure to be aroused by it, and if hungry, as he generally is, he moves very promptly in its direction. If the winter is severe and game scarce, the squealing of the pig is especially attractive and draws an audience as appreciative, though not as desirable, as any that ever gathered to listen to Paddy or Neilson. When the wolves approach within easy shooting distance, the hunters make quick work with their guns and generally succeed in bringing down quite a number. Of course, this kind of hunting is as precarious as any other, and very often the hunter returns empty-handed. A dozen wolves is considered very fair shooting for a single night, and when the prizes amounts to 20 or more, it is considered a good time for wolves. One day during my stay in Irkutsk, I went with a Russian officer of my acquaintance to look at the country, a few miles north of the town. As we were returning from our ride, I spoke of a very large wolf skin that I saw at a peasant's house where we stopped a few moments to take tea. My companion became less talkative than usual as soon as I mentioned the wolf skin, and we finished our ride as if we were not on the best of terms. That evening, as we sat over our cigars, he referred to the subject of my afternoon's remark, and then told me a story, which I will give, as nearly as possible, in his own words. "You see," said he, "that though I am a young man, my hair is grey as that of a man of 60. It was not turned white in a single night, but it was turned by the events of a single night that I shall never forget. I never see a wolf or hear one mentioned without a very unpleasant feeling. When you spoke of that skin today, you touched the old wound, and it was for that reason I was so moody and little inclined to talk on our way home. 5 years ago this winter, I was in St. Petersburg, where I just received my commission in one of the regiments attached to the immediate service of the Emperor. There was little to do, and I passed much time in the society of the gay capital. In the course of the winter, I met a most charming young lady, the sister of one of my fellow officers, and in a few weeks we became greatly attached to each other. Our intimacy terminated in engagement, and when she left, under the escort of her brother, to spend a few weeks at the family home in Posen, I obtained leave of absence and accompanied her. Of course, time passed pleasantly enough for us lovers, though it hung rather heavily upon the hands of her brother, who had no one to love, and considered a great deal of our talk the veriest nonsense in the world, as it probably was. We got up little journeys to various places in the vicinity, and had several hunting excursions without any special good fortune. Finally, my friend Raslov proposed a wolf hunt, and though I would have preferred to remain at the chateau in the company of Christina, I consented, and we made our preparations. We prepared a troika and selected the best horses from Raslov's stable, fine, quick, sure-footed beasts, and with a driver who was unsurpassed in all that region for his skill and dash. The sleigh was a large one, and we fitted it with a good supply of robes and straw, and put a healthy young pig in it to serve as a decoy. We each had a gun, and carried a couple of spare guns with plenty of ammunition, so that we could kill as many wolves as presented themselves. Just as we were preparing to start, and the horses were prancing at the door, Christina asked to accompany us. We didn't anticipate any danger, but somehow we felt a reluctance to expose her to whatever risk there was in the expedition. I suggested the coldness of the night, and Raslov hinted that the sleigh was too small for 3. But Christina protested that the air, though sharp, was clear and still, and she could wrap herself warmly. A ride of few hours would do her more good than harm. The sleigh, she insisted, was a large one and afforded ample room. Besides, she added, I will sit directly behind the driver, and out of your way, and I want to see a wolf hunt very much indeed. So we consented. Christina arrayed herself in a few moments, and we started on our excursion. The servants were instructed to hang out a light in front of the entrance to the courtyard. It was about sunset when we left the chateau, and drove out upon the plain covered here and there with patches of forest. The road we followed was well trodden by the many peasants on their way to the fair of the town, some 25 miles away. We met several parties of these peasants jogging merrily along, some of them rather too merry from deep potations of the native vodka. We travelled slowly, not wishing to tire out our horses, and as we left the half-dozen villages that clustered around the chateau within a few miles of it, we had the road entirely to ourselves. The moon rose soon after sunset, and as it was still at the full, it lightened up the plain very clearly, and seemed to stand out quite distinct from the deep blue sky and the bright stars that sparkled everywhere above the horizon. We chatted gaily as we rode along, Somehow I found it convenient to sit very close to Christina's side, and it was not strange that it became necessary to throw my arm around her waist to support her. The time passed so rapidly that I was half surprised when Raslov told me to cease lovemaking and get ready to hunt wolves. Christina thought we'd better wait a little longer, but her brother was inflexible, and so we halted and made our preparations. The pig had been lying very comfortably in the bottom of the sleigh and protested quite loudly as we brought him out. The rope had been made ready before we started from home, and so the most we had to do was turn the horses around, get our guns ready, and throw the pig upon the ground. He set up a piercing shriek as the rope dragged him along and completely drowned out our voices. Paul had hard work to keep the horses from breaking into a run, but he succeeded, and we maintained a very slow trot. Christina nestled into the place she'd agreed to occupy, and Raslov and I prepared to shoot the wolves. We drove thus for 15 or 20 minutes. The pig gradually became exhausted and reduced his scream to a sort of moan that was very painful to hear. I began to think we should see no wolves and return to the chateau without firing our guns, when suddenly a howl came faintly along the air, and in a moment another and another. "There!" said Raslov. "There comes our game, and we shall have work enough before long." A few moments later, I saw a half-dozen dusky forms emerging from the forest to the right and behind us. They seemed like moving spots on the snow, and had it not been for their howling, I should have failed to notice them as early as I did. They grew more and more numerous, and as they gathered behind us, formed a waving line across the road that gradually took the shape of a crescent, with the horns pointing towards our right and left. At first, they were timid and kept 100 yards or more behind us, but as soon as the hog renewed his screams, they took courage and approached nearer. By the time they were within 50 yards, there were 200 or 300 of them, possibly 500. I could see every moment that their numbers were increasing, and it was somewhat impatiently that I waited Raslov's signal to fire. At last he told me to begin, and I fired at the centre of the pack. The wolf I struck gave a howl of pain, and his companions, roused by the smell of blood, fell upon him and tore him to pieces in a moment. Raslov fired an instant after me, and then we kept our firing up as fast as possible. As the wolves fell, the others sprang upon them, but the pack was so large that they were not maternally detained by stopping to eat up their brethren. They continued the pursuit, and what alarmed me, they came nearer and showed very little fear of our guns. We had taken a large quantity of ammunition, more by half than we thought would possibly be needed, but its quantity diminished so rapidly as to suggest the probability of exhaustion. The pack steadily came nearer. We cut the pig away, but it stopped the pursuit for only a moment. Directly behind us, the wolves were not 10 yards away. On each side, they were no further from the horses, who were snorting with fear and requiring all the efforts of the driver to hold them. We shot down the beasts as fast as possible, and as I saw our danger, I whispered my thoughts to Raslov. He replied to me in Spanish, which Christina did not understand, that the situation was really dangerous, and we must prepare to get out of it. "I would stay longer," he suggested, "though there's a good deal of risk in it, but we must think of the girl and not let her suspect anything wrong, and above all, must not risk her safety." Turning to the driver, he said in a cheery tone, "Paul, we have shot till we're tired out. You may let the horses go, but keep them well in control." Even when he spoke, a huge wolf sprang from the pack and dashed towards one of the horses. Another followed him, and in 20 seconds the line was broken and they were upon us. One wolf jumped at the rear of the sleigh and caught his paws upon it. Raslov struck him with the butt of his gun, and at the same instant he delivered the blow. Paul let the horses have their way. Raslov fell upon the edge of the vehicle and over its side. Luckily his foot caught in one of the robes and held him for an instant, long enough to enable me to seize and draw him back. It was the work a moment, but what a moment! Christina had remained silent, suspecting but not fully comprehending our danger. As her brother fell, she gave one piercing scream and dropped senseless to the bottom of the sleigh. I confess that I exerted all my strength in that effort to save the brother of my affianced, and as I accomplished it, I sat powerless, though still conscious, at the side of the girl I loved. Raslov's right arm was dislocated by the fall, and one of the pursuing wolves had struck his teeth into his scalp as he was dragging over the side and torn it so that it bled profusely. How narrow had been his escape. "Faster! Faster, Paul!" he shouted. "Drive for your life and for ours." Paul gave the horses free rein, and they needed no urging. They dashed along the road as horses rarely have ever dashed before. In a few minutes, I gained strength enough to raise my head and saw to my unspeakable delight that the distance between us and the pack was increasing. We were safe if no accident occurred, and the horses could maintain their pace. One horse fell, but as if knowing his danger, made a tremendous effort and gained his feet. By and by, we saw the light at the chateau, and in a moment dashed into the courtyard, and we were safe. We carried Christina to the house, but it was several hours before she recovered her consciousness. A peasant told us that the road we followed was strewn with the wolves we had killed, but we did not care to visit the scene of our horrible danger. Razlov soon recovered from his injuries, but his hair, like mine, turned white from the date of that fearful ride. Christina and I were married a few months later, but none of us ever refer, except by accident, to the wolf hunt in Possum. End of chapter 11. Recorded by Matthew Thompson from www.scribblings.blog.
Section 12 of the Talking Handkerchief and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anthony Castellani. The Talking Handkerchief and Other Stories by Wallace KNOX. Betrayed by a Mirage. In the early part of the present century, Muhammad Ali Pasha, the ruler of Egypt, sent an army to conquer Nubia. It was necessary for this army to march across a part of the desert which is enclosed in a wide bend of the Nile, between Korosko and Abu Hamid, a distance, as the road runs, of about 240 miles. There is only a single place in all this distance where wells or springs can be found. Troops and all other travelers must carry a supply of water, and use great precautions to prevent its waste, and even with all the care they can exercise, there is frequently great suffering. The road can be traced by the skeletons of men and animals that have died of thirst or from the excessive heat that prevails in this locality at all seasons of the year, and in one place a few miles away from the direct route, the great number of skeletons tells a fearful story. One of the regiments of Muhammad Ali had not taken proper precautions in regard to its supply of water, and the officers discovered, to their dismay, that while they were yet a long distance from their destination on the banks of the Nile, the precious fluid was wholly exhausted. Men and animals were suffering severely, but it was hoped that by a forced march, continuing through the entire night and part of the next day, they might reach Abu Hamid, where everybody could drink to his satisfaction in the great river which gives life to Egypt. As the men were dragging themselves slowly along, there appeared, away to the east and at a right angle to the road, the shining waters of a lake. Those who first saw it cried out, "Moya, Moya, water, water," and the cry was quickly carried along the line. The weary were encouraged, the pace of all was quickened, and the head of the column turned in the direction where the lake spread its inviting surface. In vain did the officers try to stop the men by ordering them to continue their route, and telling them there was no lake at all, but only a deception. Maddened with thirst, the soldiers broke through all discipline, threw down their arms, and each for himself sought to reach the welcome water as soon as possible. All control was lost, and even some of the officers joined in the mad flight. As they went on, the lake seemed to withdraw further and further away, and at length it disappeared altogether, and the men fell to the ground exhausted and in despair. The lake was a cruel deception of nature, and in its stead they found only the stony and sandy desert, with not a trace of the water they so much needed for the preservation of their lives. Only a few of the soldiers had sufficient strength to return to the route and continue the march to Abu Hamid. All the others died where they fell, and their skeletons, where not covered by the drifting sands, are still whitening the desert and telling the story of the work of the Mirage. The Mirage on the deserts of Egypt was first made known to the Western world by Professor Monge, who accompanied Napoleon's expedition to that country. On several occasions, the soldiers at the head of the marching column were deceived by the appearance of water directly along the road where they expected to march. And once the column was halted and ordered to form in line for battle, as a strong force of the enemy was seen approaching with every appearance of an intention to oppose the further advance of the French. As the French troops formed in line, it was seen that the others did the same. As the cavalry dismounted, so did the cavalry of the enemy. As the cannon were wheeled into position, the Arabs brought forward an equal number of guns. One of the officers proceeded to examine the enemy with a telescope and, to his great surprise, found that they were in French uniforms and imitated every movement of the Napoleonic forces with the most complete exactness. An Arab guide was at the officer's side, preserving the grave silence for which the Arabs are noted. When his opinion was asked, he briefly said that the opposing army was all in the air and nothing more than a mirage. "If you advance," said he, "it will retreat, and in a little while will fly away out of sight." The order to advance was given. Sure enough, the imaginary army fell back and soon vanished altogether. It was one of the tricks of the mirage, which had created the image of the French army, just as the mirror reflects our faces as we stand before it. Deceptions of this sort are less frequent than those of the ordinary mirage, which creates lakes, rivers, and forests where none exist, or raises into full view objects that are really far below the horizon. The scientific explanation of the mirage is based on the varying densities of different strata of air, owing to the effect of the sun's rays, which produce an unusual refraction. Everybody knows that the brook or river is deeper than it seems to be to the eye, and that a stick or oar thrust into the water on a bright day seems to be shortened and also bent at the point where it enters. This appearance comes from refraction, and it is the same cause that gives us the mirage. While the mirage often causes disaster or disappointment, it is quite as often a matter of advantage. In the Arctic regions, it is no uncommon thing for a whale ship to learn the position of another that is really far beyond the horizon by seeing its reflection in the air. In such a case, the image is usually inverted, but sometimes a double image is seen, one of the figures being upright and the other inverted. In Captain Scoresby's Arctic expedition, his two ships became separated, but the captain subsequently ascertained the position of the other ship by seeing it reflected in the sky, when it was actually 17 miles beyond the line of the horizon. It is said that a French fleet was once preparing for a descent on the English coast during one of the wars that prevailed between France and England. The preparations had been made with great secrecy, and the hostile fleet was to assemble at a point 50 miles from the shore selected for the attack. When all was ready, and it took several days to assemble the hostile ships, the advance was made with the expectation of taking the English by surprise. But the surprise was on the other side, as the mirage had revealed the distant fleet on the day when it began to meet. Every ship was shown inverted in the air for more than 3 hours, and the movements were such that the English officers readily understood that a rendezvous had been ordered at that point. Men for the defense were gathered as rapidly as possible. The forts were manned and put in readiness, and when the French fleet came sailing in, it met with a reception as warm as it was unexpected. I once heard the officer of an American ship of war tell the following story of how his vessel captured a slave ship on the coast of Africa through the aid of the mirage. We were cruising along the coast on the hunt for slavers, and had not seen anything for some time. The weather was frightfully hot, and many of the men were ill in consequence, so that the commander decided to put into Sierra Leone for a while to give us a respite from full duty, and let us have a run on shore from time to time. We squared away in the direction of that port, and everybody breathed freer at the prospect of a rest. We were under sail, our engines being stopped and the fires put out, except when a slave ship was in sight. The orders were that we should save coal wherever possible, and in obedience to the orders, coal was never burned, except where the necessity for it was imperative. About noon of the second day after we headed for Sierra Leone, the lookout reported a sail. An officer went to the cross trees immediately with the most powerful telescope on the ship, and made her out a slaver stealing away from the coast. She was headed directly for the open Atlantic, and had all the appearance of a slave ship with a cargo of human beings for the Cuban or Brazilian market. We laid our course so as to head her off, and got up steam as soon as we could, but a stern chase is a long chase. She sailed well, and with all our efforts, she was 6 or 8 miles away when night fell and hid her from our sight. How we wished and wished for a few hours more of daylight, You may be sure that our wishes were exactly the reverse of all the crew of that slave ship, as capture meant death to them, with the exception of those who could clearly prove that they had been unwillingly forced into the nefarious business. Night was a shield for the slaver, as it enabled her to change her course wherever she wished, as long as the wind favored her. In the morning she might be out of sight, and we could only guess in what direction she lay. We banked the fires and went along under easy sail, just enough to give steerage way, and no more. Toward morning the wind died out, so that we slowed down to a knot an hour. Everybody was out of temper, and we felt that we had lost the chance of taking a prize into port, and quite likely of releasing several hundred Negroes from captivity. I was sent aloft to watch from the cross trees in the forlorn hope of catching a sight of the slaver. As the day broke, I swept the horizon in every direction, and after satisfying myself that the man-stealer had quite eluded us, I went below and reported to the officer of the day. Then I returned to my post, again and again scanned the curving rim of the ocean, with always the same result. In the east was the low, thin haze that marked the coast of Africa, but there was not a speck of sail between me and the haze, while north, south, and west nothing could be seen save sea and sky. A young midshipman had gone aloft with me, and there we remained during the whole of the morning watch, hoping against hope to find out where to go to catch the slaver. I offered him a gold moidore if he could discover her, but he did not need any financial stimulus, as he was quite as eager as all the rest to locate the prize. Of course, our observation was naturally ahead of us, rather than in the other direction, but we did not leave any quarter of the horizon without careful examination. Neither of us thought to turn his gaze to the sky, and it was only by accident that the midshipman cast his eyes in that direction, almost over our stern. Suddenly he gave an exclamation that attracted my attention, and then said, "I'll have that gold moidore, Mr. Blank, before the day is out." "I hope you will," I answered, "but just now there's no chance for it." "Excuse me, sir, but I think there is," he answered. And then he pointed to the sky over our stern, about 20 degrees above the horizon. There was the slaver, hull, sails, and all, inverted in the air and so clearly defined that there was no mistaking her. I swept the horizon just below her, and not a sign of her could be seen. The telltale mirage had revealed her when her captain and crew were probably laughing at having outwitted the Yankee ship of war. I sent the middy below to report, and a proud fellow he was, you may believe. The fires were started in short order, full steam was made, and away we went for Mr. Slaver at our best speed. The wind died out altogether and left her helpless. We sighted her inside of 2 hours, and in 5 hours from the time we saw her image in the sky, she was in our possession. The captain thought he had outwitted us completely by steering back during the night along the course we had come. When he first caught sight of us, he rightly surmised that we were bound for Sierra Leone, and nothing would be more natural than for us to continue on our course after losing sight of the slaver. We continued on to Sierra Leone, but not in the manner he had expected. Instead of being alone, we had company, that of the slaver with a prize crew on board. Her own crew were ironed and secured on board our ship, and in due course of time they met the fate they deserved. There were 300 slaves on board, and these were set at liberty as soon as the port was reached. Some of them found relatives and friends among those who had preceded them. Sierra Leone had received a good many cargoes of liberated slaves, and continued to do so until the slave trade on the west coast of Africa was altogether suppressed. End of Section 12. Recording by Anthony Castellani.
Section 13 of the Talking Handkerchief and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Talking Handkerchief and Other Stories by Thomas Wallace Knox. Section 13. To the Great Wall of China. To visit Peking without making a journey to the Great Wall of China would be like spending a week in New York without getting a glimpse of Central Park. We are in the Imperial City, and consequently the Great Wall must be seen. How do we go to it? The route is along a very ancient and very dilapidated road, like most roads in the Celestial Empire, and the distance is about 100 miles. We make a bargain with a Chinese contractor, who is as great a rascal as one could wish to encounter in business anywhere. It would be interesting to match him against some American and English horse owners and dealers that we know of, and the bets as to who would come out ahead ought to be about even. We stipulate that he is to take us to the real Great Wall at Chen Kai Kau, and not to the spurious one 30 miles from the imperial city. Unless this stipulation is made, he will take us only to the smaller wall, and then declare by all the saints in the Chinese calendar that he has discharged his duty and can go no farther. We are to go on horseback, and as there are no hotels on the way where we can get anything suited to American palates, we carry our provisions on the backs of baggage mules. We also make a careful stipulation, through the advice of an experienced friend, that if any of the horses or mules become lame or ill on the road, we are to be supplied with serviceable animals without extra charge. This is a necessary stipulation, as without it we are liable to enterprising extortion on the part of our contractor. Our saddle horses would go lame most unaccountably, probably through maiming by the contractor himself, and then we would be forced to pay very high prices for substitutes. We also take a mule litter as a precaution, in case any of us are disabled by accident and unable to ride in the saddle. The mule litter is a sort of a sedan chair, or bed, resting on long poles that are placed parallel to each other and just far enough apart for a single mule to be harnessed between them. One mule is between the shafts in front of the litter, and the other behind it, and as the poles are quite springy, the motion of the litter is not at all disagreeable. The disadvantages of this vehicle are found in the tendency of the fastenings over the backs of the mules to work themselves loose. In such an event down come the ends of the poles with a force sufficient to wake one from the soundest nap, and sometimes to inspire the unreleased mule into an effort to run away. If he is behind the litter he cannot do much in the running line, but in front of it an enterprising beast has a fair chance for making a general smash-up. Our saddle animals are Mongolian ponies, with a good deal of horse-cussedness in their composition. They are sturdy brutes, capable of much hard work, and with so much endurance that my pony thinks nothing of running away with me for a mile or more at the end of a hard day's journey. The rascal had tried it on repeatedly, but I always had him so well in hand that he couldn't carry out his plans. Just as I was dismounting, I incautiously let go his bridle for an instant, and then away he went. He had me at a disadvantage, for my left foot was out of the stirrup and the bridle was on his neck, but by dint of hanging on to the best of my abilities while making efforts to catch the bridle, I at last became master of the situation and brought the brute to terms. Our contractor said the pony bore the honoured name of Chanfi-D, the 10,000 Virtues, but an English gentleman who wrote him a few weeks before our visit had rechristened him Damn his Eyes. The latter cognomen seemed so much more appropriate than the former that in spite of protests on my part my companion would know the pony by no other than his English name. It is a noticeable circumstance that these ponies are much more vicious with Europeans than with Chinese or Mongols. They hate the intruding foreigner, and will miss no fair chance to show him their spite. It is so with all domestic animals in China. The dogs bark at us and have no hesitation at biting. The cats spit, enlarge their tails, and run away when we come in sight. The chickens and ducks take to shelter. The oxen and buffaloes run at us with their horns in warlike position, and the horses kick and bite us, and throw us from their backs if they can. The hatred of the people for the outside barbarian is reflected by their quadruped friends to a degree that is almost surprising. One would imagine that the horses, dogs, cats, and other Chinese beasts were able to read the newspapers, and had become fully cognizant of the savage treatment that the Chinaman often receives at the hands of enlightened citizens of the United States. Our start from the courtyard of the little hotel in Peking where we are lodged takes fully an hour after our cavalcade is pronounced ready, as there is a great deal of adjustment of saddle girths and stirrup leathers before everybody is suited, and also a liberal amount of circusing on the part of the ponies as we take our seats. We file out of Peking through the north gate and find ourselves in a flat country. The road is deep with dust, which rises in clouds round us till we think a dusty road is about the worst thing in the world. When we come back a week later, it has been raining heavily, and the mud is knee-deep for our horses and a good ankle over for us. We are obliged to dismount 2 or 3 times in the mud, and then we conclude that the dust should not have been so greatly despised. The road is lined on each side with gardens and fields, but there are many places where the soil is so thin that the land cannot be tilled to advantage. We are jostled by pack horses and mules laden heavily with vegetables and fresh provisions for the markets of the great city, and there are many persons on foot who are burdened in the same way. Man is a great deal of a pack animal in China, and he bears without a murmur the heavy load that is placed on his shoulders. The lot of the Chinese laborer is a hard one, and the wonder is not that so many emigrate, but so few. There is practically no emigration from North China to other countries. 99 hundredths of the Chinese in America, Australia, and the British colonies in general have come from 2 provinces of southern China, and by far the greater part of them are from the single province of Kwangtung. We had made such a late start that it was nearly sunset when we reached the village of Sha Ho, about 20 miles from Peking, and by the advice of our contractor we stopped there for the night, lodged in a Chinese inn, where we slept on straw and supped on the food that we brought with us. Our beds were so poor and the fleas so friendly that we were up very early in the morning and made a fine start. There is little to see at Shan Ho beyond a couple of fine old bridges of stone that were built centuries ago and promise to last for centuries to come. From Shan Ho the country became rougher. Our northern horizon was filled with jagged hills that finally rose to the dignity of mountains, which presented a barrier that threatened impassability. Noon brought us to the village of Nanko, at the entrance of the Nanko Pass, where we stopped for dinner with appetites that a crocodile might envy. The ponies had so shaken us that our digestions would have been able to assimilate a leather boot without much difficulty, and besides, the air of this region is bracing, like mountain air in nearly every part of the world. A kettle of mutton was boiling over a fire in the wretched inn where we halted, and we concluded to supplement our canned provisions with boiled mutton, without caper sauce, capers being unknown in this locality. Boiled mutton is a staple dish in this part of China and all through Mongolia. Sheep are abundant and cheap, and they may be had almost at the purchaser's own price. The kettle is kept going from early morning till late at night, and as fast as the meat or soup is taken out the kettle is filled again. Sometimes millet is boiled with the meat, and a stew of mutton and millet is not to be despised when one's appetite is on edge. The Nankow Pass is 13 miles long, and the road through it decidedly rough. The mountains rise steeply on either hand, and here and there the route is overlooked by forts that were built centuries ago to protect the Chinese from Tartar incursions. Some of them are older than the Great Wall itself, and in addition to the forts there are towers where signal fires were lighted to give warning of an approaching invasion. The tradition goes that the forts and then the empire were lost in consequence of one of the feminine favorites of the emperor. Signal fires on the towers were to indicate the approach of the invaders, and when the signals were sent the army would hasten to the defense of Peking. One day the emperor's favorite persuaded him to give the signal, and it brought the armies to the defense of the imperial city. When the generals found that they had been called simply at the caprice of a woman, they went home disgusted. By and by, when the Tartars really approached, they did not respond to the signal, and so the great city fell into the hands of the invaders. It is another version of the old story of the boy and the wolf of our schoolboy days. The weak point about it is that a Chinese emperor, or any other Chinaman, is not likely to do anything to please a woman. Chinese respect for woman is conspicuous by its absence, except towards one's mother, who is especially revered by men of all classes. One of our party had an ugly fall in the Nankow Pass, and was so badly shaken up that for the rest of the day he occupied the mule litter. The ponies stumbled so many times that it was lucky we got through without any broken bones. The lack of enterprise on the part of the Chinese is well illustrated by the bad condition of the route through the pass, which has been in use for many centuries, and is practically the only road from Peking to the plains of Mongolia. A few $1,000s expended in engineering work would convert it into a mountain route of respectable character. Chinese vehicles are the same as they were 2,000 years ago, and the conclusion is inevitable that the people who willingly travel for days in carts that are a torture for any European, even in a single hour's occupation, must be lacking in nerves or sensibility. The Chinese cart is too short to lie down in, and too low for sitting upright, and its opportunities for vision along the route are almost nothing. The vehicle might be improved at slight expense, but no one, at least no one of Chinese origin, cares to improve it. Between the Nankow Pass and the Great Wall, we passed a night at a village similar to Shan Ho, and on leaving it in the morning we met a long string of carts laden with logs about 6 feet long, and intended to be made into coffins for the natives of Peking. These logs are cut in Mongolia, 600 miles from the Great Wall, and consequently must be carried about 700 miles to find a market. The scarcity of wood in the densely populated empire, and thereof the high price of lumber, together with the necessity of coffins for those who die, render this long transportation remunerative. Some of the men in charge of this wood trains are inclined to insolence. They make remarks about us that are evidently the reverse of complimentary, to judge by the laughter that follows them, and the increasing rudeness which threatened at one time to lead to a fight. It was fortunate that we did not understand Chinese, or we might have been provoked into a disturbance which was the very thing that would have made excuse for thoroughly thrashing, and perhaps killing us. Our guide told them we were English lamas or priests, and the object of our mission was to investigate certain disputed points about the holy places of Mongolia. This well-constructed falsehood had the effect of quieting the Oriental hoodlums, but peace was only assured by our getting out of the way. European travellers in this part of China are almost invariably hooted at. Not infrequently they are stoned and otherwise treated nearly as badly as are the Chinese in San Francisco or other American cities. It is proper to say that some of our insulters had partaken freely of samshu, the Chinese equivalent for whiskey. It is made from rice, and when new is fiery enough to suggest as one drinks it that he has swallowed a torchlight procession or a whole 4th of July. Like whiskey, it is cheering and inebriating at the same time. It is taken cold by the ordinary native, but the fashionable way is to drink it hot from cups about the size of a lady's thimble. A kettle is placed at the side of the drinker, and he pours out as many cups as he likes, until his hand becomes unsteady, and pouring is no longer possible. Here we are at the Great Wall, dismounting in the town of Shankai-Ko, the Russians call it Kalgan, in a valley so closely enclosed by the mountains that the sun does not shine on the horses till pretty late in the afternoon. Our Russian consul lives here, and the place has considerable trade with Russia. The population is a mixed one. It consists mainly of Chinese and Mongols, to which must be added a fair number of Russians, together with people from all parts of northern and eastern Asia, though not in great numbers. We are hospitably entertained by the Russian consul, who took especial pains to be civil to us as soon as he learned that we were Americans. The great wall straggles over the hills and forms the northern boundary of the town. A portion of it is kept in good repair, and one of the gates is closed every night and opened in the morning, according to the custom which has prevailed for 20 centuries. We went to the north side of the wall, and were late in returning to town, so late, in fact, that the gate was closed, and it required both arguments and bribes to have it opened to let us through into the town. The Great Wall has been so often described that it needs only a passing word. It was built 2,000 years ago to keep the Tartars out of China. It runs westward 1,200 miles from the Gulf of Pe Li to what was then the western frontier of the empire. Originally it was 25 feet wide at bottom, 15 at top, and 30 feet high, though these figures were not everywhere maintained. It was of earth, faced with stone or brick, and covered on the top with tiles. At intervals of about 100 yards there were towers about 50 feet high, intended for watchmen and soldiers. The wall follows the irregularities of the country, over hills and through valleys, crossing rivers by magnificent archways, and running straight as a sunbeam on the level plain. It is now sadly out of repair, was never any use as a defence, but must be set down as one of the wonders of the world. End of Section 13. Recording by Todd.
Section 14 of the Talking Handkerchief and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. The Talking Handkerchief and Other Stories by Thomas Wallace KNOX. A Corroboree in Australia. When Australia was discovered, there was a considerable population of natives scattered along the coast and through the interior. Their numbers were variously estimated, but whatever they may have been, they were far in excess of the Aboriginal population of the country at the present day. Like Aboriginal people everywhere, they have suffered greatly by contact with civilization, especially by the use of ardent spirits, of which they are very fond. At present, there are not more than 40,000 of them altogether. In the days of Captain Cook, they were doubtless more than 100,000, and possibly double that figure. Their numbers are diminishing yearly, and in course of no very long time they will follow the fate of the Aboriginals of Tasmania and disappear altogether from the face of the earth. These people are black, though not so much so as the Negro, and their hair is curly but not crisp and woolly. Among the Australians they are always mentioned as blacks or Aboriginals, but never as natives. A native Australian is a white person born in the country of parents who are either natives or immigrants from other parts of the world. The colonial government has tried to civilize the blacks, but have not been very successful in the work. Some of the blacks have been employed as shepherds in other work for white men, but their love for strong drink is so great that nearly all who associate with white men become drunkards and spend their money for rum as fast as they earn anything. At one time, the government of New South Wales had a police force of blacks commanded by white officers. They were very useful in following thieves and others whom the authorities wish to capture, as they can discover and follow a trail when it is quite invisible to a white man. One of their religious beliefs is that a white man is the reanimated soul of a black man. When one of them dies, he is buried on the spot where the breath left his body, and the place is never afterward visited by any of them. The name of the dead man is never mentioned, and anybody who bears a similar name must change it to something else. Their belief in regard to the spirit of a black man going into the body of a white one once saved the life of a runaway convict and made him chief of a tribe. Here is his story, which is literally true. When the convict settlements were established in Australia, the natives were friendly for a time, but after a while quarrels arose and the blacks began killing every white man who went among them, with here and there an exception. In spite of this danger, convicts used to run away to the interior and take their chances rather than submit to the cruelty of their masters. Most of them were never heard of after they disappeared in the bush. One of these runaways had wandered for days without food and was about ready to lie down and die when he came to a newly made mound on which a few pieces of meat had been scattered. He eagerly seized the morsels and devoured them, thus gaining new strength to enable him to continue his journey. A staff like a long walking cane was sticking in the mound, and he took as a support while walking. Seeing a path like a trail leading into the forest, he followed it in the hope that it might take him to the hut where possibly one of his fellow runaways lived. After walking a few miles, he came suddenly upon an encampment of blacks. He would have retreated and concealed himself, as he knew the murderous instincts of these people, but it was too late for him to do so, as they had already discovered him and were rushing forward with their spears and other weapons. The foremost of the men raised their weapons to strike him down, and he thought his last hour had come. Suddenly they lowered their spears, consulted with each other, and then came forward and received him with the greatest respect. What could it all mean? He made signs that he was hungry, and they immediately supplied him with food. They prepared a shelter for him, tended him with the greatest care, and in a few days he was well and strong as ever. He was treated as their chief, and remained with them for a good many years. He gradually learned the language, and in the course of time discovered to what he owed his good fortune. It seems that the mound where he fell down exhausted was the grave of their chief, who had just died. That stick that he found in the mound and took to assist him in walking was the staff which the chief had carried for years, as the badge of his office. When the runaway convict appeared with this staff in his hand, he was taken at once as the resurrected chief, in accordance with the belief already mentioned, which the natives expressed with the words, "Die black fellow, jump up white fellow." The man had the good sense to rule the tribe so that it was not likely to suspect anything wrong about their particular belief as to the manner of the return of their chief. He taught them various things that would be useful, show how they could make war upon their neighbors more successfully than they had done before. At that time, the tribes were generally at war with each other, which was a very fortunate thing for the white settlers. If the blacks had combined against the strangers, the latter would have had a very hard time of it. I have heard an interesting story of an experience with the Australian blacks, which I will endeavor to give as nearly as possible in the words of the narrator. I was in the service of the company that built the telegraph line across Australia from Adelaide to Port Darwin, and after the line was completed, I had charge of one of the interior stations. The blacks gave us some trouble, but not much while we were building the line. In fact, the construction parties were sufficiently large to give them a warm reception in case of attack, and then they prudently let us alone. They used to come around where we were at work, and one day the principal man among them walked for an hour or two along the line, making a critical examination of the posts and wires and pacing the distance between the posts. Then he strode up to me and said, with an accent of insolence, "Me think white fellow one big fool." When I tried to find out his reason for expressing contempt for us in this way, he pointed to the telegraph line and said, "That piece of fence never stopped cattle." Before I could explain what the supposed fence was really intended for, he walked off with his nose very much in the air, and I never saw him again, to my knowledge. Life at the telegraph station was very lonely, as there were no settlers for many miles, and we were only 4 white men at the station, 2 operators and 2 repairers, and one of the operators, Mr. Chatham, was accompanied by his wife. The blacks came about the place to beg. We never allowed them to enter the building, as we did not wish them to know how it was arranged inside, and furthermore we thought that if they once were allowed an entrance, it would be difficult to keep them out afterward. Things went on without trouble for several months, until the blacks had a Corroboree in a little patch of forest about a mile from the station. Perhaps you don't know what a Corroboree is. Well, it's a wild sort of dance, something like the dances among your American Indians, with local variations to suit the climate and people. The dancing is done by the men, who get themselves up in the most fantastic manner imaginable with paint of various colors. They dab their faces in streaks and patches and trace their ribs with white paint, so that they seem to have taken up lodgings on the outside of their bodies they belong to instead of the inside. Sometimes they are entirely naked, except the paint, and at others they wear strips of opossum skin around their waists and feathers in their hair. There are certain dances in which all the men and women of a tribe may join, and others where several tribes participate. These last dances are very apt to end in a fight, as the dancers work themselves into a condition of frenzy in which the combative spirit is likely to display itself. At the Corroboree I have referred to, there were men from several tribes, and consequently we feared mischief. The principal building of the station was a strong block house, and we made preparations to defend it vigorously in case of attack. We had half a dozen blacks in our service. They came from a tribe in another part of Australia, and as the wild blacks have great hostility for any people of their color who go into the service of the white man, there was no danger of their deserting us. They would have been killed instantly if they had ventured near the Corroboree, and therefore were inclined to stick very close to the blockhouse. Two of our black retainers went near as they dared to the scene of the dance, and it was understood that they were to run home and give the signal in case the dancers showed signs of moving in our direction. The dance began a little after sunset, and in the still night air we could distinctly hear the shouting of the blacks and the sound of their drums as time was kept for their movements. About midnight it seemed that the sounds were coming nearer to us, and very soon our sentinels came in breathless and said the Corroboree was breaking up and the blockhouse was to be attacked. We got our rifles and revolvers ready and stood to our posts. Mrs. Chatham could handle a rifle or a pistol as well as any of us, and signified her intention of doing so her share of the work. We determined to shed no blood until it should be absolutely necessary, as we were anxious to be on friendly terms with our black neighbors. The station was in the center of a clearing, so no one could approach it without being seen. In a little while we saw the moonlight a mass of dark figures crossing the open space to the south, and judging by the ground they covered, there were at least 100 of them. They advanced quietly about halfway across the clearing and then came forward at a run, while they filled the air with yells. They were armed with spears and boomerangs, and as soon as they came within reach of the building, they flung their spears at it. A very foolish performance, as the weapons could do no harm against the thick sides of the structure. We made no indication of our presence, and this emboldened the followers, so they rushed up close to the building and began to dance in front of it, all the time keeping up their frightful yells. "Bring me a rocket," I said to Chatham, who was nearest to me. He brought me the rocket, and I fixed it so that it would go just above the heads of the crowd of yelling blacks. Then I touched a match to the fuse, and away the rocket sailed through the air. The fellows had never seen anything of the kind before, and to say they were taken by surprise is to express it very mildly. They could not have been more astonished if the moon had fallen among them, and with one yell more unearthly than all the others that preceded it, they fled to the forest with the speed of a drove of frightened antelopes. They ran for miles, not even daring to stop at the place where their Corroboree was held. We saved the station and ourselves without shedding a drop of blood. It was reported far and wide that we had shot a star at them, and we took pains to make it known that we had power to bring sun, moon, and stars to our aid at any time we wanted them. End of section 14. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Section number 15 of the Talking Handkerchief and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. The Talking Handkerchief and Other Stories by Thomas Wallace KNOX. Treed by an Elephant. The African elephant is rapidly disappearing from the face of the earth. He is hunted by the natives as well as by white men, and it is needless to say that the destruction caused by the latter is much more rapid than that of the black men. The blacks have only their rude spears and similar weapons of aboriginal life, while the white has rifles of great range and power, and as if these were not enough, his work of destruction is further aided by the deadly billet. The demand for ivory has given that commodity a high price, so that the hunt is carried on relentlessly from year's beginning to year's end, and although it is safe to predict that the history of the American bison is to be that of the African elephant. In Asia, the elephant would have disappeared long ago if it had not been protected by law. In all Asiatic countries, he is carefully preserved, and the killing of elephants is strictly forbidden. Now and then, there is an elephant hunt in India, Ceylon, Siam, or Burma, but it is for capture and not for slaughter. The wild elephants are driven into an enclosure, and not one of them is in the least degree injured. Such as are wanted for working or sale purposes are selected, and the others are allowed to go free. The government of India has an official whose sole duty it is to look after the preservation of the elephants, and has written an interesting book on the subject. But in Africa there is no restriction upon the slaughter, as there is no government worthy the name having any authority over the region where the elephant lives. Enterprising Englishmen who wish to add to their prowess as hunters of elephants go to the Dark Continent, and, if they do not lose their lives in encounters with the huge beasts, are sure to come back with a goodly number of tusks to show us the results of their campaigns. It has been hinted that some of these hunters do not venture at all into the wilderness, or certainly not very far, but buy their trophies from dealers in ivory and rely upon their imaginations to make up the necessary story of dangers that they have encountered. Their prototypes may be found among the American fishermen who purchase in the market or from professional catchers the salmon and trout on which they regale their friends while telling of their exciting contests with the Finny tribe. The African elephant is much more vicious than his Asiatic cousin, both in fighting for his life and liberty and in resisting the blandishments and cruelties of the elephant tamer. He may readily be distinguishable from the Asiatic elephant by his ears, the former variety having ears about 3 times the size of the latter. The famous and lamented Jumbo was an African, and many readers will remember the enormous ears that reached far back upon his shoulders. For an African, he was unusually docile, but it has been more than hinted that he had a temper of which the general public was kept in ignorance. The managers of the London Zoological Gardens were as anxious to be rid of him as Barnum was to buy him. A friend of the writer spent several years in Africa and indulged several times in hunting elephants, partly for the sake of the sport and partly for the ivory. He had some narrow escapes, and his last exploit was such a close call, as he expressed it, that he concluded to stick to pursuits which were less risky in character. I will endeavor to give his story in his own words as nearly as possible. I used to go out and shoot elephants when they came to the water holes to drink. In South Africa, as in many other parts of the country, the water holes are not numerous, and all wild animals come there to drink. There seems to be a sort of truce between them at the drinking places, as I rarely knew them to attack each other while there, though they were readily enough to fight at other times. I have known an elephant and a rhinoceros to drink within 20 yards of each other and then go peacefully away, each in their own direction. It is commonly believed that these animals always join battle whenever they meet in open country, their mutual apathies being like those of the dog and cat, only a good deal intensified. In such battles, the rhinoceros generally gets the best of it. His short and powerful horn has remarkable ripping qualities, and when he gets it into an elephant, he lays him open as though he were making a Panama Canal of him. The method of shooting at a waterhole is to dig a pit about breast high so that you can rest your rifle upon the edges as you stand up to shoot. You must be careful to have it in such a position that the animals cannot get your wind. That is, you must be where the wind blows from the pool toward you. Elephants are very keen on the scent, and if they get the faintest hint through their nostrils that a human being is anywhere around, they are off. They will go without water for days rather than run into danger knowingly. One night I fired at an elephant, an immense fellow he was, when he was not more than 30 yards away. The light was dim, as there was no moon, and I couldn't get a good aim, and my bullet did not hit him in a vital part. He was frightened and ran, and the worst of it was he ran right over where I was lying in the pit I had made for my concealment. He saw me just in time to save his feet from crashing down upon me. The pit was only about 3 feet across, and he stepped right over it as he would have stepped over a narrow gully in the plain. If he had not been so frightened, he might have finished me there and then with very little trouble. The next day I went out to stalk elephants. I was accompanied by 2 servants and rode my favorite horse as far as the edge of a plain where I saw several elephants. There were a few trees on the plain, and under these trees the animals were feeding. They alternated the small twigs of trees with wisps of grass, where they tore from the ground with their trunks, and all the time kept a sharp eye out for danger. Maneuvered around until I got so that the wind blew from the elephants in my direction, and then slowly proceeded to creep up or stalk the beasts. The largest of them was feeding by himself, and for this reason, and also because of his size, I marked him for slaughter. He had enormous tusks, and I thought they would make the finest trophy that any hunter had ever taken away from Africa to set up in his hallway or library at home. Of course, I left my horse and attendants far in the background and was creeping forward with my rifle ready to use whenever wanted. It took me an hour or more to get where I wanted to be, and even after I was within shooting distance, I could not get him to present a favorable side for a shot. I knew I must hit hard or run the risk of my life. I wanted to put a bullet into his heart, and with this object in view, sought a side shot. He was fairly head-on toward me while I was lying still on the grass, or rather on the side of an ant-hill, whose inhabitants were making it very lively for me. They ran all over me beneath my clothes and bit at every step. I couldn't scratch or move for fear of disturbing the elephant, and my only resource was to grin and bear it and make silent remarks that indicated my wounded feelings. Well, at last the old fellow turned his side toward me and I fired. I hit him hard, but not hard enough. The bullet didn't touch his heart, and he had any quantity of fight in him. Throwing his trunk in the air and giving a loud roar of pain and anger, he rushed in the direction whence the shot was fired, and I then knew it was a race for life. I ran and he ran. He gained on me at every step. Not far away was a little hill on which were several trees of medium size, and this hill I made for as fast as I could go. The elephant cannot run rapidly while going around a hill. If you are ever chased by one and have a hill in your way, your best plan is to run around it, as his footing is bad there. He can go up or down a hill faster than man can, but he cannot along its side. Round and round this little elevation we ran 2 or 3 times. I gained on him a little, but knew he could keep up longer than I, and the performance would come to an end before long. So I watched my chance, and slinging my rifle over my shoulder, caught at the lower limbs of a tree and swung myself up out of reach. He stopped under the tree, surveying the situation, then went back about 20 yards and converted himself into a battering ram of extraordinary power. He came at the tree with the force of a railway train, and would have shaken me off like a ripe apple if I had not clung with the strength of desperation. He came at it a second and then a third time, and I saw that he was allowed to continue, he would certainly bring me down. What to do I didn't know, but fortune came to my aid. When he went back for his fourth assault, he presented a good side to me, and I gave him a bullet. It reached his heart, and as he came at the tree, he fell at its base. With a few convulsive movements, he became still. But to make sure that he was dead, I fired another bullet into him and found he remained motionless. I then descended cautiously and surveyed my prize. He measured 11 feet ground to shoulder, and his tusks weighed 150 pounds each. I found a bullet in him that showed he was the very one that I had wounded at the water hole, and I will add that he was the last elephant I killed in Africa. End of section 15. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Section 16 of the Talking Handkerchief and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. The Talking Handkerchief and Other Stories by Thomas Wallace Knox. Stopped by Russian robbers. It was in the middle of an autumn night that I started from a little town at the head of a navigation on the Amur River for a land journey through Siberia. 5,000 miles of road lay between me and the terminus of the railway at Nizhny Novgorod. 5,000 miles of travel behind horses in wheeled carriages and sleighs, over mountains and plains, across rivers where bridges were unknown and floods were often dangerous, through a sparsely settled country where robbers were far from unknown and where wolves and other wild animals had their hunting grounds. Winter was near, with its short days and long nights, with its deep snows and terrific bourans, hurricanes, in which men and horses who braved the fury ran great risk of destruction. A part of my journey would be accomplished before coming of winter, but by far the greater portion would remain for the period when the Frost King is the dominant power and much more to be dreaded than the autocratic Tsar. And yet, in spite of all its objectionable features, winter is greatly to be preferred to the summer for traveling in Siberia. In the warm season, the roads may be dusty or they may be muddy, and in whichever of these conditions they present themselves, they are superlative examples of their kind. Mosquitoes, flies, and other insect pets abound in great numbers. The crossing of the streams must be made by ford or ferry, and in either case there are often long delays on the river's banks. Provisions are difficult to obtain along the route, and the summer heat makes it impossible to carry more than a small supply of perishable articles. And furthermore, the summer vehicle is of much more heavy draught than the winter one, and consequently the speed is less. The front seals the rivers and hardens the mud. The snow covers the dust and smooths the road. Mosquitoes and all their kindred winged nuisances are unknown in the winter, and as for provisions, one may carry sufficient to last him with ease from one large town to another, where supplies are easy to obtain. By all odds, winter is the time for Siberian travel, though the sun rises after 9 in the morning and sets before 3 in the afternoon. There is more monotony to the winter journey than the summer one, but in nearly every other respect it is far preferable. The stations where we change horses are from 10 to 20 miles apart, and between the stations every verst, 2/3 of a mile, is distinctly indicated upon a post set in the ground at the roadside. In front of the station house there is a larger post which indicates the distance to each of the neighboring stations, east and west, and also distance to Moscow and St. Petersburg. When I started on my ride, it was more than 8,000 versts to the capital of the empire. I confess to feeling a goneness as I read the figures indicating this great distance, and noted from station to station how very slowly they diminished. 7,853 seems but a trifle less than 7,871, especially when the figures are contemplated after one has been shaken for hours over a road that resembles a nutmeg grater on a Brobdingnum scale, or has passed at a full gallop in a springless vehicle over section after section of corduroy, composed of unhewn logs laid down with no particular care. The continual and long-continued jolting gives rise to what Russians call the road fever, in which the blood is excited to a high degree, and the movements of the vehicle cause a rush of the crimson fluid to the head, till it seems as though the skull was ready to burst at every fresh shake. Novices are almost absolutely certain to experience it within the first day or two of their journeys, and even the old stagers are liable to it at any time. The traveler thus afflicted loses his temper on the slightest provocation, and until the fever subsides he is far more irascible than a bear with a sore head. It is fortunate that the American stranger is generally ignorant of the language of the country, else he might visit upon the unoffending drivers and station men with whom he comes in contact an amount of wicked words that would link his memory with uncomplimentary associations. I remark, by the way, that the Russian language has tropical abundance of profanity and objurgation. Through the whole of the vocabulary of daily life there is a corresponding wealth of idiomatic expletives that a sixth water might envy. But in ordinary conversation one hears cultivated ladies and gentlemen exclaim, "Ye bort, by God," quite as frequently as a Frenchwoman says "Mon Dieu," or the typical New Englander is credited with remarking, "Do tell." But it should be remembered that Russia covers 1/8 of the land surface of the globe and has a population exceeding 100 million. Consequently, no ordinary language could do justice to the country and its people. After the ordinary questions relating to food and drink and the exigencies of daily existence in general, the first words for a Siberian traveler to learn are the equivalents for the Yankee "go ahead." Learn to say "poshoy," faster, with an emphasis to raise the roof and the accent on the last syllable. Then learn "stupy" and "skory," which are also accented on the ultimate and have a meaning equivalent to "poshoy." Try them on your driver when he is deliberate in his movements, and notice the effect. He will generally accelerate the speed of his team, and his effects to do so will be increased if you add to your injunction, "Damn Navodku." It may seem to the initiated that the phrase savors of profanity, but such is not the case. It simply means, "I will give you drink money." The hope of a reward is as strongly seated in the breast of the Siberian yemshik as in that of the Paris cocher, the London cabby, or the New York hackman. Liberal na vodku on a Russian post road will sometimes accomplish wonders. I have known 10 or 12 miles an hour to be made by a sleigh under its influence, and on one occasion I held my watch in my hand and timed a speed of 22 versts, or 14 2/3 miles, in just 60 minutes. Nowhere does the gratitude as a lively anticipation of favors to come apply with greater force than on a Siberian road. Reward poorly the yemshik who has driven well, or reward liberally the one who has driven you badly, and you can be sure of being badly served on the next course. But give with careful discrimination, and if there's a possibility of speed without too much infringement on the rules in regard to overdriving, you'll be sure to get it. The station master and his drivers have different views on the subject, as the former is the owner of the stock and therefore the sufferer when a horse is killed. But you have the advantage that the master is at the station, while the driver is with you. For the time at least he is in sole control of the team and is generally amenable to bribes. Siberia is best known to the rest of the world as the land of exiles. Since the time of Peter the Great, it has been the place of banishment for those who have offended against the sovereign of Russia and its laws. Ordinarily, from 10 to 12,000 criminals are sent there every year. The occasional revolts in Poland and the present spreading of nihilism through the empire add more or less largely to the involuntary immigration. In some years 20 or 30,000 exiles, including criminals and politicals, have been sent to Siberia, and of this great number, comparatively few are ever returned to Europe. It naturally follows that Siberia is filled with an undue proportion of the criminal classes. Many of the criminal exiles have been sent there for small offenses, and are, consequently, of the category of simple detenists, or detained in the country. They can do pretty much as they like, as long as they do not return to Europe, can wander from place to place, and take any employment that is open to them. The result is the country is full of tramps, and on occasion, when there is a chance of making an honest penny by highway robbery, the tramps are not slow to embrace it. In the winter, the weather is too cold for their operations, and they mostly hibernate in the towns, like the tramps of enlightened America, so that the roads are comparatively safe. But if you carry any baggage on the rear of your sleigh, it must be fastened with chains and not with ropes, which can be cut away. In the spring, the tramp's fancy lightly turns to the thoughts of rural strolling, and he continues to wander till the snow falls again. It is in this period that he is dangerous to the traveler, or rather to certain classes of travelers. He does not attack a government courier, as he knows he can and probably will be shot down without mercy, and besides, the courier does not carry much money about him. The same reasons apply to travelers of the second class, officers on private business, and not traveling on courier, and the game of the Siberian robber consists of the third-class travelers, merchants, who are not often armed and far more likely to have large sums of money about them than are the officials. Besides, the robbery or death of an official would rouse a very unpleasant hue and cry, while the same calamity to a merchant would be, well, it would not make so much trouble for the tramp. Every traveler must have a paderjonia, or road pass, on which is his name, destination, and the number of horses to which he is entitled. A first-class paderjonia is for government couriers and very high officials, while the second and third class of travelers are described in the preceding paragraph. I was accompanied by a Russian officer, a captain of staff duty, and we had a second-class paderjonia, together with a special letter from the governor of the province introducing me to the station masters and urging them to facilitate my journey. The pass and letter were potent, and we had no delay at the stations. If there were no horses ready, they were promptly impressed by the villagers and paid for at the government rates, according to custom. Sometimes we reached a station just as a third-class traveler was ready to start with a fresh team. There being no other horses, the team was detached from his vehicle and attached to ours, and away we sped, leaving him to gnash his teeth and perhaps wait for hours before he could be supplied. Yes, of course, it was rough on him, but then it was the custom of the country, and I was powerless to change the laws and ways of the empire. Besides, if we had been in his position when a first-class traveler arrived, we should have been subject to the same treatment. Once, when we saw a courier approaching, and before the station master caught sight of him, we bundled into our vehicle and were off, as though we expected a volcano to burst under us and were trying to get out of its way. By day, there was little fear of trouble from the highwaymen, as these fellows do not generally operate in the light, and besides, it was easy to see that we did not belong to the desirable class for plunder. At night, we kept our revolvers handy and were prepared to use them if necessary. My friend, the captain, said that according to Russian law it is not permitted to shoot the robbers that attack you unless you are outnumbered. That is, as we were two, driver and horses not being considered of the fighting force, we were not permitted to use our firearms with killing intent if only 2 men attacked us. While if the robbers were 3 or more in a number, we would not be under legal restraint. And let us hope there will be 3 of them if they come at all, he said, as he looked at the caps of the nipples of his revolver, while I as carefully examined those of my weapon. In the language of the bounding West, he was spoiling for a fight, and would have welcomed a dozen highwaymen in a body without hesitation. It is not necessary to give in extensio my own views on the subject. Suffice it to say that I have always held to the principle that it is unwise for a traveler in a foreign country to interfere with its social or political laws and customs, and therefore I was in favor of peace. We were slowly crawling through the mud one dark night, my companion being sound asleep while I was beginning to nod, when I heard sharp voices in front of us and our carriage came to a halt. The road was lined with a thick growth of willows on either side, and the shade of the trees added to the darkness of the clouded and moonless sky. You could see your hand before you, but you couldn't see the hand of the man 10 feet away. I could discern the outline of the driver on the box with a tolerable distinctness, and what was more to the point, I could see some shadowy forms emerging from the bushes and taking position at the heads of our horses. I spoke in French to the captain, and he was awake in an instant, and not only awake, but had his pistol in hand. I could not make out how many there were that had stopped us, but it seemed there ought to be 3 or 4 at least. There are certainly 3 of them, said the captain, and then he fired, not the revolver, but his mouth, from which emerged a volley of strange oaths, such as the soldier in Shakespeare's 7 Ages never dreamed of. The verbal discharge ended. He gave them a shot from his revolver, and I followed his example. Whether either of our shots had any effect, I know not, but do not believe we did any execution. The night was dark, the forms of our assailants were dim, almost to nothingness, and our aim could not have been accurate. At any rate, I'm sure mine wasn't. Besides, no game was picked up either then or afterward. It is proper to say that if any of the robbers had been killed, he or they would have been quickly buried by the local authorities and no fuss made about the matter. However important from a moral point of view and shocking to the religious teacher of the captain's profanity, was fully as important in ridding us of our assailants as were the shots from the pistols. With the severe rule that is exercised over the lower classes in Russia, no man who travels with a third-class Patagonia can learn to swear with earnestness and emphasis like that displayed by my comrade. His expletives and the way in which they were uttered told the robbers in an instant that they had waked the wrong passenger, and were in for a fight with very little chance of plunder if successful. The shots from our revolvers accentuated the oaths, and the fellows gave up their enterprise, disappeared in the darkness, and we were at liberty to continue our journey. I'm sure that my friend, the Russian captain, could give points to the army that swore so terribly in Flanders and win the game in the end. End of section 16. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Section number 17. The Talking Handkerchief and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. The Talking Handkerchief and Other Stories by Thomas Wallace Knox. A Battle with a Kangaroo. When Captain Cook returned from the South Seas and described the kangaroo, his account was received with great deal of doubt. That an animal as large as a man should travel only on its hind feet by making wonderful jumps at such speed as to leave the swiftest horse behind was too much to believe, until the naturalists remembered that there was a field mouse, the jerboa, in Europe, which traveled in the same way as the kangaroo, and could get over the ground with great rapidity. It was thought that perhaps the captain had seen an enormous jerboa and mistaken it for a new variety of beast, and so he was absolved from the charge of downright falsehood, though not from exaggeration. In course of time, the correctness of his assertion was established. A study of the animals of Australia has shown that there are no fewer than 8 species of large kangaroo, and some 20 or more smaller kinds, in addition to an assorted lot of hare, jerboa, and rat kangaroos, all of them getting along in the world by means of their hind legs only. The red kangaroo of South Australia is the largest of the lot. Specimens of this creature have been found weighing very nearly 200 pounds and measuring 8 feet in length from nose to end of tail. Sidney Smith says the kangaroo takes about 5 hops to cover a mile, but the doctor is evidently inclined to exaggerate more than was Captain Cook. From 15 to 20 feet may be taken as the outside limit of a kangaroo's leap, and that only when he is trying to escape from danger. Before the settlement of Australia, the numbers of kangaroo were kept down by the Aboriginals and the dingoes. The Aboriginals hunted the kangaroo for food, and the dingo did likewise. The dingo is the native wild dog of Australia, and a very near relative of the wolf and the jackal. He is fond of sheep, and the settlers found it necessary to kill him off by poisoning and in other ways in order to prevent the total destruction of their flocks. The Aboriginals diminished in numbers in consequence of their contact with civilization, and with the removal of his natural enemies, the kangaroo increased so rapidly that he threatened to kill off the sheep by eating up all the grass in the country. He lives entirely on grass and can eat a great deal of it, and when a herd or flock of kangaroos establishes itself on a sheep run, it is a very serious matter for the owner of the place. Hence, it was necessary to hunt him down and get rid of him. The government gave a bounty for the scalps of all kangaroos that were killed. The flesh was useful as food for men and dogs, and the skin was found to be useful for making leather. Hunting the kangaroo furnishes very fair sport, as there is a good deal of hard riding and some danger connected with it, and that is what every sportsman likes. Every visitor to Australia is reasonably sure to be invited to hunt the kangaroo, and as we are visiting the land of the antipodes just now, we will accept the invitation. While we are making our preparations, let us listen to the story of one who has had a good deal of experience in that line of sport. My first hunt is hardly worthy the name, as it was more a slaughter than anything else. It was a battue or drive, and was intended to dispose of several hundreds of the animals at once. A yard with a fence so high that the animals could not jump over it was built in a clump of trees on a broad plain where kangaroos abounded. It was built among the trees so that the kangaroos would not be aware of its existence until too late for them to escape. Then, too, when the creatures are pursued, they always run in the direction of water, and there was a small pond among the scrub where the yard was. From the yard, 2 fences that widened out like the sides of a V were built out on the plains for several miles, and everybody was made aware of their locality. A day was fixed for the drive, and all the settlers, together with every man, white or black, who could be spared from his daily duties, was expected to come and join the run. I was stopping with a friend who had a large sheep station, and we went to bed soon after sunset in order to be off 3 or 4 hours before daylight. As we reached the plain, we spread out so as to cover a wide sweep. There were 10 or 12 men with my friend, and we were all well mounted, and as we spread out in a long line, we soon found that each end of it joined upon similar lines. The object was to sweep over a great area of country and drive the kangaroos into the jaws of the V. As soon as they were within the jaws, they were to be urged on toward the point where the fences come together at the yard. That we covered a great deal of country you will understand when I tell you that it was near noon when we got the herd enclosed in the jaws of the fences, and 2 hours after that time they were safely yarded. There were 1,800 and more, the most of them full grown, and it seemed to my experienced eye that there were nearer 18,000. It was a curious thing to see the prodigious leaps they made, especially when they entered the yard and realized that they were in danger. Soon as they were yarded, they jumped wildly from one side to the other of the enclosure and vainly tried to leap over the fence. A kangaroo can easily jump over a horse, and a fence must be not less than 7 feet high to prevent his leaping it. The fence of our yard was 8 feet at least, and not a kangaroo succeeded in getting over it. How did we kill them? Well, we didn't do the killing, but the whole business was left to the blacks, as we call the aboriginals that we employ on the sheep and cattle stations. The blacks have a fiendish fondness for shedding blood, and a kangaroo drive is their delight, as it affords them a good opportunity for slaughter. Armed with clubs, they went in among the creatures in the yard, and the sight was so sickening that I soon turned away and went to the farther side of the tree clump to eat the luncheon for which all of us had created a good appetites by our long ride. A few days after this, I had my first kangaroo hunt and came very near losing the number of my mess. My friend had a pack of kangaroo dogs that were considered the best in that part of the country. They were bred and trained for that purpose, just as foxhounds are bred and trained in your part of the world. We were mounted on 2 of the best horses on the station, and had 2 blacks along well mounted, their business being to take charge of the dogs and make themselves useful. A black was sent out 2 or 3 hours ahead of us to locate a group of kangaroos and meet us at a designated point. We met him as agreed, and he indicated where some kangaroos were feeding, a little distance beyond a clump of trees, which he pointed out. We went along very quietly, using the trees as a screen, and managed to get within a quarter of a mile of them before they saw us. They stood on their hind legs and took a good look at us, and then they jumped as though an electric battery had been turned on beneath them. We started the dogs, and it was a sharp race between them and the kangaroos, the latter having a good start that the dogs didn't seem to have much of a show. We had roused up a kangaroo family of 7 in all, the youngest being a joey, that was soon overtaken by the dogs and killed. The head of the family was an old man, as we call the full-grown males, and he was a fine fellow, standing nearly 6 feet. The old man led off as though he had started to win the Melbourne Cup, and his leaps seemed to be 30 or 40 feet long, but of course were not. He went over the ordinary candle fences as though they were so many straws, and the rest of them did the same, all save another joey that came to grief and was disposed of by the dogs, as the first one had been. The killing of the joeys delayed things so much that the dogs had not yet got up to the old man when he reached a waterhole about 5 miles from where we started. And it was at the waterhole that I realized the dangers of a kangaroo hunt. The old man was in the water up to his neck, and the dogs were swimming around or standing at the edge of the hole as we came up. We came on at full speed, and my horse stopped, so short at the edge of the water that I was pitched over his head right into the pool. The impetus carried me a good distance forward, and as the water hole was a small one, I was within a few feet of the kangaroo, who was standing at bay, ready to fight to the last. He made for me at once. When a kangaroo is pursued and can get to water, he has men and dogs at an advantage. The experienced dogs know enough to keep out of his reach, but the young ones are apt to venture too near and are suddenly seized in the creature's forelegs, which serve him as arms. He holds the dogs under water till he drowns them, or he may rip them open with his hind leg, which has powerful claw in front. This claw can inflict a fatal wound at a single blow, and very often in a hunt, one or more of the dogs are apt to be killed by it. When he cannot get to water, the kangaroo places his back against the largest tree he can find and defends himself with a bravery that is worthy of admiration. It is dangerous for dogs or men to venture within his reach at this time, and if his hunters are unprovided with firearms, the fight may last for some time and quite likely result in favor of the kangaroo. The kangaroo reached me with his forepaws, but before he could grasp me, one of the dogs had him by the throat and diverted his attention long enough to enable me to get out of the way with the aid of one of the blacks, who jumped into the pool almost as soon as I was thrown in there. The water was about 4 feet deep, and I scrambled out very quickly. Seeing that I was safe, my friend's next concern was his favorite dog, Jack, that was risking himself on my account. The kangaroo folded his arms around the dog and then proceeded to push him under the water, but his proceedings were brought to an end by a shot from my friend's rifle, which he had unslung from his shoulder. He made a good shot. The kangaroo fell, his hold on the dog relaxed, and the black who had helped save me from the animal's clutches rushed in to bring the faithful Jack to the surface. Before he could get there, the dog was on top of the water, considerably bruised by the rough embrace he had received, and his lungs partially full of water, but he had no bones broken and was not wounded in any way. You may believe I did everything I could for that intelligent animal, and in a little while he was all right and seemed to appreciate my attention to him. The other dogs gathered around and showed their sympathy in canine ways, and they evidently considered my four-footed benefactor the hero of the day. The kangaroo's body was dragged out and skinned, and the meat fed to the dogs. The flesh of the old man is too rank for table use, but a young kangaroo is excellent eating. It resembles mutton and can be cooked in the same way as that meat. It is put up in tin cans for preservation and great quantities are sent to England, where kangaroo soup is quite popular. The funniest kangaroo hunt I ever saw was one that I watched with a telescope. One of the blacks dressed himself with bushes so that he looked like a small tree. Then he advanced toward a kangaroo that was feeding on the plain. He remained motionless while the animal looked up, but moved very slowly on whenever the feeding began again. He must have been an hour going half a mile, but he got there all right and sent a spear through the side of his victim without so much asking his leave. End of section 17. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC.
Section 18 of the Talking Handkerchief and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Talking Handkerchief and Other Stories by Wallace KNOX. A Russian Elopement. One of the richest mineral regions in the world is in the Ural Mountains, which form a natural boundary between Europe and Asia. It is less than 300 years since the head man of a tribe of Cossacks on the Don was obliged to leave his country for his country's good. He sought the Ural Mountains, and after making himself disagreeable to the aboriginal inhabitants, he crossed beyond the dividing ridge and entered Asia. Yermak, as this headman was called, proved to be an enterprising explorer, and made a thorough conquest of all the country he traveled over. Settlers followed rapidly in his footsteps, and before his death several towns and villages had come into existence along the headwaters of the streams that have their source in the Urals, and meander thence to the sea. The newly opened region proved rich in minerals, and so long ago as during the reign of Peter the Great, the country was carefully surveyed. A grant of land was given to Paul Demidov in return for some valuable discoveries, and the returns from this grant have proved so rich that the Demidov estate now ranks as one of the first, if not the first, in Russia. Mines of gold, silver, copper, and semi-precious stones have been opened there, and the returns to the proprietor and the government amount to millions of dollars every year. The precious metals are the least important of the minerals from the Urals, as the value of the iron and copper taken out there every year greatly exceeds them. Nearly every reader of this page is familiar with the appearance of Russia sheet iron, and will be interested to know that it all comes from the Ural Mountains, and mostly from the Demidov estate. From the same locality came old sable iron, stamped with the figure of a sable, the emblem of Siberia. It was formerly very popular with American blacksmiths, but is now practically unknown on the west of the Atlantic, owing to the improved quality of American iron. From the point where the greatest road from Moscow to Siberia crosses the Ural Mountains, one can travel 100 miles either north or south along the chain, and find, at frequent intervals, prosperous mining towns and villages. One of these contains 25,000 inhabitants, another 20,000, another 18, and so on downward, until some may be found whose entire population numbers but a few hundred. In former times, many of the laborers in the mines and foundries were serfs belonging either to the government or to the parties who owned the soil, and conducted the business of preparing the metals for market. The serf received a weekly allowance of meat and flour from his master, and a small payment in money. If the work did not please him, he was not allowed to leave it, but in some instances he was permitted to purchase a release and set up for himself. The imperial ukase, abolishing serfdom, made these men free and assigned them lands, which they could cultivate on their own account and hold as their property until death carried them off, as it has carried off other free men in all parts of the world. One effect of the emancipation was to increase the rates of labor, and consequently the price of Siberian iron is augmented and competes less favorably with iron from other parts of the world. The Demidov estate carried with it a hereditary title of nobility. The elder Demidov was named a count by Peter the Great, and his descendants in the male line have inherited his rank. The countesses of the Demidov family have been considered desirable matches, as they possessed handsome figures in a pecuniary sense, if not a literal one. Most of them were united to members of other titled families in Russia, and led as happy and exemplary lives as Russians usually lead. As for the masculine Demidovs, Some of them have been rather fast in their habits, while others have been as orderly and subdued as the most fastidious Puritan could desire, with the exception of certain little vices that abound in Russia, and which nobody considers objectionable. There are several other families in the Ural Mountains that would be considered remarkably wealthy were they not so completely overshadowed by the Demidovs. Some of their estates cover thousands of acres, and before the emancipation they could enumerate their serfs by companies and battalions. Though less wealthy than they were before the emancipation, they are still in possession of handsome revenues, and pay large taxes annually to the crown. I heard in Russia a story concerning one of these families, in which there is a great deal of the romantic mixed up with the practical common sense. The family prided itself, as most of these old families do in Russia, on the titles and wealth it possessed, especially the former. With many Russians, a title is of more consequence than a rich estate. The possessor of hereditary rank would be very unwilling to drop it, even though in doing so he might fill his empty purse and be put in condition to enjoy the comforts and luxuries of life. Every person that can do so bears a title, and there are many individuals calling themselves counts or princes who are poorer than many of the peasant class, upon whom they look with disdain. Of course, a family like the Wymaneffs, the one referred to in the preceding paragraph, with the pride of rank and antiquity, could not fail to possess the highest notion of aristocratic importance. The sons and daughters were carefully educated, and taught to believe that outside of the imperial family they had no superiors. As they grew up and assumed their positions in society, became heads of families, and dispensed liberal hospitality, they taught their children the lessons themselves had received. "I am a Russian nobleman" was among the first phrases which a son of the Wymaneffs learned to speak, and he never allowed it to escape from his memory. The daughters married as befitted their rank, all save one, and she is the heroine of our story. For Marie Wymaneff, educated with all the care her parents could bestow, loved below her rank and station. In her father's household there was a poor tutor appointed to look after her younger brother, and teach him the mysteries of the Latin, Greek, and German tongues. This tutor was a native of Lithuania, one of the German provinces of Russia, and had obtained his education in the famous school at Dorpat. Graduating with honors, but with an empty purse, he went to Moscow and afterward Kazan, where he learned that a tutor was wanted in the Wymaneff family. Through the influence of one of the professors in the College of Kazan, he obtained the situation. There is no country in Western Europe where tutors and governesses are treated with as much consideration as in Russia. They are made members of the families where they live, and enjoy all the privileges of the home circle. Beyond the time they devote to the instruction of the young people in their charge, they are quite free from dictation, and their company is generally sought and prized by the intelligent men and women around them. The governesses frequently accompany the young ladies in their evening parties, and are treated with all respects as equals. Especially is this the case in Siberia, where the barriers of society are less marked than in European Russia, and the tendency to democratic equality is so strong as to rouse the fears of some of the old-school Russians. Karl Neustein attracted the attention of Marie Wymaneff before he had been a fortnight installed in his new position. She had met very few men besides her father and brothers, as the family lived at some distance from any other, and made and received visits at rare intervals. What wonder, then, that she thought the handsome young German, whose learning was great and conversation agreeable, the most charming and noble of his sex. If it was not a case of love at first sight, it was very near it, and Marie embraced every opportunity to be in the presence of her idol, and to listen to the words that fell from his lips. Her affection was returned, but Karl was not slow to perceive that the consent of her parents could never be obtained to their marriage. So he told her, but she would not listen to his objections. He wished to abandon his engagement and seek a home elsewhere, in order that she might forget him, but she peremptorily forbade him taking any steps in that direction, and ordered him to remain where he was. Of course, he was not very obstinate when commanded by the woman he loved, and who loved him in return. Weeks and months wore away. Karl attended to his duties of tutor, and was liked by every member of the family where he lived. Marie busied herself with the usual occupation of a Russian girl of noble blood, which includes a great deal of French and Russian novel reading, and a fair time of indolence. She had abundance of time to think of her affection, and the more she thought of it, the more intense it became. The course of true love ran smooth enough during all these months, the young people being much in each other's society, though very rarely without the presence of others. It is not the custom in Russia to leave two young persons of opposite sex together by themselves, and consequently there is far less of billing and cooing than in England or America. One day Marie was called to her mother's side to learn that her hand had been asked by a young nobleman of excellent family who lived at Ekaterinburg, and had made occasional visits to the Wymaneffs. Proposals for marriage in Russia are made through friends of the contracting parties, and not by the persons most deeply interested. Thus, if Paul became enamoured of Lydia, he sends a masculine married friend to open negotiations with Lydia's parents or nearest friends. The matter is arranged between them, and all that the marrying ones can do is to manifest their likes or dislikes through the medium of their friends. Occasionally the latter conclude that it is not best for the match to be made, and so they manufacture a story, which is told to each client that the other party is very obstinate and will not listen to reason. Many a Russian girl has been proposed for, and the proposal rejected, without her knowing that the offer has ever been made. Marie's parents were favourable to the match, and consequently her reluctance was considered of little moment. Despite her tears, they settled upon the terms of the marriage, and appointed a day for the betrothal. In Russia, the betrothal is an important ceremonial. It takes place in the presence of the family and friends of both parties. A priest assists, and when it is completed, it is very difficult to break the engagement. Marie knew that when once betrothed she could have no hope of marrying Karl, save by breaking an obligation almost as binding as that of the Church itself. 2 or 3 weeks before the day fixed for the ceremony, she accompanied her brother to Ekaterinburg to make a few purchases and visit some friends. One of the family servants went with them, and as Marie's brother spent much time in carousals with some old acquaintances, the girl was generally in charge of the servant. One day she told her brother that she would go to visit a relative a few miles from town, and would probably spend a couple of nights there. He was glad enough to be rid of his charge, as it gave him opportunity to enjoy himself at cards and champagne. It was not until the 3rd morning that he thought of looking for Marie, and drove to the relative's house. She had not been there, and no trace could be found of her whereabouts. They applied to the postmaster to ascertain if she had visited the station, but he could not give them any information. Road passes had been issued to several travellers in the past 4 days, and to half a dozen parties answering the description of Marie and her servant man. As these parties were travelling in various directions, and the fugitives had 3 days' start, it was not deemed wise to pursue them. The brother returned home and carried unwelcome tidings, which caused the betrothal and marriage to be indefinitely postponed. No one suspected that Karl had anything to do with the disappearance of Marie. He held his place as usual, but a few months after this incident he received a letter, summoning him to return home on account of the death of his father. He went away under a promise to come back again, and to inform them if he should happen to encounter or hear of Marie or Ivan in his journey. Of course he did hear of them, and somehow, on reaching Moscow, he found them domiciled in the house of a relative of Ivan's, who had given up her best room to Marie, and was treating her with all consideration due her rank. He was not at all surprised to find that his father's death would not call him home immediately, inasmuch as the old gentleman had been carried to the churchyard about 15 years before, leaving his affairs in a sad condition. A marriage was speedily arranged, though with some difficulty, and the loving couple became husband and wife. One obstacle to the marriage was the necessity for Karl to embrace the Greek Church and renounce his own. He disliked to do this, but as the rule was imperative, he could do no otherwise, and his love was triumphant over all things else. With the money which Marie brought away at the time of her flight, and the little in Karl's possession, the young couple had enough to support them for some time. Karl kept his promise to inform the Wymaneffs that he had found Marie. He told them of the marriage, but prudently kept their residence a secret. The father, mother, brothers, and all other relatives of Marie were indignant, and Karl received a letter announcing that neither of the twain would ever be forgiven. They had expected this, and before the letter came, Karl had found employment as tutor in a private family, and was able, with what Marie possessed, to support himself and wife in comfort. So they lived, year after year, till 10 years had passed away. At length Karl attracted the attention of the Emperor by a valuable paper he prepared on the resources and capabilities of Russia. The paper was so important that the Emperor honoured him with a patent of nobility, and gave him other marks of distinction. The order conferring the patent was published in the official journals, and, naturally enough, a copy reached the hands of Marie's father, and was read aloud in the household. Not long after this, Carl received a letter that was evidently written with a trembling hand and contained but a few lines. It ran as follows: "My son-in-law is now a noble and has been honoured of his emperor. Marie may return home and bring her husband, the Count Neustein." Rapidly they hastened to their old home in the Urals, where they found forgiveness for their runaway match. End of section 18.
Section 19 of the Talking Handkerchief and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Talking Handkerchief and Other Stories by Thomas Wallace Knox. Chased by Malay Pirates. Down to quite recent years, piracy was regarded as a reputable occupation among the inhabitants of the numerous islands that form the Malay archipelago, and it is not by any means out of fashion at the present time. A chief of a tribe, or an influential personage who had no chieftainship to boast of, would announce his intention of forming a piratical association very much on the principle that governs New England fishermen or whalers. The men engaging with him would receive no wages, but in lieu thereof would have an interest in the proceeds of the enterprise, or, as the Yankees call it, a lay. Followers were easy to obtain, and when a sufficient number were enrolled, they accompanied the chief to the scene of operations, which was only known to himself. The chosen spot was on a bay, or nook, near a channel through which foreign or native craft were compelled to pass in their voyages between commercial points. The more secluded the place, the better it was for the purposes of the pirates. The entrance to it was completely concealed by overhanging trees, and was generally so narrow and shallow as to be barely sufficient for the passage of the light proa, the boat with which the pirates operate. Watchmen were kept in the tree-tops, and whenever a ship was descried, the pirates made ready to attack her, if she was deemed a proper object of their ventures. A proa carries all the way from 50 to 150 men, about half of them rowers, and the rest detailed to the more perilous work of boarding. Calms are frequent in the waters of the Malay archipelago, and it is during these calms that the pirates put in their best work. Sometimes a single proa is sufficient, but more frequently the pirate gang is embarked on 2 or more boats, especially when a foreign ship is to be attacked. Favored by the calm, they dart from their concealment, row vigorously to the vessel which they hope to capture, and, unless the resistance is too much for them, they are soon in undisputed possession. The pirates are encumbered with very little clothes. They climb like monkeys, and swarm over the bows of the ship with wonderful rapidity. Their principal weapon is the kris, or dagger, and they are very expert in its use. They come in such numbers that any ordinary resistance is of little avail when once they can bring their boats below the bows of a vessel. If they capture a European ship, the crew is slaughtered and flung overboard without ceremony. If their prize is a native one, they are more forbearing, not from any tenderness of heart, but because the captives can be sold into slavery, and therefore are worth keeping alive. The prize is towed to the entrance of the pirates' harbor, and into it if the depth of water will permit. She is stripped of everything of any value, and then burned, except in the case of native craft, which are sometimes utilized to carry stolen goods to market. With the native vessels they are almost uniformly successful in their attacks, as they were much more numerous than the crews, and the latter had only the same kind of weapons as their assailants. But it was not always so with the foreign ships, as the crews of the latter were generally well provided with firearms, and literally fought for their lives. On one occasion the repulse of the pirates was due to the shrewdness of the wife of a missionary, a passenger on a brig from Australia to Java, and the story was told to me in Singapore about as follows. The brig was becalmed in one of the channels among the islands of the archipelago. She was lying almost motionless 5 miles from shore, when a large proa was seen stealing out from under the coconut trees and making directly for her. The officers and crew of the brig numbered only 9 persons altogether, and the only passengers were the missionary and his wife. All the firearms on board were brought out, but it was readily seen that they would not be sufficient to resist the swarm of Malays that would cover the bows of the brig as soon as the proa reached her. The weapons were muzzle-loading muskets of the old-fashioned kind. The crew could hardly hope to deliver more than a single volley before the pirates would rush aft and overpower them. The voyage had been long, and the crew and passengers were English. They had consumed liberally of bottled beer, and the empty bottles were lying in barrels in one of the storerooms attached to the cabin. "Bring up the bottles and break them over the deck," said the missionary's wife. The captain caught on to the suggestion, and very quickly the bottles were scattered and smashed, so that the deck was covered with broken glass from the very farthest point of the bows as far back as the entrance to the poop cabin. Everybody was heavily booted for the occasion, and therefore could walk around with little danger. The Malays go barefooted all their lives, and the glass promised to make a serious interference with their locomotion. Some pigs of lead were placed near the bows on either side. 2 sailors were detailed to pitch these missiles into the proa when she came alongside, in the hope of smashing her frail bottom, and having done so they were to run aft and join the rest of the party of defenders. The pirates came on according to their usual custom and swarmed over the bows. Some of the foremost were brought down by the muskets in the hands of the brig's people, but a great many more were leveled by the broken glass. One of the pigs of lead was well aimed, and fell into the proa, smashing a hole that kept her occupants busy to save her from sinking. The pirates crowded on board with great rapidity. These behind pushed the foremost ahead, and none of them comprehended the new enemy they were dealing with until too late. The broken glass cut their feet, and they fell to the deck, and as they writhed and twisted about in their efforts to rise, they were lacerated more and more. Not one of them got further aft than amidships, and all of the forward part of the deck was literally covered with wounded Malays. In 5 minutes it was plain to see that the assailants had the worst of it, and the brig's people would have things their own way. The fire of the muskets was directed to the leaking proa, which was thus compelled to retire to a safe distance. Looking astern, the captain saw a breeze approaching, and very soon the sails of the brig filled, and she began to forge ahead. The captain requested the missionary and his wife to retire to the cabin, promising to call them in case they were wanted, though he didn't think their presence would be needed for any of the subsequent proceedings. The proa was soon left far astern, and then the crew were put to work to rid themselves of their uninvited and unwelcome visitors. "I didn't want 'em to suffer with the pain of the salt water in their wounds," said the captain afterward in telling the story, "and so I had each of 'em knocked in the head with a handspike before he was flung overboard. Besides, I thought it was too good a tip for 'em to be telling the other pirates so that they'd wear shoes the next time they boarded an English ship." A traveler who stopped at the hotel where I lodged at Singapore told me of an adventure in which he had a narrow escape. "I was on board a trading schooner from Ceram to Soura Bay, which had just touched at Celebes," said he. "Coming through the channel near the Tiger Islands and shoals, we were becalmed and drifted with the current, which threatened to carry us ashore. While we were deliberating whether to anchor to prevent getting further into difficulty, we saw a proa come out from a little nook in the shore about 4 miles away. She had 20 oars on a side, 40 rowers in all, and there must have been 40 or 50 more men in her to do the fighting. We got out our firearms. In fact, they were already in the cabin, as we never knew when we might want them, and prepared to give the fellows the best reception we could. Our crew was a light one for fighting, as we were only 5 white men all told and a dozen Lascars. The Lascars can't be counted on for a fight, and don't even know how to handle a gun. The case was desperate, but we determined to make the best of it, since we fought for life. I could hardly feel the kriss of a Malay at my throat, and there wasn't the least hope of escape if they overpowered us. I had a repeating rifle which a friend brought me from America a few months before. I had tried it a few times and found it a good weapon at long range, and thought that now was an excellent time to test its utility. I got it all ready, selected a good position, and when I judged the proa was fairly within range, I fired and brought down the fellow who was steering her. As he fell, he carried the helm over, so that the proa came broadside on to us, and I embraced the chance to the best of my abilities. At the second shot I brought down the juragan, or captain, and at the third I fetched the fellow who was taking the place of the slain or wounded steersman. Next I attended to the man who was rowing stroke, and his fall confused the crew generally. I never knew I was so good a marksman. I had done some fair shooting in my time, but was so long out of practice that I feared for the result. It must have been that the great peril we would have been in if the proa had got under our bow steadied my nerves and made every shot tell. The fellows were all shouting at once, and the confusion among them was so great that they almost came to a standstill. This gave a chance for the other rifles, which were in good hands, or at least 2 of them were. One of them was made for crocodile hunting and fired explosive bullets. It was in the hands of the mate, and he managed to put one of those bullets where it would do the most good. It bored the proa just at the waterline, and I think it must have damaged some of the Malay legs, as it exploded at the moment of striking and scattered its fragments about. I emptied the magazine of my rifle, and as soon as I could charge it again, its operations were renewed. Inside of 10 minutes from the firing of the first shot, the proa was paddling away from us and wasn't paddling with anything like the gaiety of its approach. We were afraid the pirates would come back with reinforcements, but before they reached land we caught a breeze from the southward, and in a little while had left the island hull down in the distance. It was the closest shave I have ever had among the pirates of the archipelago, and it was the American rifle that saved us. End of section 19. Recorded by NathanTroyer. End of The Talking Handkerchief and Other Stories by Thomas Wallace Knox.
Section 20 of The Talking Handkerchief and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Neilson, Vancouver, BC. The Talking Handkerchief and Other Stories by Thomas Wallace. An Exile's Escape from Siberia. From the time of Peter the Great, Siberia has been the place of exile for those Russians who violate the laws of their country or otherwise incur the displeasure of the Empire and his officials. Men and women are sent there for all sorts of crimes, and sometimes for no crimes at all, and their sentences vary from simple banishment for 2 or 3 years up to hard labor for life. Some are condemned to labor in mines, others are employed upon roads or other public works, some become colonists and must support themselves by farming or other outdoor occupations, and others may do pretty nearly anything they choose except to go out of the country. In ordinary times, about 10,000 exiles are sent over the Ural Mountains and distributed through that enormous area known as Asiatic Russia. Every revolution in Poland makes a great increase in the number of banished unfortunates. In some years, more than 20,000 Poles have been transported to Siberia in consequence of their active or suspected efforts to secure the independence of their native land from Russian rule. It is a very difficult matter for an exile to get out of Siberia without permission. The distances are great, the country is thinly settled, the roads are few, and the soldiers and police are very watchful. All the roads are carefully guarded, and nobody can travel without a passport. There is said to be a road, or rather a path, through Siberia known only to the exiles. It avoids all the regular lines of travel, and keeps away from the towns and villages. It winds over plains and among the mountains, through forests and along the banks of rivers, and is marked by notches in the cut trees, or by little mounds of earth and stones. The secret road is nearly 2,000 miles long and can only be traveled on foot. Those who follow it must endure great hardships, and the man who told me about it said that more than half the exiles who tried to escape by it were never heard of afterward. They perish of cold or starvation, or perhaps they venture near the village in search of food and are caught by the police. The peasants of Siberia are generally very kind to the exiles. Many of them place loaves of bread outside their windows at night, so that an escaping exile can obtain food without showing himself. They also plant little patches of turnips near their villages for the use of the runways, but these patches are always destroyed by the soldiers when they find them. Several years ago, a Russian gentleman, whom I met at the house of a friend in Paris, told me he had been an exile in Siberia and had also visited America. I went from Siberia to America, he said, with a smile, and you may infer that I went without the Emperor's permission. Of course I understand, replied I, that you escaped from captivity. Quite right, said he. and I will tell you how it was. I was charged with being concerned in a nihilist conspiracy, he continued. But whether the charge was true or false is of no consequence at present. I was sentenced to 15 years' exile in the province of Yakutsk and was immediately started with a party of about 50 prisoners of all grades and kinds. We went by railway from St. Petersburg to Nizhny Novgorod, and then by steamboat to Kazan and Perm, and from Perm we walked over the Ural Mountains to Ekaterinburg. Some of the prisoners were in fetters, and others were not. I was one of the former, and carried 5 pounds of iron chains that extended from each ankle to my waist, where they were fastened to an iron belt. While this encumbrance, it was out of the question for me to think of running away. All who were fettered were obliged to wear their irons day and night, and every time a prisoner moved in his sleep, the chains clanked horribly. We traveled in all but the worst weather, and slept at the stations, which are stretched along the road at intervals of about 15 miles. The stations are horribly dirty, and there is nothing there but the bare floor to sleep upon. But we were so weary when night came that any sort of couch was welcome. Cabbage soup and barley, with black bread and an occasional piece of meat, composed our food, and there was generally enough of it. The object of exile is to provide a population for Siberia, and consequently the government has no object in starving a prisoner on his way to execute his sentence. I was 6 months in reaching my destination, a small village 100 miles from Yakutsk and 5,000 miles from St. Petersburg. The governor allotted me a piece of land, gave me the tools for cultivating the ground and building a house, and told me I would be supplied with provisions once a week for 3 years. At the end of that time, I was expected to have my land under cultivation and must support myself. I could also catch fish in the rivers and hunt for game in the forests, but under no circumstance must I fail to report once a week to the starost, or headman of the settlement. The village contained a dozen houses, all occupied by exiles like myself. They were all without education or refinement, and, therefore, I could not obtain much companionship from them, but they showed the most kindly spirit and gave me all the help they could. With their assistance, I built a small house, and they showed me how to hunt and fish, and in a little while I was settled in my exile home. The government offered to bring my family to Siberia, but I declined the proposal. The wife and young children of an exile can always follow or accompany him at government expense, but they cannot return to Russia until his term of banishment has expired. This is done in order that the exile may be contented in Siberia to having few or no ties to bind him to Europe. The first thoughts of a prisoner are always directed to securing his freedom, and I was no exception to the rule. Not a day passed that I did not revolve in my mind the possibilities of an escape and the means for accomplishing it. I speedily abandoned all hopes of going back to European Russia on account of the enormous distance that separated me from my home, and the almost sure detection that would follow if I succeeded in reaching home. Then I turned my thoughts eastward and decided that I would escape in that direction, but it was more than 2 years before I could execute my plan. I developed a great fondness for hunting and trapping, and when I secured a partially nice piece of game, I presented it to the starost. One day I told the starost that I had found the traces of an unusually large sable, and I hoped to secure the animal very soon. Early the next morning I left everything as usual in my hut and made the circuit of my traps. Then I started in a northeasterly direction across the hills that bordered the valley of the river where our village lay. While I was hurrying along with no thought except that of the newly gained freedom, a bend in the hill brought me face to face with the Starost. "Where are you going, little brother?" he said. I tried my best to appear calm as I answered that I had a trap in that direction and wanted to visit it. "I will go with you," he said. I was in a dilemma. I had no trap there, and what to do I did not know, but I soon hit upon a plan. It was the spring of the year, and there were holes in the ice on the streams. In crossing a stream, I managed to fall into the water and was wet to the skin. After soundly rating me for my carelessness, the Starost abandoned the idea of going to the trap and ordered me to go home and dry my garments, of which I had but one suit. I waited another week, meantime setting 2 or 3 traps in localities that would give an excuse for long journeys in the direction of my freedom. The next time I started, I had better fortune and got safely away. I felt that the Starost had not suspected my intentions and would not be alarmed about my disappearance for at least a fortnight. Moreover, he might think I had fallen into the water again and been drowned. When night came, I was a good 30 miles away from my village. Not daring to light a fire, I passed the night very uncomfortably after making my supper on some crusts of bread I had brought in my pockets and the raw flesh of a partridge I had knocked down with a stick. For 15 days I was alone in the wilderness of Siberia, living upon the birds which I killed with my bow or caught in snares. On the 15th day the birds were more shy than they had been, and I knew I was approaching a native camp. Sure enough, before sunset I descried a column of smoke, which led me directly to a village of Tunisians, the aboriginals that inhabit the region bordering the Arctic Ocean, and wander from place to place in search of pasturage for their vast herds of reindeer. Some of them knew a few words of Russian, and partly by conversation and partly by signs, I told them I was the only survivor of a ship that had been wrecked on the coast of the Arctic Ocean. Ships have been lost there at different times, and my story was plausible enough. Luckily, the absence of a common language saved me from a troublesome cross-examination. I asked them to take me to a Russian settlement, but to my great joy, they said they were not going to one at present. They were intending to pass the summer on the shore of the Arctic Ocean and would start for it the very next day. My skill with the bow and arrow secured their friendship, and I was allowed to travel with them and soon joined their tribe. Pretending to be one of them, I adopted their dress of deerskins and threw away my old clothing, as it might lead to my detection in case we encountered any Russian explorers. I wore my hair in Tunisian fashion and stained my skin so as to resemble my new friends as much as possible, though I could not flatten my face nor turn my eyes up at the corners in true Tunisian style. It was 2 months from the time I met these aboriginals before we reached the Arctic Ocean. We made our camp close to a summer village of Chukchi's, the people inhabiting that part of the Siberia near Bering Straits. With some of the Tunisians, I visited the Chukchi village, but soon returned in great alarm. I had met 2 Russian traders in the village, and I was consequently fearful of detection. One of them spoke to me in Russian, but I stared at him with an expression of ignorance and replied with a few words of Tunisian. 3 days after we formed our camp, I went out in the morning and saw something which brought my heart into my throat. An American whale ship was sailing along the coast, and not more than 3 miles from shore. At the risk of being discovered by the Russian traders, I went again to the Chukchi village and persuaded the owner of a baidar, or sealskin boat, to carry me to the ship under promise of a fine sable skin when we returned. Great was the astonishment of the crew when I hailed them in English, which I had learned in my youth, and asked to be taken on board. Drawing from my jacket the promised sable and giving it to the owner of the baidar, I climbed the side of the Annie Gibb of New Bedford and was soon face to face with her captain. Not daring to explain my real character, I told the captain I was the sole survivor of a German ship that had been crushed in the ice during the previous summer. I offered to work my passage, and he readily accepted me, as he was short of men. The ship was very successful in catching whales, and had a full cargo of oil by the end of summer. Then she went southward, and I was again in great peril, as the captain dropped into the harbor of Petropavlovsk in Kamchatka to take in a supply of water. Russian officers came on board, and I thought I was recognized. But happily it was not so. I was the most delighted man in the world when we sailed out again into the broad Pacific and steered for San Francisco. As we dropped anchor in front of that city, I touched my cap to the captain and told him I was an escaped Siberian exile. He looked surprised and stood unable to speak for fully half a minute. Then, putting his hand in his pocket, he drew out 2 shining double eagles and gave them to me. "I don't want to know anything about it," he said, "as it might get me in trouble with the Russians. I took you for a shipwrecked German, and that's what I believe you are. And this is how I escaped from Siberia." End of section 20. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Section 21 of the Talking Handkerchief and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. The Talking Handkerchief and Other Stories by Thomas Wallace Knox. Oriental Thieves. Though it was February, it was a warm night in Bombay, and I slept with my window open. The window was really a door opening on a balcony which extended quite around the hotel. Every story was provided with a balcony, and every room had a window similar to mine. I locked my watch and other valuables in my trunk, with the exception of $2 or $3 worth of small silver that I left in my trousers. My bunch of keys was between the mattress in the middle of the bed, and I flattered myself that any thief who wanted to invade the trunk would be obliged to wake me and ask for the key before he could get it. The moon was shining, and when I went to bed, a strong breeze was blowing from the west and rushing pleasantly in at the window. The day had been a weary one, and I had retired soon after 9 o'clock, as I was not long in falling asleep. Dreaming that I was having a struggle with brigands on one of the mountain roads of India, I waked suddenly about 11 o'clock and raised my head slightly from the pillow. The foot of the bed was toward the window. My trunk stood against the foot of the bed, and my clothes were lying upon the trunk. Something white was fluttering between me and the window. I thought it was the curtain agitated by the wind, and fell back, satisfied that my dream was without cause. No, I was not quite satisfied, and taking a second look, discovered that what I had mistaken for the curtain was the figure of a man clad in the white frock which is the universal garment of the native servant in India. My waking had disturbed him, and he was making for the window. I endeavored to catch him, but he had the start, and besides, I was impeded by the mosquito netting that surrounded the bed. By the time I reached the window, he was out of sight around the corner, and I realized that pursuit was hopeless. He could have led me around the hotel as many times as I chose to follow, and I might as well try to catch him on a race course as on that balcony. Furthermore, he had the advantage of climate, knowledge of the balcony, possibly of youth and flexibility of limb, and certainly of avoirdupois. So I returned to my room, struck a light, and investigated. The rascal had thoroughly gone through my garments, Every letter in my coat had been opened in search of banknotes. The little odds and ends of things a traveler carries in his pockets were scattered on the floor near the trunk, and I thanked him for leaving those trifles, which, though useless to him, were valuable to me. Pocket scissors, pincushion, eyeglasses, cigar case, pencil, toothpicks, all were there, and also a box of anti-fever pills, such as most travelers in India find wise to have always about them. Evidently, he did not believe in taking fever pills, as he had disdained to take mine. The small silver was gone, and so was my pocket knife, and my loss was of little consequence. The second room from mine was occupied by a captain in Her Majesty's service in India, and I previously seen that his native servant slept on the balcony. The captain stayed late at his mess, generally reaching the hotel after midnight. I thought of the servant, and after finishing the inspection of my clothes, returned to the balcony. The captain had not come home, as the light of the full moon showed his room to be empty. The servant's bed on the balcony was tenantless, and as I looked at it I saw some white spots on the dark flooring by the side of the bed. Examination revealed several coins, and I gathered from the spot all, or nearly all, my missing silver, but found no trace of the knife. Satisfied that I had ascertained the thief, I returned to bed and slept soundly. The next forenoon I told the captain of my adventure. He listened with great attention and then said, "If you are positive it was my servant, I'll discharge him at once. I've had him 6 years, and do not know that he had stolen anything from me. But these Indian servants will be entirely honest with their employers and protect them from any robbery, while perfectly ready to steal from anybody else. We trust them with everything, money, clothes, jewelry, and all else. If they steal at all from us, it is only in small and regular sums, say a rupee or two a week, and it is very rarely that you hear of a servant absconding with his master's money in a lump. But while my man is faithful to me, I've not the least doubt he would rob you, and if you say it was he that entered your room, I'll discharge him as I said before." "But that I cannot say," I answered. "My case is one testimony without evidence. I can only declare it was native in native dress. I've hardly been long enough in India to distinguish the individuality of these people at a hasty glance, especially under the circumstances. I can't identify the man, and your servant can remain undisturbed in his place." "Thank you," said the captain. "I should regret losing him. Suppose we take a peg to better acquaintance?" A peg in the Anglo-Indian vocabulary means brandy and soda, and the polite invitation could not be refused, as the sun was waxing hot. And while we were engaged in the deglutination of the twin pegs in the barroom of the Esplanade Hotel, the captain hinted that it was very fortunate for me I did not overtake the robber. "He would have put a knife in you without the least hesitation," he continued. "And these fellows are very skillful with that weapon when their safety depends upon its use. Next time you find one of them in your room, don't do anything more than frighten them. And if you pretend to follow, give him plenty of chance to get away. You can thus save your reputation without risk of harm, and he'll make as best use of his heels, and you could catch a monkey about as readily." I accepted his advice and determined to follow it, but did not have any subsequent occasion for putting it into practice. The captain told of some of the exploits of the native thieves, and assured me he was speaking the words of truth and soberness. I am certain of the latter, as it was his first drink of the day. "You may have heard," he said, "that an Indian thief will steal the sheet from under a sleeping man without waking him. The story sounds ridiculous, but I know it's true, as I lost £5 on a bet that it couldn't be done, soon after I came to India. I made the bed with the senior captain of my regiment, and the only stipulation was that I should not harm the thief in case of waking suddenly while he was at work. The sheet on which I slept was marked so that it could be positively identified. Before going to bed, I examined it carefully, and on getting up in the morning, saw the sheet was still there. I smiled triumphantly, and already felt the 5-pound note in my fingers. When there was a rap on the door, opening it, I received a bundle from the hands of my senior servant, and opening the bundle, I found the marked sheet. Then I looked at the bed and found another sheet. My bet of 5 pounds was lost. We breakfasted at the mess, and as I paid the wager, I begged an explanation of the trick, avowing that the knowledge would be worth the money. The senior readily told me, and since then I've more than made myself even by making the same bet with newly arrived subs. This is the way it is done. In summer, in this hot climate, you never have any covering besides your pajamas or sleeping dress. You lie on the sheet, which is spread on the mattress, and take any position you choose. Mosquitoes are abundant, and buzzing of these pests is too frequent to be noticed. The thief comes to your bedside armed only with a feather. He imitates the buzzing of a mosquito and at the same time tickles you with a feather until you turn on one side of the bed, but without waking. When you are beyond the middle of the bed, he gently rolls the sheet until it is close to you, and then goes to the other side of your couch, and with a buzz and feather at length, causes you to turn the other way. When you have rolled yourself clear of the sheet, he gathers it up as if he is on a real plundering expedition. He is off at once. But when he makes a bet with our friends, we generally have another sheet put in the place of the stolen one, which is done by a continuance of the process I've described. Suppose you have a white or gray horse. A thief will steal it, and a few days later a roan or bay horse will be offered to you by a dealer who has heard of your loss. Perhaps you buy the animal and set your scythe to scrubbing him. Out comes the color, and you discover you have bought the property which is appropriated from you and has been skillfully dyed. The horse may be stolen while the scythe is asleep at his side. 2 men work together in horse stealing, and while one imitates the action of the animal in pulling the halter and stamping on the ground, the other leads away the prize. I need not say that the work is performed by men who have had a good deal of experience around horses, and in 9 cases out of 10 they are scythes or grooms out of employment. But starting on their expeditions, they grease themselves from head to foot, so that in case they are seized, they cannot be held. You have a proverb which says, "slippery as an eel." It applies admirably to East India horse thieves. There is a story of an officer who used to put his writing desk under his pillow. It contained his papers and money, and he felt sure it could not be taken without waking him. One morning it was gone, and he had not been disturbed. He offered 10 rupees to anyone who would tell how the trick was performed, and it was explained to him. The thieves had observed his care for the box and concluded it was worth stealing. They crept silently to his bedside, and one of them slipped his hand under the pillow and held up the officer's head until his confederate had removed the desk. Then the head of the sleeper was allowed to go down so gently that he was not awakened. They rob houses by tunneling under the walls or making holes through them large enough to admit one of the robbers who passes the plunder outside to his confederates. These fellows work in gangs that are held together by fearful oaths, and they rarely betray each other. One night, a gentleman near Madras heard some robbers digging a tunnel under his house and sat down to meet them. An opening was made, and a man came through. As he saw the owner, he dived into the hole and tried to escape, but the gentleman was too quick for him. He seized the fellow's legs and held on in spite of the grease. The man's comrades pulled at his head and shoulders, but to no purpose, and finally they ran away and left him to be drawn inside by the gentleman, who discovered that his prisoner was headless. Fearful of his identification, or that he might turn his state's evidence to save himself, they had cut off his head and carried it away with him. One might say, in the words of the old woman in Scotland who was telling how the chief of her clan was beheaded, it was nae mooch of a head, to be sure, but it was sair loss to the poor man. But I must be off to the barracks at Colaba. Good morning. And so we separated. End of section 21. This has been a recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. Section number 22 of the Talking Handkerchief and Other Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. The Talking Handkerchief and Other Stories by Thomas Wallace Knox, a chemical detective. In the year 1800, it came to the knowledge of the Treasury Department of the United States that large quantities of French brandy were entering the country without paying duties. The sales of the ardent spirit were known to be considerably in excess of the amount entered at the custom house, and though the greatest vigilance was shown by the inspectors and all others employed by the department, the illicit importation continued without abatement. It was evident that the smugglers were making use of extraordinary methods in conducting their enterprise, and consequently it would require extraordinary skill to detect and punish them. The case was assigned to Roberts, one of the best men then connected with the Secret Service of the Treasury, and he was told to spare no effort or expense in bringing the fraud to light. I will tell you the story of Roberts as nearly as possible in his own words. When the affair was placed in my hands, I had absolutely no clue to begin upon, except the belief that the fraudulent importation was through the port of New York. This was easy enough to believe, since most of the importations of brandy were through that city. In fact, a good half of the foreign importations of all kinds come to the commercial and financial metropolis of the country, so that wasn't really a clue at all. A careful inspection had been made for months of all vessels arriving from French ports, but no irregularity of any consequence had been discovered. Occasionally the employees of the ships and steamers were detected in attempts to smuggle a few bottles of brandy or other liqueurs, but the aggregate of all that they could bring ashore in this way would not be 1/100th or even 1,000th of the quantity that we were trying to discover. Plainly, these were not the smugglers that we sought, and after a very brief study of the situation, I dropped them altogether. The inspectors were instructed to maintain their vigilance and report any circumstance that was in any way suspicious. All efforts to discover smuggled brandy in possession of any house dealing with spirituous liquors at wholesale were futile. Now and then I thought I had struck a lead, but each time that my hopes were raised they were doomed to disappointment. No wholesale dealer was found to have any of the contraband article on hand. Each and all of them could show that his stock had been properly entered at the custom house and paid the usual duties, or he had bought it of an importer whose reputation was above suspicion. In the Secret Service branch of the Customs Department we had several Frenchmen, and you may be sure I utilized these men in every way that occurred to me. I sent them to Havre, Bordeaux, and other French ports, with orders to make the most of their opportunities, and stimulated them with the promise of a large reward in case of success. One by one they returned, generally as stewards or sailors on the steamers, but in every instance they brought nothing. They gave a minute account of everything they had seen, heard, or done during their absence, but all to no purpose. One of them had been so hardly used on the voyage that he required, and was granted, a month's absence for the purpose of recuperation. Another had made love to a stewardess under the impression that she knew the secret for which we were seeking, and had promised to marry her on their return to the soil of sunny France. It is hardly necessary to say that he did not accompany the vessel on the return voyage, and was, no doubt, soundly execrated for the fickle nature of his passion. One evening I was sitting alone in my room, occupied with a cigar and a train of thought. I am a confirmed smoker, and usually give proper attention to my cigar, but on this occasion the train of thoughts had by far the more prominent place in my mind. 3 times the cigar went out and needed relighting. Once, in relighting it, I started to do so at the wrong end, and, after getting it properly going and settling in my chair, again I surprised myself by putting the fire end in my mouth and receiving a severe burn on the end of my tongue. To allay the pain of the burn, I took a sip of brandy. It is proper to remark that soon after starting on this quest, I abandoned my customary beverages and adopted brandy in preference to all others, actuated by the theory of the amateur actor who blacked himself all over in his effort to give a proper rendition of the character of Othello. As I held the brandy in my mouth, it occurred to me that it was the very article to give me a clue to the smugglers. At all events, I sought the clue elsewhere, and all efforts had failed. Next day I sent all over New York and Brooklyn and bought brandy enough to intoxicate a regiment of men with several bottles to spare. No 2 bottles were brought at the same place, and each was carefully labeled to indicate the dealer who supplied it. Nearly all the purchases were made at wholesale houses and in the best groceries, little attention being paid to the small grocery or the ordinary barroom. There was good reason for these last named omissions, as the 8,000 barrooms of New York, to say nothing of those in Brooklyn, would have necessitated an outlay that my liberal allowance for expenses could not possibly cover. I had a young acquaintance who was an expert chemist and on the watch for something to do. I invited him to come by my lodgings and inspect my stock of liquors. "What in the world are you going to do with so much brandy?" he said, as he looked at my collection. "You'll drink yourself into your grave within 6 months." "Nothing of the kind. I've got that for you." "Ever so much obliged, Roberts," replied Burton, for that was his name, "but I don't want such a stock as that. I'll take half a dozen bottles for my own use and send another half dozen to my mother, who always likes to have some good brandy in her house for medicinal purposes. It will last as many years as there are bottles, now that the boys have all left home." He proceeded to make his selection, but I stopped him at once. "Look here, Burton," said I, "this thing means business, and I'll come straight to the point. Sit down and take a cigar while I light one to keep you company. This is on the dead quiet," I continued, "and before we go a step further I want your word of honor to keep everything secret." He gave it offhand, and then I unfolded the whole story as far as I could. "That's all I can tell you," said I, "and more's the pity. I've an idea that the clue to the mystery is somewhere in that brandy and some of those bottles, and I want you to use your knowledge of chemistry to find it. You'll get a big reward if you do, At any rate, I shall have a handsome moiety of the transaction if I run the smugglers to earth and catch them where I want to, and you may trust me to make a fair division." "I trust you," replied Burton, "and I'll go at the work tomorrow morning. If the clue is there, I'll have it, you may depend. Fact is, I'm engaged to be married next month. The girl is just as poor as I am, and I've been wondering what kind of start in life we are likely to make. We're two souls, but with a single thought, and little else than the thought, as we haven't $50 between us. I'll go in all I can for a share in your moiety in this job, and, as they say in California, do my level best." I advanced him the few dollars he needed for the purchase of certain chemicals, and he went to work on the brandy bright and early the following day. When I came home, he said he had discovered nothing, and was just off to see his girl, to tell her the good news that he had something to do. "Of course, I won't say anything about what I'm doing," he said, "as that would be a violation of my promise. Besides, she doesn't know anything about chemistry, though she's the sweetest girl that ever lived." The next day and the next, the result was the same, and I began to despair. He gave me the composition of several different sorts of brandy, and convinced me that the consumption of that article would greatly diminish if the drinkers thereof knew what they were swallowing. But this isn't the place for a temperance lecture, not even for an awful example. The third day, when I went to my lodgings, Burton had something to communicate. I didn't think much of it at first, but in a few minutes I saw a light ahead, and the more I thought it over, the more certain I was that we had struck a lead. By next morning I was so sure of it that I told Burton he might say to his fiancée that his prospects were good for a handsome windfall about the time set for their wedding. And what do you suppose was this discovery? He found a trace of iron, just a trace, and no more, in some of the brandy. Then he had followed up this discovery by testing only for iron and dropping everything else. Out of some 40 or 50 bottles that he examined, he found 7 with this iron trace, thus indicating that the supply of as many different establishments came from the same source. The stills used in the manufacture of brandy are of copper. There isn't any iron whatsoever in pure or even ordinary brandy, and nobody ever heard a confirmed brandy drinker spoken of as a man of iron constitution. Brandy is kept or transported in wood or in glass, and not in casks of iron. As I thought over the subject, I made up my mind that the specimens which Burton had set aside were imported in that cheap and useful metal. "I've got the fellow now," I said to myself. "Some of the officers on the steamers coming from France are in the habit of filling their spare water tanks with brandy and getting it ashore surreptitiously while lying at the docks on this side. I'll follow up this lead and find out how the work is done." I followed it up, but not with the result I expected. Every water tank on every steamer was examined on one pretext or another as soon as a vessel entered port, but it was soon found that if they contained no water, the tanks were invariably empty. One contained a cat and her brood of kittens. It was a spare tank, and the cover of the manhole had been removed to give the feline mother free egress and egress. Another spare tank was used for the storage of vegetables, and another yielded a few dutiable articles belonging to one of the engineers, but not worth $20 altogether. I felt convinced, however, that I was on the right track, although the scent was just then false. The result proved that I was correct. Among steamers then coming to port with reasonable regularity were 2 French vessels, which I will call Minerve and Junon. They were of the class known as tramps. That is, they belonged to no established line, but professed to go, as the tramp steamer usually goes, wherever the best freights offered. Freights had been good down to some little time before, and there had consequently been a plentiful supply of tramps. But for the last 3 or 4 months there had been a very hard time for steamers. Hardly any of the regular lines were earning anything, and very few tramps were coming to New York. It struck me as a little singular that the Minerve, the Junon, continued to ply between New York and their home port when better freights were offering from Europe and South America and Asia. I went to the custom house and examined their manifests, and another singular circumstance presented itself. The steamers carried very small cargoes according to the showing on their manifests, and when their tonnage and the expense of crews and coal were taken into consideration, it was hardly possible for them to make running expenses, let alone a profit to the owners and an interest on the investment. The Minerve was taking in freight and was nearly ready to sail. The custom officials pay very little attention to a ship after her incoming cargo has been landed, and therefore I could not examine the Minerve closely without exciting suspicion. But I sent one of the French attachés of our service, the one who broke his matrimonial engagement, to offer him as a distressed Gaul willing to work his passage to his native land. The Minerve was short-handed, and he readily obtained a place on board. 2 weeks or so after the Minerve's departure, the Junon arrived and went to the berth recently occupied by her consort. Somehow they always obtained the same berth, which was secured in advance by the agent on receipt of a cable message announcing the sailing from the other side. The Junon's manifest was sent to the custom house in accordance with the regulations, and again there was a remarkably small cargo, considering her dimensions. I did not dare to make a move until receiving word from Jacques, the man I had shipped on the Minerve. She had been reported by telegraph, and I was in hourly expectation of a cablegram from here, but day after day passed and nothing came. Have they found him out and dropped him overboard, I wondered? Nobody knows better than a Frenchman that dead men tell no tales, and I'm afraid Jacques is at the bottom of the sea. A vigilant watch was maintained by the inspectors of the Junon, but they saw nothing out of the ordinary run of things. I was in a state of feverish excitement when one day I received the long-looked-for message from Jacques, partly in cipher and partly in plain language, though it wasn't plain enough for anybody but myself to understand. It was a very long message, 200 words and more. I took it to my room, locked the door, and then sat down to decipher the communication. When I reached the last word and the whole message lay before me, I kicked over the table, danced a hornpipe around the chairs, and thus engaged when Burton, after rapping 3 times, shouted to ask if I had suddenly lost my senses. I had been a good deal daft for the last quarter of an hour. Next morning I put on my worst suit of clothes and went on a fishing excursion, and you wouldn't be surprised to know that the ground I selected was a dock where the Junon was lying. I strolled on board the vessel and looked through her, and then fished very patiently over the side of the deck for an hour or more without getting a bite. About that time a boat, with a very shabby boatman, it was Burton in disguise, happened along. The boatman and I chaffed each other for a while, and our chaff ended in my hiring him to take me to where he said the fish could be found. As I got down from the pier, he awkwardly permitted the boat to drift beneath it, but no one observed this very ordinary circumstance. In 10 or 15 minutes we were out again from under the pier and rowing away to the fishing ground, but we concluded to give up fishing when we were 2 or 3 piers away and I was put on shore. Stopping on the way to telegraph to the collector that I wanted to see him on important business, and asking him to admit me immediately on the announcement of my name, I made the best of my way to the custom house. I told my story of the iron in the brandy, showed the message from Jacques, and gave the result of the fishing excursion. Then we talked the matter over for a little while, and it was concluded to send word to the agent and the consignee of the Union to meet us on board that vessel, and also invite the principal man of a general commission house opposite the head of the pier where the Junon lay. The meeting was memorable one for most of the members of that party. The collector allowed me to do the talking, which was about in this wise. Gentlemen, a fraud has been perpetrated on the revenues of the United States, and the evidence points to your guilt in the matter. The Junon and Minerve have been bringing large quantities of brandy to this port. These vessels were constructed, at any rate, that the pretense for carrying petroleum in bulk from Batumi on the Black Sea to ports in Asia. Each vessel has a large tank forward of her engines for that purpose, and the rest of her space is for ordinary cargo. Neither of them went to Batumi or ever carried petroleum in bulk, but they have both been running from France to New York. What's that got to do with smuggling brandy? Queried the agent with an independent air. It has just this to do with it, I answered. The petroleum tanks are filled with brandy on the other side and emptied here, by means of a so-called gas pipe running underground from a warehouse to the dock where she lies, and a flexible hose that is brought on board through an opening in the side of the vessel below the waterline. The brandy can be run into the tank with very little risk of discovery. You have a similar arrangement here, and I have today examined the connection of the shore pipe with the hose. It is close to the 3rd pile, counting from this side, and the 15th from the head of the pier. Here is a bit of the wrapping of the hose I cut off 2 hours ago. There is sufficient slack to the hose to prevent it being seen in this turbid water. My auditors were no longer defiant. The air of "what are you going to do about it" disappeared from the agent's face and became ashy pale. The faces of his friends were equally colorless. The brandy, I continued, is run on board by gravity, but to get it ashore requires the operation of a pump, or rather 2 pumps. There is a suction pump in the warehouse yonder, and a force pump in the captain's cabin. The latter is for driving air into the tank and keeping up a steady pressure as the liquor is withdrawn. I paused, and everybody was silent. We might not have heard the fall of a pin, but what we did hear was the pulsation of the force pump in the captain's cabin, where the worthy and a trusty sailor were taking turns at the handle. "Now, gentlemen," I went on, "2 courses are open for you. You can settle with the government by paying the full duties for all that you have smuggled, or your ships will be confiscated, and each one of you who has been concerned with the performance will go to prison. Warrants have been sworn out for your arrest, and the officers are waiting on the dock to take you in when I give the word. What shall it be?" It was a hard case, and the duties made an enormous bill, but the prison walls are not pleasant to contemplate, even in imagination. The case was settled, but it took a great deal of money, and led ultimately to the failure of an important business house that had been highly reputed. The terms of the compromise were that the affair should not be made public, and you'll bear in mind that I haven't given you any of the real names of men or ships from the beginning to the end of my story. The Minerve and Junon ceased to visit the port of New York. Stop! The Minerve came in with her tank filled with brandy, her captain of all unsuspecting danger, as the crafty Jacques, fearing a possible leak in the French telegraph office, had put off sending his telegram to me until she went to sea. I received my moiety, made a liberal division with Burton, and the good fellow was able to buy a nice little cottage in the suburbs and set up housekeeping in the style that suited him and his charming little wife. I stuck to my bachelor ways, but always have a room with the Burtons whenever I find time to occupy it. Burton is the chemist for half a dozen establishments that steadily need his services, and he is doing well, but he often says the best stroke of work he ever did in his life was when he found the trace of iron in the brandy. End of section 22. Recording by Lynda Marie Neilson, Vancouver, BC. End of The Talking Handkerchief and Other Stories by Thomas Wallace Knox.